see a storm come. Everybody gets excited because of the weather, but what we look at is the potential of someone dying, and that usually happens after hurricanes. People come down, they go down to the rock area, they're sitting there, wave grabs them, sucks them in, they don't come back out. So the neighbors, most locals are a little upset when they see bad weather for that reason.
So the bottom line, every storm, it's common sense. If it seems like it's a bad situation, you've got something in the back of your mind, maybe I shouldn't be here, you probably got the right inkling there. Follow your senses, and if there are evacuation orders or any issues that's coming down from local officials, make sure you're listening to those. Monday is going to be a dangerous day here in the state of Rhode Island. We'll keep you updated from Narragansett. I'm meteorologist Eric Fisher. Back to you in the studio.
And by the way, National Guard troops now on standby in Rhode Island.
You know, during an interview on Weekend View this morning, FEMA Administrator Craig Fugate urged everyone to use social media to let their loved ones know they're okay during Hurricane Sandy.
Meteorologist Julie Martin shows us how social media and cell phones help keep us connected during major weather events like Sandy.
We are a cell phone nation, but when a natural disaster strikes, our phones often go down right along with the trees and power lines. One reason, powerful winds.
Cell phone towers are structures. They're holding on to buildings. They're on poles high up in the air. They're everywhere. They can get knocked off.
And if it's not the wind, then it's the surge of phone calls that often comes to an area experiencing an emergency.
Millions of calls all at the same time. The towers simply can't handle it all at once. They get crushed, they get jammed up, and they stop taking calls.
So what happens to your phone if an entire area loses power?
If the power goes out at your house, there's a good chance you can still use your cell phone. The cell towers that Verizon operates typically have permanent backup generators or at least 8 hours of battery backups.
If the power is out for an extended period of time, there are smarter ways to use your smartphone or cell phone. First, if there's a severe weather threat, charge your phone ahead of the storm hitting your area. Text instead of making a call because text messages use less battery. Turn your phone on only when you really need it. Have an alternate plan to recharge your phone like a car charger or portable battery chargers. And keep your phone dry. Also,
the biggest power usage on a smartphone is the screen. So if you constantly have your screen powered up to the highest brightness, that'll use more of your battery. If you're constantly on the screen doing stuff with the touch screen, that'll use up more of your battery. So just, you know, use common sense. Don't make a call if you don't have to.
I'm meteorologist Julie Martin, the Weather Channel.
High wind warnings and wind advisories extend from the northeast to the Great Lakes, even down toward the south, where Atlanta recently had a wind gust of 45 miles per hour. And we understand there have been some power outages as a result of some of those strong winds.
It's right on the north side of the city, and as you head back up through the mid-Atlantic, the same story here. Not only are we going to be dealing with the wind here, but also some snow coming down, heavy snow, heavy wet snow across the mountains of West Virginia. And see, this goes all the way up towards Chicago and into the northeast as well.
That's right. High wind warnings, hurricane gusts are expected, especially along the coastal sections. Of course, it's only going to get worse as we go through the day tomorrow. We already have reports of a 38-mile-per-hour wind gust at LaGuardia and 36-mile-per-hour gust at J.F. Kennedy.
Here's the winter side of the storm. Blizzard warnings now for the mountains of West Virginia from Snowshoe south to Beckley and Bluefield, West Virginia. And then we have winter storm warnings for the mountains of East Tennessee, Western North Carolina, and southeastern Kentucky. So we're talking about impacts here all the way into parts of the southeast as well, Kelly.
And a heavy wet snow, too, that really could cause problems. Some of the trees still have their leaves on them.
Welcome back into our coverage. Live look at Kill Devil Hills, where 6 to 12-foot waves are rolling into the beach homes, all thanks to Hurricane Sandy. Also getting reports now that Highway 12 in North Carolina is now inundated with salt water and sand. The road is closed. One of the biggest storms of our lifetimes is unfolding right now. Hello and thanks for joining us for this extended edition of Weather Center Live. I'm Ryan Goswick. Our team of veteran meteorologists have been calling this storm extraordinary and unprecedented. Here's the latest. 38-mile-per-hour wind gusts are now being reported at New York's LaGuardia Airport. The storm has already dumped nearly 6 inches of rain in Frisco, North Carolina, and we're on standby right now for the next advisory from the National Hurricane Center. That comes up in just 30 minutes, and we'll have it for you right here on the Weather Channel. Well, we have live team coverage for you from an Army meteorologist out in the thick of it to a team of experts in the Global Forecast Center. We have team coverage only the Weather Channel can bring you. Let's kick it off with our hurricane specialist, Dr. Greg Postel, and Kelly Cass, who joins us now from the Global Forecast Center. Hi,
hey,
guys.
Ryan, we have new information on our breaking weather alert system that Highway 12 in North Carolina, that's in the eastern part of the state, now inundated with salt water and sand. The road is now closed. No surprise here, Greg, because we've been seeing that pounding of surf for the past day or so, even more than that.
Yeah, it's amazing to see these impacts so far away from the center. Here's where the center is right about now. It's almost 300 miles east-southeast of Cape Hatteras and over 500 miles away from New York City. But even that far out, it is still producing significant impacts all along the East Coast. And even where there are not clouds and rain, in fact, we just noticed Atlanta here, we had a wind gust of 45 miles per hour. Now, not all of that is related to Sandy, but some of it is. Some of that pressure difference across the Atlanta and southeast part of the country that is giving those strong winds does have to do with Sandy. So let's look at some of the upper air pattern that's associated with Sandy, and that will show us exactly what we're getting at here. See, so there we go. We move forward. There we go. Perfect. And here's where the center of Sandy is. This is a water vapor imagery showing you dry areas and moist areas, but you can also get a sense for atmospheric motion. There is a very strong jet maximum right in here. Dr. Forbes will be talking about this in much more detail at the tropical update or later on in the broadcast. And this 90-mile-per-hour wind is going to be rotating around, and that is going to actually help deepen Sandy at least a little bit longer, a little bit more, which is kind of unusual because we think strong winds coming in aloft tend to tear apart these tropical systems, but not in this case. We're going to see some jet stream energy come in and maybe deepen it just a little bit.
Is it over the Gulf Streams too at this point? Is that what's helping it as well, keeping it going?
Yeah, it's helping keeping it going. It's over water that's close to 80 degrees, I think, in the upper 70s, and it will be moving over. There'll be a little ribbon of warm water, probably about 80 or even in the low 80s, that it will cross over. The center will cross over before making landfall. But the good news is that the water temperatures do cool off pretty dramatically. I'd say 100 to 150 miles offshore of the northeast, where the waters quickly cool from that 80-degree temperature to the 60s. So that will hopefully prevent further intensification. So we hope it doesn't have much longer to go. So we'll just hope that it continues or weakens in the next couple of hours. So here's an RPM model wind forecast. This is very interesting. This shows you what's colored in the background here. Those are wind speed, actually wind gusts. And what you can see in that animation as that little area, that minimum right here, that's where the center is expected to be Monday evening. And look at these wind gusts we have outlined for the various cities here. New York City, 50 to 75 mile per hour wind gusts tomorrow. Boston, very similar as well. Washington, D.C. Look at the expanse of these very strong wind gusts. 50, I've never seen this before in my life. A huge wind field like this.
Wow.
And it is just a remarkable system that will continue to move off to the west as we head towards early next week in this general direction. That's where the center is roughly on Tuesday, and still we have strong winds on the coast even on Tuesday.
Wow.
Washington, 30 to 50 mile per hour wind
and
gusts.
A sharp turnaround with the wind direction too on top of that.
Absolutely. The winds turn around to the south on Tuesday, late Monday night and Tuesday on Long Island Sound, so watch out for water rises when that happens as well.
Thank you so much, Greg. Let's go back to Ryan now in the studio.
Impressive map there for sure. Let's get the latest on the dangerous waves we'll see in the Northeast. Storm tracker Jim Cantore talks about the storm surge expected in the New York area.
Well, it's been a day of preparations, and for most New Yorkers, a day outside, because they know over the next 24 to 48 hours they may very well be inside due to the ferocious megastorm that is heading our way, unfortunately bringing with it a very high water rise. Let's check out this forecast here. Notice along the Jersey Shore we expect the storm surge component to come into the 4 to 8 foot range. Even on the north shore of Long Island, 6 to 11 feet. And that includes this area and through here, through the bay and the New York Harbor area. So we're expecting the water to rise 6 to 11 feet. And then on top of that, remember, you have the tides and you have the waves. So an even higher storm tide, if you will be forecast. Perhaps one of the highest that we have ever seen here. That's the forecast from the National Weather Service in New York City. Now that high tide time for the Battery, which is where I am, is going to be about 8:53 tomorrow night. The possibilities of having that water as high as my waist are high in this case, and that means we would certainly have to move on back. That means places like Lower Manhattan, where they've evacuated, Zone A, which is where we are, the subway system could be in some cases overtaken by water. So that is a huge concern here to New York, because really that is the key to getting New York City back online once this storm begins to slowly pull away during the day on Wednesday. So there's no timeline for that yet, but the key to getting the city back online is that subway system. Should it be underwater, it's going to take a little bit longer. Reporting from the Battery, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantore. Back to you.
Thanks, Jim. We're taking a look now at New York City. There you can see, again, and actually over toward Philadelphia now, a state of emergency in effect here as well. Really the same story for New York, Philadelphia, down toward Washington, D.C. Schools are closed, government offices closed, and a state of emergency. Of course, the best thing to do here is to move to higher ground and stay safe from the storm as it makes its way into the Northeast. I want to take you through the timeline for Philadelphia. This is tomorrow. Increasing winds, wind gusts at 50 miles per hour or higher. Very heavy rain throughout the day. Then as we go into Monday night, we'll still see the same story here. Winds 45 miles an hour. Gusts, though, could increase.
Welcome back to our non-stop coverage of Hurricane Sandy. Its impacts far and wide across the good eastern half of the country.
You know, we're talking about the storm surge, but also we're worried about flooding taking place in a good part of the mid-Atlantic all the way up into the Northeast. I want to bring in our severe weather expert, Dr. Greg Forbes. And Dr. Forbes, it looks like the next 48 hours will be very interesting here. A lot of rain coming down across this area.
Yeah, indeed, Ryan. The shield of rain is really beginning to expand now, and that will work into the mid-Atlantic area tonight, tomorrow, and into Tuesday. Take a look. Here we see southeast parts of Virginia, Delaware, southeast Maryland, down into northeast North Carolina. One band almost stalled out there. That's where we have the separation between north flow that's inland versus some of the more tropical air coming in from the northeast. And notice how this band is actually moving. So this is part of one of the northern rain bands of Sandy, and it's going to come in and get squashed in this same area. So the handwriting is on the wall here. The places like Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington, D.C., down to Norfolk are going to get a lot of rain in the next 24 hours. Wanted to show you a little bit of some of the details here. Here's that narrow band. It's only a couple, 2 miles or 3 miles wide. The next one coming in, the more tropical one's a little bit bigger. And I wanted to show you a little bit of a slice through. Down across northeast North Carolina there, storms a little bit taller than they are up in Virginia. But we have this big shield here of light rain in green. Then down below 10,000 feet are some of these tropical-like little enhanced rain areas. There's showers. There's not very much lightning in any of this. Most of the tops of the storms are no bigger than 25 or 30,000 feet, not these monster kind of thunderstorms that we sometimes get. Good thing we don't want thunderstorms with this. With the strong winds aloft, we'd have even more wind damage and a tornado threat. Here's Sandy, still rolling off to the north and east. It will make a left turn overnight tonight and tomorrow. Why? Because the jet stream, we've been talking about Sandy becoming a hybrid. See these milky clouds coming in. They're surging east. That's the upper air trough surging its way toward the coast. When that happens, we'd have a tendency to get what we call a bomb. If we didn't have Sandy there, we'd still have a very strong surface low form in the mid-Atlantic, because out ahead of this trough, the cold air, the dip in the jet stream there's a pulling apart of the winds aloft that remove air from the top of the column. Air rises, you get low pressure, and this southeast to northwest wind is going to steer Sandy off toward the north and west. The moist flow on the north side hitting into that frontal zone, going to cause heavy rain, 4 to 8 inches of rain, some places over a foot of rain now through Wednesday, local flooding. And of course, we also have the massive threat of storm surge and damaging winds from this huge system. So stay safe, everyone. Kelly, Ryan.
Greg, thanks so much for that, and we also wish everybody safe during the storm because it is so massive. We want to talk now about New Jersey.
That's right. I want to bring in NBC's Jay Gray. He's out on Cape May, New Jersey. And Jay, last hour, we were talking about some of those wave heights there off the coast over at 19 feet.
Okay. Yeah, Ryan, Kelly, good to talk to you again. And it's still maintaining those high cresting waves at this point, and only going to get worse as we've talked about throughout the night here. Look, staying safe may be most difficult along the Jersey Shore. This is where the storm is going to make impact. But let's not downplay how it's going to affect other communities. This is a massive system, as we've talked about. And we're seeing wind gusts already, and still no turn to the left at this point, as you've been talking about. We're seeing wind gusts well above 30 miles an hour in areas all across the region. Look at the radar now, and you can see the current conditions. Still strong rain bands, southern part of the state here, and creeping into Philadelphia, where they've seen winds over 30 miles an hour. And we're continuing to see those waves break all along the Atlantic coast. And the seawall in the Outer Banks in the Carolinas unable to contain the storm at this point, pouring over and onto Route 19 there. We're having water into the roadways. So conditions taking a turn for the worse tonight. And that's just a foreshadowing of what we're going to see see here in New Jersey as the storm overnight into the morning makes that turn and starts heading toward the coast. So everyone here realizing that the time to prepare or the time to move out has just about ended at this point. You don't want to be on the roadways late tonight. You certainly don't want to get out there early in the morning. If you haven't boarded up and have all your supplies on hand, well, you're running out of time for that as well. One of the reasons is because most of the stores that can provide you with any of the necessities you may need have closed up, and many of the employees have moved to higher ground. Here, those who are staying say they're ready, but it's going to be a long haul, as we've been talking about. Back to you, Kelly. Ryan.
Jay, thank you so much. And just north of Jay, we had some pier damage at Atlantic City, New Jersey.
That's right. Also, we're tracking with our flight tracker, and also the very latest on the winds there. That's going to impact your travel over the next, really, 48 hours or so, Kelly.
Yeah, nearly 8,300 flight cancellations now between now and Tuesday. Not a good time for traveling, courtesy of Sandy.
We just got the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center on Hurricane Sandy. It is still a 75-mile-per-hour storm moving northeast at 14. The pressure is still 950 millibars. It's your tropical update. I'm hurricane specialist Dr. Greg Postel at the Weather Channel. Where am I? It's getting late. At the Weather Channel with the latest on Hurricane Sandy, and really no change in the latest advisory. It's still moving northeast at 14. The pressure is still 950 millibars. That is remarkably low for a system, and it is so huge. That is the big thing about Sandy right now. No pun intended there. The center of the Sandy is right about here, about 280 miles east-southeast of Cape Hatteras. But the winds around it extend over such a tremendously large distance. They cover so much geography that you can draw arrows. We're getting winds out of the northwest here in Atlanta that have at times gusted to 45 miles per hour. This is a remarkably large storm, and what we see with it generally extending over such a large area, this is going to continue to be the case, and in fact it is very likely going to grow in size over the next couple of days, in part because there's going to be some jet stream energy that is going to get tapped. In fact, there's some strong winds aloft that right now are coming on over atop Sandy, and that is only going to probably lower the pressures even a little bit more, we think, and help Sandy increase its size. But there are significant impacts going on right now on the Carolina coast, and let's have a look at some of those. And these are the winds and wind gusts, sustained winds and wind gusts along the coast. Now I'm going to bring in Michael Lowry, one of our hurricane specialists and storm surge expert, to talk a little bit about what the winds are like along the coast and how that's impacting the coastal problems and the coastal flooding.
Hey, Greg, we've already seen significant coastal flooding through parts of North Carolina, along the Outer Banks through the day today.
Right.
If we go to the graphic, take a look at the winds. What we've had during the day is this northeasterly wind. What it's done is it's pushed water or storm surge along the Outer Banks, along the ocean side of the Outer Banks. What's going to happen overnight is the winds will shift to the northwest, and what that will do is pile up water on the sound side of Pamlico Sound.
Right, so a lot of the storm surge or the flooding, the coastal flooding that we'll see is actually from a northwesterly wind as the storm moves away from them.
That's right, and as it moves up the coast, we'll see these winds that we're already seeing gusting to 28 miles an hour in Newport. These will only increase as we move into the day tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. Look at Atlantic City, a northeast wind gust to 36 miles per hour. And here offshore this buoy, northeast at 40, with waves at 17 feet, very large waves, are not far off the coast. In fact, a lot of them are breaking and coming ashore. So significant wave actions already being felt on the coast. And look at these current water rises.
Yeah, guys, check out this is the current water rise. This is the storm component of the storm surge component of Sandy that we're looking at here. So already in Atlantic City, 2.6 feet, and at the Battery in New York, 3 feet of storm surge. That's water rise due strictly to Sandy already, and we're talking 24 hours out into the major impacts potentially.
That's not even including the tides. That is just the storm component.
Just the storm component of the water.
And they're going to come up a lot more, you think?
That's right.
Yeah, so let's look at back in history. Let's look at Irene. We all remember Irene and what the water rises were with it.
Right, and the most recent example that we think of is Irene. Now, this is a different track than Irene took, but already we have 3 feet at the Battery. The peak water rise during Irene at the Battery was 4.4 feet, so only a foot and a half from the maximum water that we saw during Irene. But this will be a different track, and because of that, the storm surge forecast is actually higher than that during Irene, 6 to 11 feet of storm surge. Now this is water above ground. If you were standing along shore, it's 6 to 11 feet above your toes.
That's amazing. Why don't you draw like Irene's track and compare that with what we think Sandy's track is going to be on that, and explain what that means in terms of the impact of the storm surge.
Yeah, so Irene really tracked right over Manhattan and New York City. Sandy, on the other hand, is forecast to move into the New Jersey coast, and what that will do, it will bring water and drive it into Long Island Sound. At the same time, we'll have flow driving water into New York Harbor, and this confluence here into parts of, you know, potentially the Battery. We can't forget northern New Jersey, Sandy Hook. You're also in the bullseye as well for a significant storm surge event in Raritan Bay as well.
That is an unbelievable, that is just such a significant event. It's something we've never seen before, I don't think. So let's move ahead and look at some of the timing and the impacts in New Jersey, for example. Now, this is going to be very similar to conditions in New York City. On tomorrow, we're going to start to see the coastal flooding. It's probably already begun. We're going to see wind gusts 50 to 60 miles per hour with large and destructive waves. These are huge waves that offshore that are going to be breaking offshore, but a lot of that water is going to come along the coast.
Yeah, especially in New Jersey, the waves won't necessarily add a large water rise to the surge, but it will have the force of the wave will have a destructive impact along the shore.
Right. So we'll have more on Sandy and the latest updates coming up.
Well, your time is up to prepare for Sandy in just hours. This unprecedented storm will bring powerful winds, heavy rain, and snow, as well as a massive storm surge to the Mid-Atlantic, even the Northeast and New England, putting millions of people in danger. New York City, your time to feel the impacts, well, they're happening right now. In fact, they'll only increase as we head on towards the morning. We're tracking the potential life-threatening situation with expert analysis. From the Weather Channel headquarters in Atlanta, this is Weather Center Live. Well, thanks for joining me for this special edition, extended edition of Weather Center Live. I'm Paul Goodlow. It is now 11 p.m. Eastern Time, 10 Central, and we've just received the newest advisory from the National Hurricane Center on Hurricane Sandy, and it continues to be a hurricane with sustained winds at 75 miles per hour. Pressure at 950, and the movement of this hurricane is northeast at 14, although it's taking a little bit more of a jog towards the north. It looks like it's not going to travel too much more east before it turns back on towards the east coast of the U.S. Let's go right now to meteorologist Kelly Cass and hurricane specialist Dr. Greg Postel for more analysis on Sandy and the threats up and down the eastern seaboard. Guys?
Right. In fact, even though the storm is still several hours away from making a landfall, we're seeing a water rise now across lower Manhattan, and the wave action has been very significant all along the East Coast.
Yeah, and you know, in some ways it's remarkable because of how far away Sandy is, but it's been out there churning for the last couple of days and generated a large sea for that duration. And right now, the center is actually right about there, and we just lost our graphic there, but the center is about 290 miles east of Cape Hatteras, right about there. In fact, it almost looks like there's an eye forming.
It does.
Right? Did you see that?
Yeah.
Well, I'll take a closer look at that. There may be just a little bit of a dry air that's come in and some storms have wrapped around it. I'm not exactly sure what that is, but I'll have a look at that. That may be a sign that maybe it's strengthening a little bit, especially when you see this thunderstorm activity flare up right near the center. In any case, that's where the center is. But what we are noticing is these effects extend over such a large area. You know, wind gusts all along the Carolina coast, 30 to 40 miles per hour, in some cases higher, with some heavier rain bands also along the coast. The storm is moving, as Paul was saying, northeast at 14, but very soon, in the next probably 6 hours, it will start to turn more directly toward the north. And then overnight tonight and early tomorrow morning, it will take that left-west turn, very likely toward the New Jersey coast. So here's the official cone now, the new one, the latest one from the National Hurricane Center, and this is it. It moves it northward, and then probably in the next few hours it will start to turn toward the northwest. And then look, they strengthen it to an 80-mile-per-hour hurricane, but that's consistent all along. They've been very consistent with their forecasts and very accurate as well. So kudos goes to their forecasting team, because this is a very sort of consistently forecasted storm, and very likely this will verify. We think the center is going to come on shore in New Jersey tomorrow evening. And again, don't focus on the center, although the storm surge will be most dangerous along and just north of the center. Still, the wide-ranging impacts will be felt many states across, with damaging winds, hurricane-force wind gusts across hundreds of miles away from where the center.
And don't focus on the category either. I know a lot of folks are shaking their heads. Oh, it's a Cat 1. It's not going to be that big of a deal. But this is more than a hurricane.
Absolutely. It's a hurricane plus a jet stream, a whole lot of combination of ingredients here that are coming together. In fact, there is a strong jet stream, a jet maximum. There's a strong core of winds right in here that will, in the next several hours and over during the day tomorrow, move right in atop Sandy, and that will help strengthen it a little bit more. So it's not like we needed anything more to help it, but it looks like there is a jet stream that will be coming in and maybe lower the pressure just a little bit more, perhaps strengthen the winds, unfortunately so. So again, it is forecasted to take that left turn, we think, in the next several hours and make landfall very likely in New Jersey. So here are the wind forecasts from the Hurricane Center, and this area shaded in yellow. These are the sustained tropical storm force winds that we expect with it. This is tomorrow noon. We expect those to be from Boston, Hartford, New York, Philly, Princeton and Trenton, New Jersey, all the way down Norfolk, Wilmington. I mean, huge geography that will be impacted by this, and we'll have hurricane force gusts coming on shore later on tomorrow through tomorrow night, and that area shaded in orange is hurricane force wind gusts that will last through much of Tuesday, and we're still on Wednesday left with a strong wind field associated with it.
Halloween celebrations being put off, I'm sure, for a lot of areas here in the Northeast. Power outages likely. Paul, back to you.
Second year in a row, Halloween could be affected by big-time severe weather. Well, let's get the very latest on this dangerous wave situation we've seen across the Northeast so far. Storm tracker Jim Cantore talks about the storm surge expected in the New York City area.
Well, it's been a day of preparations, and for most New Yorkers, a day outside, because they know over the next 24 to 48 hours they may very well be inside due to the ferocious megastorm that is heading our way, unfortunately bringing with it a very high water rise. Let's check out this forecast here. Notice along the Jersey Shore we expect the storm surge component to come into the 4 to 8 foot range. Even on the north shore of Long Island, 6 to 11 feet. And that includes this area and through here, through the bay and the New York Harbor area. So we're expecting the water to rise 6 to 11 feet. And then on top of that, remember, you have the tides and you have the waves. So an even higher storm tide, if you will be forecast. Perhaps one of the highest that we have ever seen here. That's the forecast from the National Weather Service in New York City. Now that high tide time for the Battery, which is where I am, is going to be about 8:53 tomorrow night. The possibilities of having that water as high as my waist are high in this case, and that means we would certainly have to move on back. That means places like Lower Manhattan, where they've evacuated, Zone A, which is where we are, the subway system could be in some cases overtaken by water. So that is a huge concern here to New York, because really that is the key to getting New York City back online once this storm begins to slowly pull away during the day on Wednesday. So there's no timeline for that yet, but the key to getting the city back online is that subway system. Should it be underwater, it's going to take a little bit longer. Reporting from the Battery, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantore.
And if you lose your cable, satellite, or even power during the storm, you can also catch our broadcast, Weather Channel live coverage, broadcast on Sirius XM radio station, Channel 1. We're also streaming live on weather.com as well. And the Weather Channel is Hurricane Central. We're here all day and all night to keep you ahead of the storm.
Sandy is causing water to rise, covering some roads here in coastal Virginia. In addition to roads getting flooded, houses also in the direct line of fire, as we see in this YouTube video sent to us from Virginia. So we already understand that some of the roads in the Outer Banks of North Carolina shut down, but it looks like here in Virginia we've got concerns as far as getting around as well. Well, here is the very latest we have for you at this hour regarding Hurricane Sandy. Sandy is expected to bring life-threatening storm surge and flooding to the mid-Atlantic coast as well as the Northeast. In the nation's capital, all Metro Rail and Metro Bus service will be closed on Monday. And Pennsylvania has put 16,000 National Guard troops on standby. We will continue to get you the very latest on Hurricane Sandy. Of course, it's a huge storm impacting all the states east of the Mississippi River. Even here in Atlanta, Georgia, Paul, we had winds gusting to 45 miles an hour, power outages being reported as well.
That's right, Kelly. In fact, the wind field with this system is actually huge. In fact, the gusty winds you're feeling in Chicago are actually tied with Sandy, still in the Atlantic right now. Let's take a look at the impact state by state, starting across the Northeast, including New Jersey, where you're already dealing with definitely some of the rain showers coming in, but definitely the winds. Now, as we head throughout the day on Monday, look for more coastal flooding. The concern here is we're going to have those persistent easterly winds, even northeasterly winds, on 40, 50, 60-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts and sustained winds at times well over 40 miles per hour offshore. That's going to keep pushing that water, large destructive waves onshore. Monday night, we could have severe coastal flooding. After, even 4 or 5 hours of that, you can have some flooding. Talk about 12, 18 hours, definitely major flooding with even stronger winds coming in as Sandy continues to make its approach most likely to the Jersey coast. And also huge waves are possible offshore. Already reports of waves well over 30 feet. And on Tuesday, the coastal flooding continues and the winds are still on the strong side, if not close to the hurricane force wind gust. And the rain continues to push through the area as well. But it's not just New Jersey we're worried about, even New York City. Now, this is very unique because it's very difficult to head to higher ground unless you head up in the buildings there. So flooding is a huge concern here. Same thing, winds gusting here, and then you have the canyons, what's created between the buildings. So you can actually have some of these winds accelerated. So the winds gust to 60 miles per hour in the open might be perhaps 80 or even 90 mile per hour wind gusts through some of the streets and boulevards to the area as well. Significant water rise all around the island, especially first on the east side and south side of Manhattan. And then as the winds change, as we head on to Tuesday and Wednesday, we could see some Hudson River flooding as well on the west side. Monday night, the impacts continue with some heavy rain. And again, Tuesday, a slow decrease of the winds. Again, higher up in the building, still swaying. That'll be a huge concern. And Connecticut, we've got some concerns here as well, especially with sound flooding. That'll be is pretty bad right now. That will continue as we head throughout the day on Monday and into Tuesday. Kelly?
Well, as you know, Hurricane Sandy is about to start its northward turn, bringing life-threatening storm surge to the eastern coastline. The center of the storm likely targeting the Jersey Shore. NBC's Jay Gray is in Cape May, New Jersey.
Sandy continues to churn along the Atlantic coast. Searing winds, a pounding rain, and violent waves are already causing problems.
We're really scared and worried.
Fear that has pushed thousands to pack up and pull out, moving to higher ground or shelters outside of the strike zone as Sandy moves in. Mandatory evacuations are in place in coastal communities across several states. At least 375,000 have been evacuated from their homes in lower Manhattan. Schools are closed in New York and public transportation has been shut down.
I can't stress enough that this is for your own safety.
President Obama today adding his voice to so many, warning millions along the path of the storm to be prepared.
My first message is to all people across the eastern seaboard, mid-Atlantic, going north, that you need to take this very seriously.
But the window of opportunity to board up or gather up supplies to last for a week or more without power has just about passed. Monday, Sandy will make the turn toward the Jersey Shore and landfall.
And by tomorrow evening, the combination of the rain for that period of time, the flooding, and the winds are going to make this a very, very difficult event to deal with.
Difficult and dangerous conditions that could continue for days.
Hurricane Sandy is expected to take out power to millions of people. We'll have tips for you coming up.
Could very well be historic in nature and in scope and in magnitude because of the widespread anticipated power outages, flooding, and potential major wind damage to the Commonwealth. This storm is moving slowly and bringing high volumes of rain. Essentially, this is a hurricane wrapped in a nor'easter.
Governor of Pennsylvania's got that right. Several states, including Pennsylvania, under a state of emergency. Hurricane Sandy spent the day Sunday pummeling the Carolina coastline. Julie Martin is in Nags Head, North Carolina. Here's what she had to say earlier tonight.
Well, we're continuing to take a beating here in Nags Head, North Carolina. The Outer Banks taking the brunt of Sandy all day long. In fact, we've been dealing with tropical storm force wind gusts ever since midnight last night. So just a long duration storm and a lot of stuff to deal with here, even though the fact that Sandy is still well offshore. Tonight, what we're seeing is a state of emergency in the city of Kitty Hawk, where we know of debris in the streets and also some road closures due to localized flooding. Highway 12, the main thoroughfare into Cape Hatteras, has been closed off for all day long. In fact, water has washed over from the ocean there, and it's impassable. Officials in the area are not sure when it will reopen. And in Buxton, which is on Hatteras Island, down in the southern portion of the Outer Banks, we also know of some roads being washed over by ocean flooding. Tonight, there is a heightened concern for flooding along the Pamlico Sound. As these winds are shifting around, officials are expecting a 4 to 6 foot water rise on the sound side of this very fragile stretch of land here. So we're going to be watching that very carefully for you as well. Now, as far as the tropical storm conditions, they will be continuing throughout the evening tonight. The center of Sandy not expected to pass Cape Hatteras until about 2 o'clock in the morning. And beyond that, we're looking at windy conditions all day tomorrow as well. So it's been a tough day here in the Outer Banks, and it will continue to be a tough evening, and then another tough couple of days for millions across the Northeast as Sandy makes its way in that direction. Reporting from the Outer Banks, I'm meteorologist Julie Martin. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Julie. Now, the wind field from Hurricane Sandy is about 1,000 miles in diameter. That's pretty big. Now, we're expecting prolonged power outages for tens of millions of people from the Mid-Atlantic to the Northeast and even inland as well. Our Mike Seidel has some tips on what to do if you lose power.
Whether it's a hurricane, a strong windstorm, a tornado, or a significant snow event, power outages often go hand in hand with powerful storms.
The clouds got dark, the wind picked up, and that's when we heard the crack.
Power outages can occur before, during, or after a storm.
Regardless of the type of storm, unfortunately, the results are often the same.
Power outages are definitely an inconvenience during a disaster. We become accustomed to having our electronic devices charged and watching television. But if you're prepared in advance, you can get through a power outage. If you're anticipating a storm that might knock out your power, there's some things you can do in advance. One of them is to make sure you have a cooler full of ice to make sure you preserve your food. You can also have a preparedness kit, including items like flashlights or water. And last, you can download some of the American Red Cross apps that are available that provide preparedness information available for iPhone and Android devices.
And once you're in the thick of the storm and your electricity goes out.
If you're in the middle of the storm and the power goes out, the best thing you can do is keep your refrigerator and freezer closed. This will preserve your food that's in the refrigerator or freezer for as long as possible.
And once the storm has passed,
the most important thing after a power outage is food spoilage. A refrigerator can keep food cold for about 4 hours. A freezer, if it's full of food, can keep it frozen for about 48 hours. But the important thing to know is when in doubt, throw it out. It's not worth getting sick over.
For the Weather Channel, I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel.
And take a look at the main culprit for the power outages, the strong winds. Sustained winds offshore are still strongest. Onshore, they're still getting into the teens and 20s across New England. Still very gusty winds. Also, now we have the rain across Jersey and the Mid-Atlantic. Heavy rain at that. And some of the winds here at times have been close to tropical storm force winds in terms of sustained winds. It's still windy across the southeast and Florida. The good news is these are offshore winds across the east coast, at least. Onshore there in the west coast of Florida. And because of that, we have high wind warnings and advisories from Alabama and Tennessee through Georgia and the Carolinas, also to the Mid-Atlantic. That's, of course, as Sandy is approaching. But we also have these high wind alerts as far west as portions of Michigan and Indiana. And also watch out for the Great Lakes, especially on the east side of the lakes. The water is piling up there, some flooding, lake flooding there across the northeast and New England, also dealing with some wind alerts as we could see a prolonged wind event with sustained winds in tropical storm force range well into Tuesday, maybe even Wednesday across this region. Kelly?
Hurricane Sandy is a real danger to millions on the East Coast. Coming up, we'll have expert analysis on the timing of the storm and its impacts.
Well, the store shelves say it all. They are bare as people prepare for Hurricane Sandy. Now is the time to brace for the storm, which is just hours away from the Mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. Welcome back to this extended edition of Weather Center Live. I'm Paul Goodlow. Here's the very latest on Sandy. It's expected to maintain hurricane strength well into Monday. Now, the center of this hurricane is expected to turn northwest towards the coast on Monday. And tropical storm force wind gusts are being felt inland. In fact, to the south, as far away as Atlanta, we've been dealing with 45-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's in the tropical storm force range. Right now, there are just over 1,300 New York City residents in 72 city storm shelters. Now, for more expert analysis on this, let's head to Kelly Cass and hurricane specialist Dr. Greg Postel.
And Paul, you mentioned it maintaining hurricane status for a little while yet. In fact, we may be looking at an eye developing on the satellite imagery.
Yeah, that's right. You know, we were talking about it last time we were here. That little area, that little spot right there that is surrounded by some thunderstorms, I thought might be an eye. I just read the Hurricane Center's discussion, and indeed it is. After the hurricane hunters went through there, they found that there was an eye there. It's not completely closed, not encircled by thunderstorms completely. It's got an open area too, but still there is an eye that is forming right there with thunderstorms around that. So that may be a sign that it's maybe even trying to get a little bit better organized and a little bit stronger. And the 11 o'clock advisory came in 75 miles per hour in the sustained winds, 950 on the pressure. That is incredibly low, unusually low for a system with only 75-mile-per-hour winds at the surface. The whole thing is moving toward the northeast at 14, but I think over the next 6 to 12 hours, or even sooner, maybe 3 to 6 hours, it's going to start moving directly due north, and then later on tonight, early morning hours, it's going to start turning toward the left or west toward the northeast coast.
Now, you mentioned winds at the surface 75, but aloft much higher. Even flight level winds are much higher.
Yeah, the flight level winds, the aircraft was in there, and at 700 millibars, which is about 10,000 feet, they measured winds of 102 knots, which is 117 miles per hour. And that's unusually strong. I mean, with a storm that has winds of 75 miles per hour at the surface, the fact that it's got 117 mile per hour winds at 10,000 feet, that tells you that the winds aloft are very, very fast. Now, that's going to play a role when this storm comes on shore, because there will be a chance that during some heavy rain showers, those rain showers might be able to bring down some of those stronger winds aloft. So we'll have gusts that far exceed sort of the sustained wind. And so that might be one of the themes to move forward with this storm as it approaches land. But let's look at the track from the Hurricane Center. Actually, I brought this up because I wanted to show you for reference. There's Cape Hatteras. There, right there, that's the eye that we were looking at right in here. Yeah, and this is the cluster of thunderstorms that is almost all the way around this eye right here. So, but the fastest winds that they found in this reconnaissance were about 120 miles southwest of the center. So the strongest winds at the surface were well removed from where the eye is, the center of circulation is, and now that's part of this whole process and the whole evolution of the storm, is that it's got strong winds far away from where the center is, and that is also important to keep in mind as we move forward, because when the center does indeed come on shore, and we think it will tomorrow evening, the center, don't pay attention to the center, because very strong winds are very far away from that center.
Right, so even we've got the red zone on here, but all the areas from New England all the way down through the Carolina coast being impacted by this.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you might think here, okay, well, Tuesday evening, a 50-mile-per-hour wind over Pennsylvania. There will be gusts that are way stronger than that on Tuesday and Tuesday evening in Pennsylvania, in part because the winds aloft, not very far off the ground, maybe a couple thousand feet, will be much stronger than 50 miles per hour, maybe twice that.
When is the worst as far as storm surge goes, that rise of ocean water?
That will likely be, depends where you are, but probably Monday evening, late Monday night, early Tuesday morning. As the center moves on shore, the winds around it will really begin to pile water up into Long Island Sound, Long Island, South Shore of Long Island, and perhaps some Raritan Bay, some of the bays right adjacent to New York City. So late Monday night, early Tuesday morning.
Scary stuff, Paul. Back to you.
All right, thanks, guys. Well, our nonstop coverage of Sandy continues now with Reynolds Wolf in Mystic, Connecticut.
Well, the view right now is certainly a dark one. We've got some clouds out there, but believe it or not, we've seen a few glints of moonshine, a full moon, mind you, which will play a big factor in the potential flooding that we might see here throughout Mystic and through much of the region. We expect the water to really pile up as it makes its way around Long Island, and certainly as it moves back to the harbor, where the water may get up to 4 feet in some locations. Very high for a lot of the buildings around here. That, coupled with the wind, could cause all kinds of problems in this harbor and throughout the region. Earlier today, we have some video to share with you. let's take that video now, and you can see plain as day people in the harbor doing all they can to prepare these beautiful, massive ships, keep them safe and sound as the winds and the water comes flying in. And it wasn't only just here in this harbor. In fact, we've got some video for you around town in Mystic of people getting the buildings ready, boarding up some windows, doing all they can because they know the winds are going to be strong. They're also dealing with power outages. And I can also tell you that people have been heading to the local hardware stores, where we spoke to one manager, and he said things have been nuts.
Well, it's just been a mad rush for everyone in town trying to get prepared for the storm. Everyone's got the right things in mind, coming down for plywoods, duct tape for the windows, masking tape, making sure they're stocked up on their batteries, flashlights, gas cannons, any type of fuel to get them through the storm.
You know, we talked about the flooding potential. Let's talk a bit more about the wind. We're talking about the potential of having some tropical storm force winds, some gusts rolling through here for 24 to 36 hours. What I can tell you is it's all but a certainty that we're going to see widespread power outages that could affect millions of people. Let's send it back to you in the studio.
And just a little word on what you heard in the package. Tape the windows? No, that's just a waste of time. All you do is put sticky tape in your windows. Does not protect or strengthen the windows at all. That's really a waste of time. Now, we're also getting some good eyewitness videos in from Hurricane Sandy. Check out this one. This was taken early this morning. Sandy was still hundreds of miles south of Narragansett Bay here in New Jersey. And or I guess it's Narragansett Bay in New Jersey. But still, like how choppy the ocean is here. Too dangerous for anyone to be in the water.
It's a little frustrating when you see a storm come. Everybody gets excited because of the weather. But what we look at is the potential of someone dying, and that usually happens after hurricanes. People come down, they go down to the rock area, they're sitting there, wave grabs them, sucks them in, they don't come back out. So the neighbors, most locals are a little upset when they see bad weather for that reason.
Welcome back to our nonstop coverage of Hurricane Sandy. Crunch time is here, and hopefully most people have stocked up on their supplies as they await Sandy's arrival. NBC's Ron Allen has more.
This is a serious and big storm, and my first message is to all people across the eastern seaboard, mid-Atlantic, going north, that you need to take this very seriously and follow the instructions of your state and local officials because they are going to be providing you with the best advice in terms of how to deal with this storm over the coming days.
The awesome power of Hurricane Sandy churning up the Atlantic drew coastal residents to the beaches for one last look. Along the Jersey shore, thousands heeded the warnings and headed to safety. No tolls on the major roadways to help traffic move quickly. While police in island towns like Point Pleasant Beach went door to door enforcing a mandatory evacuation order.
We lucked out with Irene, and now, I don't know, this may be worse. I don't know. It's scary.
In Atlantic City, a last-minute rush to board up the gambling mecca that today looked more like a ghost town, with its glitzy hotels evacuated and casinos shut. Along the East Coast from Delaware to Connecticut, hundreds of thousands of people live in mandatory evacuation areas. More than 370,000 alone in New York City, where the entire transit system, trains, buses, and subways, shut down tonight. Further inland in New Jersey, some communities race to lower reservoirs and rivers, hoping to ease what's expected to be major flooding. Again today, the warnings from state and local leaders have been blunt.
As citizens, we need you to act prudently. This is nothing to be trifled with.
Utility crews trying to get ahead of what could be widespread power outages plan to work through the night, gearing up. And help is on the way. Utility workers from as far away as Illinois are on their way to Philadelphia and Baltimore. And with time to prepare all but gone, the last-minute rush overwhelms some stores, with shoppers picking up supplies.
Take a live look at our nation's capital. A windy night. Take a look at the flags on either side of the rotunda there. It's been breezy all day. D.C. government offices closed tomorrow because of the approach of Hurricane Sandy and whatever it kind of morphs itself into, as well as the metro, even the D.C. schools look for a lot of closures tomorrow. The rain already beginning. And here's the timing of the impacts across our nation's capital. Increasing winds overnight and throughout the day on Monday. And sometimes these winds could gust over 50 miles per hour. And the rain only getting heavier as we head throughout the day. And also it continues tomorrow night. And so do the winds. And then even on Tuesday, it's not over. The rain is still coming down, so flooding could be an issue, and the winds also, we're talking maybe 24, 36 hours of gusty, strong winds. They could bring more trees down, and that means power could go out as well. Prepare now. If you got an ice chest, fill that with ice, and just keep doing it. As long as your ice maker can keep churning out the ice, keep putting it in your ice coolers. Again, Philadelphia also, more winds. And seeing the winds right now, feeling them, they get heavier. Also, the rain continues overnight into your Monday and Monday night as well. Tuesday, the rain continues, and the winds are also there and slowly decreasing, but much of the day will still be breezy. It might not be until tomorrow night, or Tuesday night, until things start to quiet down across the area. All right, again, we are still tracking Hurricane Sandy, 75-mile-per-hour hurricane moving to the northeast at 14 miles per hour. Eventually, it's going to stop moving east and then move more north, then back on towards the coast. And that is just a matter of hours now. Look at the winds, though. In fact, you can see the closest buoy offshore to the center. We're talking about sustained winds, maybe at times into that tropical storm force wind. But here's the thing. The strongest winds, like a typical hurricane, are not just here in the center, because this is morphing into something different. We're seeing a huge wind field with this area, so the winds at the same strength here close to the center are also hundreds of miles away from this thing. So that is definitely a concern. Again, the strongest winds closest to the center are really not that impressive. It's the overall wind field, which do a lot of damage as well as bring more heavy rain. So the damage is just beginning here across the East Coast because of Sandy.
Well, it's 50 past the hour, time for your tropical update. I'm hurricane specialist Dr. Greg Postel, and this is meteorologist Kelly Cass. We're here with me to help figure out and sort all the new information that's coming in and what exactly Sandy's next step is going to be.
How crazy is it that the computer models were latched onto this forecast for quite some time, something we've never seen before, right. And so far it's proving to be true.
Yeah, the following of the script that it has been written for it by the models. And in fact, you know, the Hurricane Center has done a great job at forecasting this as well. And, you know, we really shouldn't be surprised by it, but we should be, you know, prepared for it because this is such a significant event. Right now, the 11 o'clock advisory has a 75-mile-per-hour storm pressure, an incredibly low 950 millibars. Just for reference, if this thing comes on shore, like some of the models do in New Jersey, at a pressure less than 950, that will smash some of the pressure records that have ever been recorded in this region along the coast of New Jersey, and in fact along much of the coastline here in the Northeast. They've never had a system with pressure that low come on shore. So let's look at close up here. Now, we were talking earlier that this little spot right in there may be an eye, and in fact that is indeed the case because the hurricane hunters went in there and found that there was an eye with a closed, actually an open eye wall. There was an eye wall around it, but it was open to one side. That means there was a cluster of thunderstorms almost encircling this little center, but not quite. And these thunderstorms are right in here, and that may be a sign that this is perhaps strengthening. Maybe so, getting a little bit stronger. And that's something we don't want. We haven't, you know, that is
it's bad enough as it is. We don't need it to strengthen up anymore.
No, that is not a sign we want to see. Another thing too that the hurricane hunters were pointing out. There's where the center is, and just for reference, there's the Carolina coast right in here. There's Cape Hatteras. The strongest winds that they found at the surface were about 125 miles to the southwest of the storm. In fact, those strongest winds were right about in here underneath that cluster of thunderstorms, and they were about 75 miles an hour. So that's kind of an unfortunate aspect of this, is that the winds are spread out over such a large area. So many people are going to be impacted. So it's not just that the winds are strong near the center. They're very strong far away from the center.
Right, and therefore everybody from basically Virginia, maybe the east coast of North Carolina, all the way up to New England need to be prepared for power outages because this has such a huge wind field. It's like driving from Atlanta to New York, isn't it?
Basically.
The wind field.
There are going to be, you know, probably tens of millions of people without power over the course of this storm, and that is something, you know, so unfortunate with this. It is moving north now, but it's soon, I think in the next 6 to 12 hours, we'll take that left turn turn, that west turn, and by Monday evening, the official forecast from the Hurricane Center has an 80-mile-per-hour storm. That's stronger by 5 miles per hour than what it is right now. So they have it strengthening and then moving the center on shore into New Jersey again, because we've been talking strong winds will be felt. Probably tropical storm force wind gusts far surpassing tropical storm force here in this region from about Maine all the way down to the Carolinas, probably 50, 60 mile per hour force gusts. And we can see that right here in this animation showing you that, you know, tomorrow by lunchtime, there may be hurricane force wind gusts coming on shore here into New Jersey with sustained tropical storm force winds all the way from Boston down to Norfolk, Virginia.
And we should mention tropical storm force winds anywhere from 39 to 74 mile per hour winds, whereas hurricane force gusts, you're talking over 74 miles per hour.
That's exactly right. Each of which can do damage. Obviously, the hurricane force gusts can do more damage, but definitely damaging winds for over a large area and for a long time. Look, Wednesday morning, we still have tropical storm force winds, at least in gusts, expected across Pennsylvania and New York. This is going to last a long time. Of course, we have storm surge to deal with, too. Look at these storm surge heights. Incredible.
That's scary, Greg. That's not good.
It's awful. 6 to 11 feet here in Long Island and Raritan Bay and areas close to New York City. 6 to 11 feet storm surge expected. A little bit less along the New Jersey coast, but still enough to do significant damage. Now, let's look at the timing for D.C., for example, some of the weather impacts on Monday. We'll see the winds increase and the heavy rains as well, but Monday night is for them is where the worst conditions are going to be. Gusts to 60 miles an hour with heavy rain. Tuesday, things slowly get a little bit better, but still really pretty rough with wind gusts probably over 50 miles an hour. In New Jersey,
hits the hardest, right?
Yeah, well, definitely. I think so. Certainly where the center comes on shore, we think very close to perhaps central New Jersey. Coastal flooding, wind gusts 50 to 60 tomorrow with large and destructive waves. We've already seen some of that late this evening. But look, Monday night, wind gusts over 75 miles per hour. Possible, if not possible, likely over 75 miles per hour in gusts, again with large and destructive waves. And Tuesday, it keeps going. Look at this. 65 mile per hour wind gusts still expected on Tuesday in much of New Jersey.
All right, so New York City, Long Island, too, being in that right front quadrant. Watch out for that rise in water as well.
Definitely so.
All right, we hope everybody stays safe. Paul, back to you.
All right, thanks, guys. And we'll be back in a moment with our nonstop coverage of Hurricane Sandy and the impacts that we felt up and down the East Coast. Remember, our coverage is streaming live on weather.com. You can get that on your tablet or your smartphone.
Your time air for Hurricane Sandy. In just hours, the unprecedented storm will bring powerful winds, heavy rain and snow, and a massive storm surge to the mid-Atlantic and Northeast, putting millions in danger. New York, you're really going to feel the effects of Sandy when you wake up tomorrow morning. We're tracking this potentially life-threatening situation with expert analysis that you won't find anywhere else. From the Weather Channel headquarters in Atlanta, you're watching a special and extended edition of Weather Center Live. Thank you again for joining us or staying with us. I'm Danielle Banks. Here's the very latest for you. We begin with so far, there have been over 6,800 flight cancellations resulting from Hurricane Sandy. Most airlines suspended operations in the Northeast as of Sunday evening. New York City's Central Park will be closed on Monday, and New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg says residents should be aware of possible road and bridge closures during Monday evening's rush hour. Okay, we have our team of meteorologists standing by, including Paul Goodlow and hurricane specialist Kim Cunningham. They are in the Global Forecast Center watching Sandy's path. Guys, hello, and what is the latest?
All right, thanks, Danielle. I'm here with Kim, and we're watching the latest advisory with Sandy come in. And Kim, it looks like this thing has an eye, and also looks like it's trying to strengthen with more convection or thunderstorms on the west side of the eye.
Yeah, it's really crazy. I mean, you know, keep talking about this transition to an extratropical system, which it may be trying to do that, but still, we still have a lot of warm water. It's over for one. That's still trying to hold on to this eye feature. At least on the latest satellite image, it is showing maybe trying to fill in a little bit where that eye was. You can't really see it. There's some cirrus over it right now, but where you see all that yellow and that orange, that's actually thunderstorm activity or convection, and you can see it even over in this area here. So we still have thunderstorms around the center, still looking and acting like a hurricane at this point. Strongest winds, though, over in this area here. But notice the center is about 300 miles now to the southeast of Cape Hatteras, and we're seeing winds still at 75 miles per hour.
We're also feeling some of these tropical storm force winds as far away as even cities like Atlanta, so this is a huge wind field.
It is. I mean, we can, attest to that driving into work tonight. But check this out. We're seeing winds gusting to 30 miles per hour already in Boston. Okay, hundreds and hundreds of miles away. Even inland, Pittsburgh gusting to 21, Paul. The lines of equal pressure, look how close they are together. Those are isobars. Closer they are, the windier it is. This is going to be with us. So there's going to be no rest for the weary over the next several days. As a matter of fact, by 7 o'clock tomorrow morning here in Boston, we're going to see winds gusting to 50 miles per hour.
Already reports of some flooding across areas of Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, even New York. And this is still hours before this thing makes landfall.
All right, and then by tomorrow night when it does make landfall, we're still going to see winds, even inland, up to 75 miles per hour in Erie. And this is going to be a huge issue for the Great Lakes, too. You know, big waves, 25-foot waves as well, even flooding. And Boston gusting to 75 by tomorrow night. So it's starting to happen now. Hopefully you've got everything done. You're all prepared for this. And even by Tuesday morning, 24 hours later, still looking at Boston gusting to 50 miles per hour.
So again, explain to our viewers what this means by kind of losing some of its pure tropical characteristics, because typically a hurricane, it has its strongest winds right around that center.
Right, and it feeds on the warm water of the ocean. That's its energy content, and that helps lift that air right around the center. When that transition begins to more of an extratropical system, it usually happens when you get a cold front moving in, we call baroclinicity, kind of interacting with it, a jet stream, all the things you typically see for like with a front that's coming through the U.S. That's going to start to take over. And when that happens, especially when you get a really strong jet streak or a wind gust or in upper levels move into it, it can deepen. That's what we're expecting this thing to even get stronger. Even though it may not be tropical, it doesn't matter. It's still going to get stronger, and we're still going to see maybe an 80-mile-per-hour wind gust or sustained winds coming in to the northeast by tomorrow evening. So here's the forecast. 75-mile-per-hour winds around the center, becoming more extratropical at this point. It doesn't matter. The result's going to be the same. We see it moving in probably Monday night into Tuesday morning. Philadelphia includes you.
And again, last year, Ken, we had Irene, which kind of blew through the area, did a lot of damage. But this thing could actually have an exponential impact compared to Irene because of the duration. This will still have the strong winds.
Right, the duration and plus the fact that the direction it's coming in from. So those things together, major issues here. And we'll talk more about surge coming up the next time. Back to you.
Danielle.
Thanks, guys. And of course, our own Jim Cantore, along with several meteorologists out in the field, bringing you the latest in coverage. Jim Cantore from Battery Park, New York, filed this report.
Good evening, everyone, from a cold, windy, chilly night here in the lower part of Manhattan. This is Battery Park City, and it's only going to get colder and wetter, especially over the next 24 hours, when the worst of this storm, and even the center of this storm, comes within 100 miles of New York City. That's the current forecast projection. Right now, it's still over 500 miles away and continuing to pull on to the north, and already we've had gusts to 26 miles per hour and occasional spits of rain. Like I said, it's only going to get worse. Let me talk about what we've seen today, certainly in and around New York City. At 11 a.m., there was a mandatory evacuation issued by the mayor of New York saying, look, in Zone A, we are fearing the worst with surge and water rise. We need you to evacuate. That's 375,000 people, and it didn't take long for people to make those last-minute preparations at the store. Check us out. People literally clearing entire shelves of water, bread, batteries, and flashlights, knowing that the potential is very high to lose water. Well, that completion of mandatory evacuation is hopefully done by tonight. That's what the mayor had asked. And it's almost eerie to turn around and look at the harbor here in the bay and not see any movement of any kind of vehicles whatsoever. Water traffic will be shut down, as will the mass transit. That is already underway. So some 8.5 million people per day that find their way in and around New York City via this mass transit system will not be able to do so. Let's take a look at a timeline of what we expect for New York City. Again, tomorrow morning, things will be going downhill. We expect windy conditions, tropical storm force gusts. We expect rain to move in periods, not a steady rain, but that'll be quickly picking up as we go on through the day. And certainly tomorrow night at this time, that's when the worst of it will be. The gusts will be over 70 miles per hour. At the time of high tide, 8:53 p.m., the battery may be at its highest point ever in terms of storm tide. That's the statement from the National Weather Service in New York City. Tomorrow night, things begin to wind down as we go toward the morning hours, and then all day Tuesday, we expect more rain, more squally weather, and more gusts to 60 miles per hour. The best thing to do if you're in New York City, shelter in place. It's a long period to do that, but that's the best way to stay out of harm's way.
And welcome back. It is 10 past the hour. The surf, as you can see, getting very rough on Long Island, where surfers were out riding those waves. But this is getting really dangerous as we carry from tonight into tomorrow. Hurricane Sandy is about to start its northward turn, bringing life-threatening storm surge to the eastern coastline. Now, the center of the massive storm is still targeting the Jersey Shore, and that's where we find NBC's Jay Gray. He's joining us live right now from Cape May, New Jersey, perhaps very close to where Sandy could eventually make landfall. So, Jay, can you describe what's happening right now where you are?
Danielle, actually right now we're getting a break in the conditions. The rain has let up a bit, still a bit of a sprinkle. We're seeing the wind die down, which is good news, but everyone here understands this is just a calm before what's about to happen. As you talk about the storm taking that left turn and making its way toward the Jersey Shore here, a lot of people in this community very concerned about what's going to happen as you talk about this as one of the potential strike points for this storm. So we saw a lot of people today boarding up and then either packing up and pulling to higher ground or moving into shelters just outside of the strike zone, or getting the supplies they will need to ride this thing out, and very aware that this is a slow-moving, large system. It's going to hang around for a while. It's going to dump a lot of water here, and it's also going to push some driving winds, which will likely lead to power outages that could extend for over a week. So they're making sure that they have made preparations to be sustaining themselves for over a week if they need to. Obviously, everyone hoping that's not the case, but understanding that it very well could be.
And Jay, you know, I've actually seen clips of mayors yelling at people to get back inside, get off the beach and go inside to a sturdy shelter. Have you seen a lot of people still lingering about where you are?
Yeah, and unfortunately, Danielle, you see that in every storm, but this one's a bit different because it's so big, because it's so slow moving. And then there's that storm surge. You know, you always have people that want to come out and see the storm at the height of the storm, but this one's going to be different because of the full moon, the tide already going to be at its peak, and then you add Sandy to that, so we're really going to see some huge waves pushing water into areas where it really just hasn't been before, and that's going to be a very dangerous situation. So it is very important that anyone who's stuck behind make sure that they stay out of harm's way for a very long time until they know it's safe to get back out and involved. Understand, as this storm continues to just move along the coastline, not making that turn yet, we've already seen seas capping at 19 feet. And again, that's not the full focus of Sandy, so we're going to see higher seas and some big problems with flooding.
All right, Jay Gray, thank you so much for joining us. Of course, we are hoping for the very best for you and your crew. Jay, of course, is a very seasoned veteran and not only covering all sorts of news events, but a lot of weather as well. So thanks for giving us a moment of your time. Paul, we're going to send it over to you now.
Well, let's talk about the impact state by state, starting with the state of New Jersey and what you can expect over the next 36 to 48 hours. We're already seeing some coastal water rise across the coast of New Jersey with a persistent onshore flow of the wind. Coastal flooding continues into Monday, and the winds will only get stronger at times, gusting to hurricane force as we head on towards tomorrow night. And again, by that time, we'll have a good maybe 24 hours of this onshore flow of the water, the wind pushing the waves on shore, so coastal flooding could be severe. Some of the low water passes will definitely be underwater by this time tomorrow night. Then Tuesday, the coastal flooding will continue, but eventually as the hurricane or whatever it becomes of it passes by, we might even see some offshore flow winds, and that could actually alleviate some of the coastal flooding. But some of the inland coastal flooding, some of the back bays and the estuaries, they could also see some flooding on the opposite side of some of those bypasses as well. New York City, we're already dealing with the winds and some coastal flooding and some water level rises that will only continue to get worse as we head throughout the day on Monday. And Monday night, the winds getting even stronger. Remember, winds will actually increase when they're funneled through some of the buildings. So those 70+ mile per hour wind gusts perhaps might be accelerated to maybe 90 mile per hour wind gusts. It is going to be a windy day all across New York City, and that will slowly come down on Tuesday. So the stock market is closed on Monday. That might even have some closures into Tuesday as well. It'll take a while to clean up all the things that might be blowing around because of Sandy and the storm coming through. Same thing in Connecticut, already having some coastal flooding right now. The winds just getting stronger as we head overnight. The strongest around landfall sometime late tomorrow evening. And again, the rain continues. Many areas already seeing some rain showers as early as tomorrow morning, and the rain continues into Tuesday. The winds slowly winding down.
Well, Hurricane Sandy is expected to take out power to millions of people, and you could be without power for days. Next.
My message to the governors as well as to the mayors is anything they need, we will be there. And we're going to cut through red tape. We're not going to get bogged down with a lot of rules. We want to make sure that we are anticipating and leaning forward into making sure that we've got the best possible response to what is going to be a big and messy system.
The president, of course, weighing in on his take, and I'm sure you've been hearing a lot about the campaign suspensions surrounding Hurricane Sandy. Now, Sandy spent Sunday pummeling the Carolina coast. Our Julie Martin is in Nags Head, North Carolina, and here's what she had to say earlier tonight.
Well, we're continuing to take a beating here in Nags Head, North Carolina. The Outer Banks taking the brunt of Sandy all day long. In fact, we've been dealing with tropical storm force wind gusts ever since midnight last night. So just a long duration storm and a lot of stuff to deal with here, even though the fact that Sandy is still well offshore. Tonight, what we're seeing is a state of emergency in the city of Kitty Hawk, where we know of debris in the streets and also some road closures due to localized flooding. Highway 12, the main thoroughfare into Cape Hatteras, has been closed off for all day long. In fact, water has washed over from the ocean there, and it's impassable. Officials in the area are not sure when it will reopen. And in Buxton, which is on Hatteras Island, down in the southern portion of the Outer Banks, we also know of some roads being washed over by ocean flooding. Tonight, there is a heightened concern for flooding along the Pamlico Sound. As these winds are shifting around, officials are expecting a 4 to 6 foot water rise on the sound side of this very fragile stretch of land here. So we're going to be watching that very carefully for you as well. Now, as far as the tropical storm conditions, they will be continuing throughout the evening tonight. The center of Sandy not expected to pass Cape Hatteras until about 2 o'clock in the morning. And beyond that, we're looking at windy conditions all day tomorrow as well. So it's been a tough day here in the Outer Banks, and it will continue to be a tough evening, and then another tough couple of days for millions across the Northeast as Sandy makes its way in that direction. Reporting from the Outer Banks, I'm meteorologist Julie Martin. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Julie. And in fact, Cape Hatteras over 10 inches of rain and still counting. Well, speaking of Sandy, this huge wind field most likely will cause a lot of widespread power outages for tens of millions of people from the mid-Atlantic to the Northeast and even well inland as well. Mike Seidel has some tips on what to do if you lose power.
Whether it's a hurricane, a strong windstorm, a tornado, or a significant snow event, power outages often go hand in hand with powerful storms.
The clouds got dark, the wind picked up, and that's when we heard the crack.
Power outages can occur before, during, or after a storm.
Regardless of the type of storm, unfortunately, the results are often the same.
Power outages are definitely an inconvenience during a disaster. We've become accustomed to having our electronic devices charged and watching television. But if you're prepared in advance, you can get through a power outage. If you're anticipating a storm that might knock out your power, there's some things you can do in advance. One of them is to make sure you have a cooler full of ice to make sure you preserve your food. You can also have a preparedness kit, including items like flashlights or water. And last, you can download some of the American Red Cross apps that are available that provide preparedness information available for iPhone and Android devices.
And once you're in the thick of the storm and your electricity goes out.
If you're in the middle of the storm and the power goes out, the best thing you can do is keep your refrigerator and freezer closed. This will preserve your food that's in the refrigerator or freezer for as long as possible.
And once the storm has passed,
the most important thing after a power outage is food spoilage. A refrigerator can keep food cold for about 4 hours. A freezer, if it's full of food, can keep it frozen for about 48 hours. But the important thing to know is when in doubt, throw it out. It's not worth getting sick over.
For the Weather Channel, I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel.
And technically the reason why we're going to see power outages, the wind and the wind field, huge wind field with this system, even portions of Maine dealing with winds sustained in the 20+ miles per hour range, also across the Northeast and New England. And look at that, the rain already coming in across the Mid-Atlantic and New Jersey, and some of the winds sustained 20 to 30 miles per hour. And this wind field extends across the southeast, even in the Gulf of Mexico. We're seeing sustained winds in some areas, 20 plus, gusting well over 47 here in Atlanta earlier, as well as Asheville, North Carolina, gusting over 40 miles per hour. That's tropical storm force wind gust. That's why we have wind advisories all across the southeast, the mid-Atlantic, stretching back to the Great Lakes. Great Lakes are very turgid right now. Again, we'll see more high waves and flooding along the Great Lakes, as well as the coastal areas up and down the Mid-Atlantic and northeast and eastern seaboard, especially the Cape and the Islands. We're going to see a lot of wind already, dealing with some coastal flooding. And look at the risk for power outages. We're talking hundreds of square miles here. Most likely we'll have some power outages because of the strong, gusty, damaging winds. Danielle?
Just saw a peak wind gust of 45 miles an hour out of Norfolk, Virginia. Well, Hurricane Sandy is a real danger to millions on the East Coast. Next, we'll have expert analysis on the timing of the storm and its impacts. New video of folks taking advantage of a Red Cross shelter in Toms River, New Jersey. More than 100 volunteers set up the shelter, which has nearly 300 cots, as well as pet kennels for 60 animals. We know many of you have been concerned about your pets, and the shelters realize that. Well, thank you so much for staying with us here on this extended edition of Weather Center Live. I'm Danielle Banks, and we want to bring you the latest right now. All flights have been canceled at the Philadelphia International Airport. The worst conditions from Sandy are expected to happen late Monday into Tuesday. The storm is expected to impact some 60 million people, with tens of millions of you likely to lose power. Now, Paul Goodloe and hurricane specialist Kim Cunningham are standing by in the Global Forecast Center, tracking Sandy once again for us tonight. Guys, sending it over to you.
All right, thanks, Danielle. I'm here with Kim. Let's talk about the huge wind field here with Sandy. We're feeling the gusty winds well inland with this system as far away as Chicago, maybe even towards New Orleans. But it's not just on land that the wind is concerned. Offshore, again, this thing will continue to drive and create huge waves, as well as a constant push and surge of water towards the coast. This could devastate some coastal areas.
And especially the prolonged event of it, too, Paul. And, you know, looking at it right now, it's really a very large, this could be one of the largest tropical systems to affect the U.S. A lot of records could be broken as far as pressure and everything. Right now, the pressure is 950 millibars. And the lower the pressure, the stronger these systems are. And we could see even lower pressures than that. That's all going to play in part what happens in 24 hours that makes landfall. So keep that in mind. The pressure dropping is a bad thing. So there's the very latest on it right now. The wind field, as you mentioned, Paul, we're seeing gusty winds all the way up into Boston. What's happening, though, is the winds coming in like this, right? That is actually driving all that water, as you mentioned, right up along the coast here. Already, we're seeing water rise at the Battery 3.5 feet at this time.
And this could actually go up over the next 24 hours as Sandy gets closer and closer. So this is only going to get worse as we head into your Monday and Monday night.
Now, here it is. You're right. Monday morning, right now, about an hour, half hour from now. There it is. And you can see if you follow the isobars like this, this is the flow around it. Okay, we're seeing it coming right in. And the
purple there is the strongest winds, right?
Right. The purple is the strongest. The light blue is the lightest. And notice the purple's coming in. This is by 1 o'clock in the morning. Notice we still have that onshore flow. 12 hours later, we're going to still have those strong winds piling up all that water along the coast, including Long Island Sound, including here the Delmarva. And eventually we'll start to see winds switch around for you guys. But I think New York, New Jersey, that area all the way up to New England, we're going to have 24 hours, Paul, of persistent onshore flow. Several tide cycles with this.
And the difference is you see the purple over water because this is relatively frictionless compared to having trees and mountains on land. So things tend to slow down. The wind slows down on land, but it's pretty much hauling off this ocean, which is still pushing that water and still causing our coastal flooding.
And, you know, you just think about that. It just keeps continuing to pile up that water, and that's why evacuations have occurred along this area. Again, it's critical where you are from the center making landfall. And right now, all the computer models are agreeing it's going to come in New Jersey, somewhere in that area, which puts New York and Boston, Hartford, Providence, all of the New England areas. Even Maine will see a water rise from this as well.
Now, as we move the forecast forward, again, there's certain areas of the coast across the Northeast, Mid-Atlantic, even New England, that will see a bigger rise than others.
Right. I mean, you look here into Long Island Sound, 6 to 11 feet. The water has nowhere to go, right? It just piles up right in there. So that's an area even around the Battery, New York City. That's why it's been evacuated. 3 to 6 feet over towards the Cape. And then we'll see 2 to 4 up into Maine as well. Now, talking about surge and water piling up. We got word around Chickateague, Virginia, that we're seeing 3-foot, water rise over the island right now.
So again, let's talk about the timing of this, because right now, the latest advisory, Sandy is still moving to the northeast. Eventually, it has to make that turn towards the coast.
And it will. We should start to see that. Now, the National Hurricane Center is starting to see a little bit of a turn to the left. That's the beginning of this, making that hook. Now, in the next 12 hours, it will make an even bigger hook to the left. As you can see, landfall still coming in sometime tomorrow night.
So a lot more time for this thing to continue to pile up the winds and waves along the coastal areas.
That's right. All right, Daniel, back to you.
Well, more of our nonstop coverage now with meteorologist Eric Fisher. He reports from Narragansett, Rhode Island.
Sunday was a day for preparation here in Rhode Island, and it seems like a lot of people were out and about. Grocery stores don't have much left on the shelves. Our crew is driving around. 4 of the 5 gas stations they visited were out of gas. So obviously people have been out stocking up for this system. Monday will not be a day for travel as the winds really start to increase in the morning, a little after sunrise. The peak is late afternoon toward the evening, where gusts could be over 70 miles per hour. So that is a very significant system for us here, even in southern New England, where they see so many storms, whether it's summer or the winter. And the storm surge 3 to 6 feet, at worst case 8 feet possible in the north end of Narragansett Bay. That means all the low-lying areas will be filling up with that surge. We did talk to a gentleman out here earlier on today. He lives down the street, and he always sees the people come out looking at the waves, but he had some words of caution for the people who do exactly that.
It's a little frustrating when you see a storm come. Everybody gets excited because of the weather, but what we look at is the potential of someone dying, and that usually happens after hurricanes. People come down, they go down to the rock area, they're sitting there, wave grabs them, sucks them in, they don't come back out. So the neighbors, most locals are a little upset when they see bad weather for that reason.
So the bottom line, every storm, it's common sense. If it seems like it's a bad situation, or you've got something in the back of your mind, maybe I shouldn't be here, you probably got the right inkling there. Follow your senses, and if there are evacuation orders or any issues that's coming down from local officials, make sure you're listening to those. Monday is going to be a dangerous day here in the state of Rhode Island. We'll keep you updated from Narragansett. I'm meteorologist Eric Fisher. Back to you in the studio.
Even if you live in a house.
Hurricane Sandy still at this hour. We appreciate your videos. We have some of you sending in pictures of the surge from Sandy already washing out some areas in the Outer Banks. We have some still photos.
Wednesday.
Painting that portrait for you. Take a look at some of these out of Chesapeake Bay, where those tides are certainly on the rise, and people sandbagging at this time to protect life as well as property. Well, of course, if you can do it safely, send us your video and pictures to eyewitness@weather.com. We're back next.
It could very well be historic in nature and in scope and in magnitude.
This is a serious and big storm. You need to take this very seriously.
I know that there's been a number of situations. I know that we get accustomed to hearing a weather forecast, and sometimes we're dubious about the weather forecast. But this is nothing to play with, and this is nothing to take lightly.
If it turns out that it's not as bad, that'll be a happy event for all of us, but I don't want to see lives lost unnecessarily.
Many political leaders chiming in about the importance of taking this storm seriously. Now, our very own Mike Seidel has been talking to residents in Point Pleasant, New Jersey, as they have been getting ready for the storm.
Tonight, the Jersey Shore faces yet another high tide, this one higher than this morning's. In fact, this evening, the water is already up to the boardwalk, nearly as high as during Hurricane Irene. Sunday, everyone spent the day getting ready, getting out of town ahead of this hybrid monster that will likely rearrange this coastline. Glenn Brown believes he's seen this all before. He's getting his Point Pleasant beach shop ready for the storm. He saw Irene firsthand and got through it. Sandy's potential for a higher storm surge makes him very nervous.
That's the real thing I'm concerned about, is the water pushing up from the bay and really everything converging a little more than Irene did last year.
Ken Fellows has lived here for 22 years and says he has nothing to compare this to. Fellows says that he's stocked up and ready for Sandy. He has no plans to leave his home.
I'm really not a stubborn person, but you kind of look at it, you try and get the best idea of what you're going to do and analyze it, and then you just, you go from there.
Residents line the local gas stations today, filling tanks and gas cans, preparing to run their generators if needed.
Friday, it's bumper to bumper all day. Saturday, cans all day.
And today, same thing. Cans in, bottle.
Police spent the early part of the day knocking on doors and letting residents know they might want to leave. They left reminders for those who didn't answer the door.
It just has all the information they need to know. Everything, time to evacuate, places to go, shelters. So everything that we can't tell them would be on there for them to know. Yep.
The time for preparation is almost gone. For residents here and up and down the coast, the time to hunker down comes next. High tides tomorrow morning and tomorrow night will be much worse. A 4 to 8 foot surge and waves on top of that will destroy this dune and send water into property here on the beachfront. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Mike. Let's take a live look at our nation's capital, where it has been windy all day. In fact, earlier today, you had winds gusting over 30 miles per hour. And you can see some of the flags there around the rotunda still on the flappy side, and not as gusty as earlier, but we also have had quite a bit of rain. The rain continues to come down, light rain currently in D.C. Temperature 54 degrees. Well, let's talk about some of the impacts that we'll be dealing with across our nation's capital and the timing of this. The rain only increasing, the wind doing the same thing, and we'll have winds gusting over 50 miles per hour as tropical storm force as we head throughout the day. And by the way, all U.S. government buildings and sites in D.C. have been closed, except, of course, the essential ones. And the winds and the rain continue into your Monday night. And then on Tuesday, we are still having a very wet, rainy, windy day, and the winds will slowly start to decrease as we head on towards your Tuesday night. Maybe not kind of die down really until Wednesday across the region. As we head on towards Philadelphia, the timing of this the same just as D.C. Still dealing with winds right now. The winds increasing overnight throughout the day on your Monday. So will the rain. We could see perhaps a couple of inches of rain across the Philadelphia area. And again, the winds at times well over hurricane force wind gusts as we head into your Monday night. And then Tuesday, the rain's going to be slow to pull out. We might not see the rain end until late Wednesday into Thursday, and the winds also staying with us for a while, definitely into your Wednesday morning. All right, here's the cause of all this. Hurricane Sandy, still a hurricane moving on towards the northeast at 14 miles per hour, and it's 290 miles to the east of Cape Hatteras. But look at the center of this storm. Definitely seeing some more convection or thunderstorms around it, but also check out the wind field. We're seeing the strong winds well away from the center. So the winds you're feeling now in D.C. and New York City and Boston will only increase, and also several hours, if not maybe 36, 42, 72 hours of winds, not unheard of. Let's zoom in towards the center. You can see, looks like an eye-like structure here, although, again, the winds close to the center aren't that strong yet, but it could continue to strengthen. Again, the yellow and the orange is here, signs of convection or thunderstorm activity firing up pretty close to the center of Sandy. Again, welcome back to the Weather Channel, extended edition of Weather Center Live. Time now for the Tropical Update. I'm Paul Goodlow. We're bringing in Kim Cunningham for hurricane specialist duties. And let's talk about what's going on with Sandy, because it has a lot of wind, but also a decent amount of rain with this system.
Yeah, Paul, we're seeing 10 inches of rain. Some people have been seeing here in North Carolina, even in Virginia, we're getting reports of some very heavy rain as well. Here's the very latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Winds at 75 miles per hour, and the pressure is 950 millibars, moving northeast at 14. Now, 950 millibars is very low, especially if this becomes what we call an extratropical system. Then we could be looking at some records if it even drops lower than that, Paul. And right now the center is 290 miles east of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. And we're seeing that heavy rain band, very persistent right there along the coast, at least right now, though. This area that took a beating last night into today in eastern North Carolina doing a little bit better right now.
Yeah, it looks like they don't have the graphics up for us yet. But again, Cape Hatteras, I think it's almost 10.5 inches and counting. Yeah. And that's there it is, finally up now. This type of rain totals that we could see if that persistent rain comes in, already seeing it across the Jersey Shore, parts of the Delmarva. You're seeing that rain right now, and again, that will continue for hours and hours, if not a day and a half or so.
That's why we're really asking folks to sit tight, do not venture out if the bad weather's already there. So let's show you now the forecast as it's going to be moving north for a little while longer, than more northwest. And notice, Paul, we're going to see this thing strengthen to an 80-mile-per-hour storm as it moves inland.
Again, as it strengthens, the wind field actually could get even stronger. So what is causing Sandy to strengthen? Because as it moves north, typically you move it away from some of the warmer waters of the tropics.
Right. Well, the fact that it's changing its characteristics, it's going to become more, we call extratropical. It's not going to be strengthening because of the heat of the water or other factors that really develops hurricanes. It's going to be this jet streak that's driving down right here into the south right now. That's going to come in and energize it, and that's going to help actually deepen the trough off the coast and kind of steer it in with a blocking high to the north. So that's why we're really thinking and believing these computer models saying it's going to bring it inland, make that left-hand turn.
Again, looking at the satellite, it actually showed an eye and even some more thunderstorms right around that eye. That could be a sign that this thing is in the progress of perhaps gaining some strength.
Right, and you know, it's over some pretty warm water still, so that's why it has thunderstorms around that center, still a hurricane. However, the fact that we have this front that's kind of moved through, you probably noticed a big change in the weather here along the East Coast. The front is through, it's interacting now with Sandy, so we may be starting to see a little bit of a transition in there.
And it's kind of weird to talk about a tropical system, a hurricane, and still deal with the risk of some snow out there in West Virginia. Some areas could see maybe a couple of feet of snow.
It's huge. Blizzard warnings in effect, too, by the way, for some areas. All right, let's show you the winds now and the waves. We've seen reports of 40-foot waves even. Now we're seeing 22-foot waves here off the coast of Maryland. And then as you head farther north, Paul, already New York City, gusts to 30.
And the big thing is the direction of the winds. You saw across Hatteras, seeing where the winds coming from the land to the ocean, and they speed up. And then again across the northeast, they're coming in from the northeast. So they're having times to go all the way around this hurricane and then slam back in here. So again, a relatively frictionless surface, the Atlantic Ocean. So you can see your strongest winds right along the coast, and that could be very interesting for people who live in some of the high rises across, say, New York City, even Boston, with these gusty winds coming in.
All right, so hopefully you know what you should be doing, and even for folks who are worried about trees coming down from some of these winds, Paul, there's, you know, maybe think about what direction that wind is coming from.
Yeah, great point, Ken. Again, Kim, they might want to perhaps sleep in the basement the next couple of nights, sleep away from the side of the house where you have the tallest trees on, and in the high rises, definitely draw the curtains and stay away from the windows.
Okay, check this out. This is the RPM model. Looking right now by Monday, 8 o'clock, so by tomorrow night, as this is coming ashore, we're going to be seeing 75-mile-per-hour winds in New York City, Boston, up to 50-mile-per-hour winds. So it's just going to get worse. So it will continually get higher with the winds, the surge. It will all be upon us by tomorrow night.
Be a long duration event. Thanks,
sure
Kim.
will.
Danielle?
We definitely appreciate your analysis so much. Well, we're going to be back in just a moment with our nonstop coverage of Hurricane Sandy. And don't forget, we're streaming our coverage live on weather.com. We're going to be with you here all day as well as all night with that expert analysis you won't find anywhere else.
Just getting out of the way of the hurricane, getting out of harm's way.
We are sandbagging. We're going to board up tomorrow morning.
We brought in our furniture, our outdoor furniture. We're going to get tarps and sandbags and put them against the house.
We are bagging all kinds of different goodies.
We're not sure if it's going to happen or not, so better safe than sorry.
Because it's so unpredictable, I think we really don't know what's going to happen, but we're just going to prepare for the worst.
We get apprehensive, but we're not crazy. You can replace the house, things in the house.
So what are you going to do? We end up buying a generator, too, so we're really prepared this side, just in case.
Some people get real excited. I'm not real excited. It's just something we have to be aware of and be careful.
Your time is up to prepare for Hurricane Sandy. Remember, in just hours, this unprecedented storm is going to bring in powerful winds, heavy rain. We're even talking about snow and a massive storm surge to the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. This is putting millions of people in danger. Now, New York, you're really going to feel those effects of Sandy when you wake up, especially heading into tomorrow morning. And we're tracking this potentially life-threatening situation, of course, with expert analysis you won't find anywhere else. From the Weather Channel headquarters in Atlanta, this is a special extended edition of Weather Center Live. Thank you again for joining us. I'm Danielle Banks along with Paul Goodloe. Here's the very latest. So far, there have been over 6,800 flight cancellations resulting from Hurricane Sandy. Now, most airlines have started suspending operations in the Northeast as of Sunday evening. New York City Central Park will be closed on Monday. And New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg says residents should be aware of possible road and bridge closures during Monday's evening rush hour. Now, meteorologist Paul Goodloe Snowball and hurricane specialist Kim Cunningham are in the Global Forecast Center watching Sandy's path as they have been all night. Let's go ahead and send it over to them.
That's right, Danielle. Again, this is a far-reaching storm with a huge amount of wind, as well as now the danger of more coastal flooding and also inland flooding with the heavy rain all wrapped up in this kind of, right now, a hurricane, which could become kind of a hybrid system, Kim.
All right, that's like the worst, I think, case scenario that you can have, right? The two together. So let's show you now the radar and satellite combination, and we're looking at where we see the reds and the yellows. That's been the strongest band of rain now. The good news for Cape Hatteras and eastern North Carolina is that band has now moved offshore a little bit. But now we're starting to see some of the heavy rainfall starting to come into the D.C. area.
And again, this rain is just continuing now and will only continue and perhaps even get heavier as Sandy makes its approach, which we're expecting, Kim, to be maybe landfall this time tomorrow night.
Right, and in our forecast, we'll continue to see that rain really pile up. I mean, Ocean City, now we've seen already 10 inches of rain.
That's Cape Hatteras, 10 inches.
Okay, now we've seen another inch maybe around for you guys, but Ocean City to Washington, D.C., 3 to even 10 inches of rainfall, and that could be conservative in some cases. So the heavy rain, especially the way this system has been, Paul, everything's been to the west. The heavy rain has been west and maybe to the southwest a little bit. So the east side has not had a lot of rain with it. But the problem with the east side and the north side is going to be the surge.
Right, and also even a snow potential on the west side of the storm. But also before, if you don't have the rain yet, this might be the time tomorrow morning to start raking some of those leaves out of the storm drains, because the wind's now blowing those leaves around, so it could be a constant battle trying to watch out for flood concerns when you have that heavy rain with all the heavy put down of leaves the winds will be doing. And
you think about the ground is going to be saturated, and some of these weakened trees or trees even from Isaac or from some of the other, from the Halloween storm of last year, some of these weakened trees could come down pretty easily, so be careful. We have flood alerts all in the green here. That's just about, well, it's everybody, just about, including here in New York City. But heavy snowfall, we got to talk about this because this thing has just about everything. I mean, we're already seeing some snow out there right now.
And we could actually see kind of an upside-down storm where areas like, say, in Bangor, Maine, or Boston, Massachusetts, might be pushing 70, while areas south of there, Beckley, West Virginia, they could be in the upper 20s.
Right, and you know, as it makes landfall farther north, that's going to be more of this type of a flow, which means the west side, especially that upslope condition, will really, and we're talking 1 to 2 feet, even blizzard conditions. So rainfall amounts, let's go back to this real quick. We've seen some very high ones, and you mentioned 10 inches around Cape Hatteras, but now we're starting to see some pretty impressive totals here. Looks like around the Delmarva area.
Yeah, 2 to 3 inches of rain again. That's just now, and we still have potentially another 36, maybe even 48 hours of seeing some rain as Sandy makes its approach.
All right, still thinking that it's going to make landfall sometime tomorrow night. The computer model is still honing in on that time period and still honing in maybe into southern New Jersey. So as we have the low coming in right in this area here, we're still going to see that onshore flow right up in this area here. So this whole area, that's why surge is important. I mean, the center is important where it comes in landfall for the surge. Other than that, the wind, it doesn't matter where it comes in, Paul. We're going to see winds everywhere on here, and it's going to be very dangerous for the next 48 to even 72 hours in some cases.
And areas to the right of that path of the storm, say New York City, Long Island, out towards the Cape and the Islands in Boston, you could see an even prolonged flooding event because you have that constant flooding or pushing of water versus the backside, south side, could see an offshore flow, which could alleviate some of the flooding.
Yeah, we sure hope so. All right, Danielle, back to you.
So many contexts to this storm. Thank you, guys. Well, let's get the latest on the dangerous waves that we'll see in the Northeast. And storm tracker Jim Cantore talks about the storm surge expected specifically in the New York area.
Well, it's been a day of preparations, and for most New Yorkers, a day outside, because they know over the next 24 to 48 hours they may very well be inside due to the ferocious megastorm that is heading our way, unfortunately bringing with it a very high water rise. Let's check out this forecast here. Notice along the Jersey Shore we expect the storm surge component to come into the 4 to 8 foot range. Even on the north shore of Long Island, 6 to 11 feet. And that includes this area and through here, through the bay and the New York Harbor area. So we're expecting the water to rise 6 to 11 feet. And then on top of that, remember, you have the tides and you have the waves. So an even higher storm tide, if you will be forecast. Perhaps one of the highest that we have ever seen here. That's the forecast from the National Weather Service in New York City. Now that high tide time for the Battery, which is where I am, is going to be about 8:53 tomorrow night. The possibilities of having that water as high as my waist are high. in this case, and that means we would certainly have to move on back. That means places like Lower Manhattan, where they've evacuated, Zone A, which is where we are, the subway system could be, in some cases, overtaken by water. So that is a huge concern here to New York, because really that is the key to getting New York City back online once this storm begins to slowly pull away during the day on Wednesday. So there's no timeline for that yet, but the key to getting the city back online is that subway system. Should it be underwater, it's going to take a little bit longer. Reporting from the Battery, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantore. Back to you.
And we'll, of course, hear more from Jim throughout the day. Now, if your home loses power, you can still listen to the Weather Channel's live coverage. It is being broadcast on radio stations. That's 184 and Channel 1 if you haven't renewed that subscription. And we're also streaming live on weather.com. Well, the storm surge is sending waves over a seawall and dangerously close to houses in Longport, New Jersey. You can see those waves crashing right there. This eyewitness video makes the point clear and certainly makes one wonder what exactly is going to happen when Sandy arrives. Thank you to I.W. Dwelsey for sending that in to us. Well, Hurricane Sandy is really about to start that more northward and northwestward turn, bringing a life-threatening storm surge to the east coastline. The center of the massive storm is still targeting the Jersey Shore. And NBC's Jay Gray is joining us now live once again from Cape May, New Jersey. And, of course, this is very close to perhaps where we could see Sandy eventually making landfall. Hi, Jay.
Hey there, Danielle. Yeah, and you're absolutely right. But right now, it's pretty nice, to be real honest. The rain has let up almost completely, and the wind has died down. Though what you're showing us to the south is a good indication of what's to come. And everyone here knows that it's on the way. It's just got to make that turn and then really focus on the Jersey Shore and this area, as you talked about. They say they're ready as they can be for this storm. Everyone here, from the old-timers to people who have just been around for a little while, understanding that this is a different storm. This is something they really haven't seen in this area, and so they're very apprehensive about what exactly is going to happen. The expectations, of course, are that they will see these strong winds that's going to knock out the power, and it could be out for quite some time. The driving rain that's going to last for a very long time. This is a slow-moving system. And then that storm surge that we've all talked about. You know, it's coming at the peak of a high tide during the full moon. Add Sandy into that mix, and they're going to see water pushed into places in this community and others along the New Jersey coast that really where the water's never been before, and so that's going to present its own set of unique problems. What they will do, they say, is wait until things calm down and then get out and assess the situation. And for those who aren't in shelters or didn't move to higher ground, they'll have to wait as well, because there is a mandatory evacuation in effect in this area, and emergency officials have made it real clear. If you choose to stay and ride this thing out, we can't force you to leave, but we're not going to put our personnel in harm's way at the height of this storm to help you if things take a turn for the worse for you personally. So once you've made that decision, and now we're past the point of deciding to leave, you've decided to ride that out on your own. It's going to be a rough ride, and as we've talked about, Danielle, it's going to last for a little while, and that's very disturbing when you talk about Sandy.
Now, Jay, I just have a quick question for you. Just in conversation with the people who are out with you, has there been anything that surprised you about what they said in reaction to this storm?
I think, Danielle, there has been, and I think it's a good surprise, really, because a lot of the people that we've talked to have said, hey, I'm taking this thing seriously. I'm not going to wait around, or I am going to stock up, and I'm going to have enough supplies to last for 2 weeks. We've seen a run on generators, people getting gas. So they are taking things very seriously, which is great news because they need to. Sandy is going to be a devastating storm.
Yeah, so many times we have heard that people don't take it seriously, so I'm really happy to hear that firsthand from you. All right, Jay, yeah. I know it's time for you to get a little bit of rest here, hopefully, so we're going to let you do that, and we know you're going to be back at it tomorrow. Jay Gray, one of my personal favorite reporters there. All right, we're going to go ahead and send things over to Paul to talk about the potential of the impacts on a state-by-state case, breaking it down for you.
That's right, Danielle. We'll start with New Jersey. Jay is in New Jersey tonight, and again, this could be perhaps the state that will have the direct hit from that center of Sandy. But again, Sandy is not just a point. Sandy is going to morph into this huge storm, which has perhaps a 1,000-mile diameter. So it's not only going to affect you, it could perhaps affect well over 19 states across the region. Monday, more coastal flooding, more winds. They only get stronger and stronger. Coastal flooding right now, that will only increase. And again, landfall sometime late into your Monday night, early Tuesday morning. the winds only get stronger. And again, this could be perhaps a 48-hour event across the area. Even Tuesday, the coastal flooding continues, although depending on exactly where that system makes landfall, we could see some alleviation of some of the coastal flooding with more of an offshore wind. But much of northern New Jersey will still see that onshore flow well into the duration of this system. New York City already having some water level rise here across areas of the east side of Manhattan, coming right down to the Sound. Again, the winds only increase, being actually increased and accelerated through some of the canyons between some of the buildings. And the rain continues to come down throughout your Monday night into your Tuesday. And the winds, they'll be howling well into your Tuesday night, into your Wednesday morning. Connecticut, we've had a lot of tree damage thanks to Snowtober last year, almost a year to the day. And we're going to have more rain, more wind coming down, and most likely more power outages. Hopefully, it won't take as long to get the power back as it did last year. But more heavy rain and serious coastal flooding from the Sound.
New Jersey Transit currently dispatching buses to Atlantic City to assist in the evacuation of approximately 4,000 residents from Atlantic City.
I am announcing that the MTA will suspend bus, subway, and commuter rail service. That includes the New York City subway system, bus, and all Metro North and Long Island Railroad service.
We've also opened 72 evacuation centers in public schools around the city. You can once again find their locations by calling 311 or going to nyc.gov.
And again, you're going to keep hearing from more officials on what is being done specifically, perhaps in your city, to bring you the most advanced warning of the storm, which is currently what we are doing here at the Weather Channel. So thank you for staying with us. Well, during an interview on Weekend View earlier in the day, FEMA Administrator Craig Fugate urged everyone to use social media to let their loved ones know they're okay during Hurricane Sandy. And our own meteorologist Julie Martin shows us how social media and cell phones help keep us connected during major weather events, just like this one.
We are a cell phone nation, but when a natural disaster strikes, our phones often go down right along with the trees and power lines. One reason, powerful winds.
Cell phone towers are structures. They're holding on to buildings. They're on poles high up in the air. They're everywhere. They can get knocked off.
And if it's not the winds, then it's the surge of phone calls that often comes to an area experiencing an emergency.
Millions of calls all at the same time. The towers simply can't handle it all at once. They get crushed, they get jammed up, and they stop taking calls.
So what happens to your phone if an entire area loses power?
If the power goes out at your house, there's a good chance you can still use your cell phone. The cell towers that Verizon operates typically have permanent backup generators or at least 8 hours of battery backups.
If the power is out for an extended period of time, there are smarter ways to use your smartphone or cell phone. First, if there's a severe weather threat, charge your phone ahead of the storm hitting your area. Text instead of making a call because text messages use less battery. Turn your phone on only when you really need it. Have an alternate plan to recharge your phone like a car charger or portable battery chargers. And keep your phone dry. Also,
the biggest power usage on a smartphone is the screen. So if you constantly have your screen powered up to the highest brightness, that'll use more of your battery. If you're constantly on the screen doing stuff with the touch screen, that'll use up more of your battery. So just, use common sense. Don't make a call if you don't have to.
I'm meteorologist Julie Martin, the Weather Channel.
All right, we are tracking Sandy right now. Still a hurricane that's moving to the northeast at 14 miles per hour. We're already feeling the effects well away from that center out there in the Atlantic. Let me show you the temperature regime we're dealing with the system, because we not only have Sandy offshore, we also have a kind of a general storm, kind of a winter storm, early winter storm coming across the nation. Take a look at this. Our current temperatures in the 30s and low 40s. Otherwise, the other side of the Appalachians, still kind of a tropical air mass. Not as warm as it could be this time of year, but still 50s at this time of the night. Definitely a tropical feel. And take a look. This is the tropical rain we're dealing with, but with our mid-latitude cyclone coming on through, that is giving us some snow already. Areas of southern West Virginia and western Virginia, that is snow. And as Sandy continues to move this way, we're going to see our expanse of snow expand across the spine of the Appalachians, north and south. In fact, in the orange, that is a blizzard. These are blizzard warnings for the counties here along the highest terrain in West Virginia, as well as in the white, winter weather warnings, because we're also dealing with some substantial snow with this system, with a combination of Sandy coming this way as well. Here's our forecast. A broad area, including you in Pittsburgh, could see perhaps 1 to 3 inches of snow, maybe even a little less than that. But again, you will see snow on the backside of the system as, again, we have cold air coming in on the northwesterly winds. But take a look. The higher terrain here, easily 1 to 2 feet of snow. Some areas locally 2 or more. And that more could be maybe 3 or 4 feet of snow from Sandy. Yeah, pretty incredible. This is the reason why. Let me show you the path of Sandy. As it continues to turn on towards New Jersey, making landfall, it's going to slowly creep inland. And with that, all that moisture on the radar continues to come into and over plenty of deep, cold air at the surface. Hence the reason why we could see a substantial snowstorm on the backside of the system. At the same time, cities like Charlotte or Atlanta could be in the 40s. At the same time, cities like Boston or Bangor could be in the 60s as we head into Wednesday and Thursday, and we're still tracking Sandy. Danielle?
All right, thank you so much, Paul. Well, Hurricane Sandy, a real danger, as we've been telling you, to millions on the East Coast. And next, more expert analysis on specific timing of the storm and its impact. New video of flooded streets along the New Jersey shore in Point Pleasant Beach. You can also see those whipping winds are doing a number on the area stoplights as well as the signage. And again, so many of you who have interest in the current campaigning for your candidate have been asked to pick up those signs, because these types of things can often become projectiles in the heavy winds accompanying with storms like Sandy. Well, thank you so much for staying with us here on this extended edition of Weather Center Live. I'm Danielle Banks, and we want to bring you the latest updates. So all the flights have been canceled at the Philadelphia International Airport. If you're just now joining us, again, all those flights canceled. The worst conditions from Sandy expected to happen late Monday into Tuesday, and the storm is expected to impact some 60 million people, with tens of millions likely to lose power. Now, Paul Goodloe and Hurricane Specialist Kim Cunningham are in the Global Forecast Center and tracking Sandy for us at this time. So, guys, I know we're getting really close to that next advisory, and I'm sure you are waiting as much as we are for those updates.
Waiting for the 2 a.m. advisory, and a lot of the information in the advisory is gained from the brave men and women who the Air Force Reserve doing our hurricane hunting. They're out there. In fact, it's almost like Groundhog Day for them. They're going out there day after day after day, and finally we're getting close to seeing landfall. What are the hurricane hunters finding out there?
Well, they're finding that we still have a hurricane. We basically still have pressure at 950 millibars. And Paul, if this makes landfall as extratropical system, whatever, with a pressure that low or even lower, it will be record. It'll be record-breaking pressure. So right now it's 950 millibars. The maximum surface winds 59 miles per hour. They are finding some of the strongest winds, though, off to the south. The center up in this area right in here is what they're finding right now. But still, a lot of thunderstorm activity around the area. So still a hurricane.
Again, earlier we saw a clear, distinct eye with this. Not as good looking on this latest satellite photo, but still, it's still kind of a ragged hurricane, but it has a distinct eye. I mean, Sandy is definitely a unique system.
You know, it's getting a lot of its energy from the warm ocean waters right now, and that's what they get their energy from. So still looking like a hurricane, acting like a hurricane, but we're seeing, again, some of the stronger winds away from it, and maybe starting to see it trying to transition in that extratropical system, which we think eventually within the next 24 hours it will do that.
But what about that flare-up right next to the center? Is that a sign this thing could still be trying to pack a pretty strong punch?
It sure can, and you know, we're starting to see, again, that thunderstorm activity increasing over the area and even wrapping on that east side. They are reporting an open eye wall to the southeast. Will that fill in and maybe even get a little bit stronger? I mean, the fact that the pressure is still 950 millibars is very impressive, and the winds at 75 that we're reporting. The new advisory will be coming in, and we'll see if they'll keep with that.
Again, the wind field with this system is just huge. We're seeing strong gusty winds from the Great Lakes down through the Gulf Coast and all the way up through Maine.
And we're seeing a peak wind gust right now, 43 miles per hour at Ocean City, Maryland. We're seeing 36 all the way up to Boston. Pittsburgh, gust to 18 miles per hour. So this is just the beginning. I know it sounds crazy in New York City, but remember the Bernoulli effect, you know, with those skyscrapers in there. We're going to see even worse, I think, than what we're saying because of that effect.
And the system has a huge wind field, both tropical storm force gusts, sustained winds, and even hurricane force sustained winds.
Look how large. Okay, look at this area that it extends all the way out to the right and left of this, of hurricane and tropical storm force winds. And tropical storm force winds, Paul, extending out hundreds of miles. And by Tuesday morning, it looks like the low making landfall sometime maybe Monday night to Tuesday morning, and the stronger winds coming in New York City at this time where we could see hurricane force.
And also talk about the direction of the wind. So some areas of the Northeast will see a prolonged wind event compared to, say, some areas of the Mid-Atlantic and the Carolinas.
Right, because if the low is here, remember the flow around an area of low pressure is like this, okay? So while we are to the east and north of that area, we're going to get that onshore flow. But on the backside, Paul, look at this, offshore flow. So we're going to catch a break, I think, around the Delmarva.
So again, look like a prolonged flooding event, especially along Long Island, out towards the Cape and the Islands, compared to, say, off of Virginia Beach, where really things should get better as we head on towards, say, Tuesday morning.
Right, as soon as that makes landfall and we start those northwesterly winds much better. And then look, by 6 o'clock Wednesday morning, still dealing with tropical storm force winds.
It's going to be a long duration dealing with what's becoming of Sandy. Danielle?
Well, more of our nonstop coverage now continues with meteorologist Eric Fisher. He reports from Narragansett, Rhode Island.
Sunday was a day for preparation here in Rhode Island, and it seems like a lot of people were out and about. Grocery stores don't have much left on the shelves. Our crew is driving around. 4 of the 5 gas stations they visited were out of gas. So obviously people have been out stocking up for this system. Monday will not be a day for travel as the winds really start to increase in the morning, a little after sunrise. The peak is late afternoon toward the evening, where gusts can be over 70 miles per hour. So that is a very significant system for us here, even in southern New England, where they see so many storms, whether it's summer or the winter. And the storms surge 3 to 6 feet, at worst case 8 feet possible in the north end of Narragansett Bay. That means all the low-lying areas will be filling up with that surge. We did talk to a gentleman out here earlier on today. He lives down the street, and he always sees the people come out looking at the waves, but he had some words of caution for the people who do exactly that.
It's a little frustrating when you see a storm come. Everybody gets excited because of the weather, but what we look at is the potential of someone dying, and that usually happens after hurricanes. People come down, they go down to the rock area, they're sitting there, wave grabs them, sucks them in, they don't come back out. So the neighbors, most locals are a little upset when they see bad weather for that reason.
So the bottom line, every storm, it's common sense. If it seems like it's a bad situation, or if you've got something in the back of your mind, maybe I shouldn't be here, you probably got the right inkling there. Follow your senses, and if there are evacuation orders or any issues that's coming down from local officials, make sure you're listening to those. Monday is going to be a dangerous day here in the state of Rhode Island. We'll keep you updated from Narragansett. I'm meteorologist Eric Fisher. Back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you so much, Eric. We'll, of course, hear more from him as well as our other team of meteorologists in the field throughout the day. Now on to our breaking weather alert system. Information, a buoy 65 miles east of Virginia Beach, Virginia, measuring waves of 25 feet. And we continue to see big winds over 45 miles an hour near Ocean City, Maryland.
A little frustrating when you see a storm come. Everybody gets excited because of the weather, but what we look at is the potential of someone dying, and that usually happens after hurricanes. People come down, they go down to the rock area, they're sitting there, wave grabs them, sucks them in, they don't come back out. So the neighbors, most locals are a little upset when they see bad weather for that reason.
And we really do want you to be extra cautious with this particular storm. As we've been mentioning to you, crunch time for Hurricane Sandy very much here. And hopefully most of you have stocked up on your supplies. And as you await for Sandy's arrival, we're going to be bringing you those updates. Right now, NBC's Ron Allen has more.
This is a serious and big storm. And my first message is to all people across the eastern seaboard, mid-Atlantic, going north, that you need to take this very seriously and follow the instructions of your state and local officials because they are going to be providing you with the best advice in terms of how to deal with this storm over the coming days.
The awesome power of Hurricane Sandy churning up the Atlantic drew coastal residents to the beaches for one last look. A Along the Jersey Shore, thousands heeded the warnings and headed to safety. No tolls on the major roadways to help traffic move quickly. While police in island towns like Point Pleasant Beach went door to door enforcing a mandatory evacuation order.
We lucked out with Irene, and now, I don't know, this may be worse. I don't know. It's scary.
In Atlantic City, a last-minute rush to board up the gambling mecca that today looked more like a ghost town, with its glitzy hotels evacuated and casinos shut. Along the East Coast from Delaware to Connecticut, hundreds of thousands of people live in mandatory evacuation areas. More than 370,000 alone in New York City, where the entire transit system, trains, buses, and subways shut down tonight. Further inland in New Jersey, some communities race to lower reservoirs and rivers, hoping to ease what's expected to be major flooding. Again today, the warnings from state and local leaders have been blunt.
As citizens, we need you to act prudently. This is nothing to be trifled with.
Utility crews trying to get ahead of what could be widespread power outages plan to work through the night, gearing up. And help is on the way. Utility workers from as far away as Illinois are on their way to Philadelphia and Baltimore. And with time to prepare all but gone, the last-minute rush overwhelms some stores, with shoppers picking up supplies.
And right now, after listening to that report, which was just filed, we have new information. This is our breaking weather alert system, and the new advisory for Hurricane Sandy is in. You can see the 2 a.m. advisory listing it as a 75-mile-per-hour sustained wind storms, making that turn towards the north and still bringing that life-threatening storm surge, again, coastal hurricane winds, and then, of course, the heavy Appalachian snows. Now, right now, we're going to send things over to Paul. He's, of course, going to be bringing you the latest along with our specialist, Kim Cunningham, on this. Right now, we want to turn to see what's happening in the nation's capital because of Sandy.
Yeah, right now, some light rain falling in D.C., and again, the important thing with that advisory is it's now turning towards the north, so we're starting to see the beginning of the, I guess, eventually landfall of this system. And right now, D.C., winds around 15 miles per hour. Expect more gusty winds. In fact, let's take a look at the timeline of impacts here in D.C. Increasing winds overnight and just getting stronger and stronger throughout the day on Monday, as well as more rain. Now, the rain, we could use rain here in D.C. We're about, say, 9 inches down for the year. And unfortunately, we might even see some rainfall totals in that 9-inch category because the heavy rain continues as Sandy makes its approach across the area well into your Tuesday, and the rain slowly starting to wind down as we head on towards Tuesday night, but the winds could do a lot of damage. And Philadelphia, the winds gusty right now, and we'll see more increasing winds and rain there as we head overnight and into tomorrow. We had plenty of rain earlier this summer, but again, more rain could cause more flood concerns across this area, and the wind also doing a lot of damage, potentially a lot of power outages as well. Again, here's the latest on Sandy. That's now moving on towards the north at 14 miles per hour. Eventually, after moving north, it'll feel a big ridge of high pressure and push it on towards the coast of New Jersey as we head over the next 24 hours. And the concern here is not only the storm surge, but the wind doing damage not only along the coast, but hundreds of miles inland. We could see a widespread swath of power outages. 50 past the hour, time now for our tropical update. I'm Paul Goodlow along with Kim Cunningham, and we have the latest advisory in on Hurricane Sandy, and it's now begun to move more northward, Kim.
Right, just, right on cue. That was what we were waiting for, and a lot of, skeptics were thinking, this thing will turn towards the northeast, but it was moving northeast. Now it's moving more northerly, which means it's starting to feel the effects of something, and I'll show you that in just a second. But here's the latest advisory. The winds are at 75 miles per hour. The pressure, 950 millibars. Air Force reservists, Air Force hurricane hunters were out there, and they're flying through it, and they found the pressure still to be 950 millibars, which is very low, and it's moving north, as you mentioned, Paul, at 14 miles per hour. The forward speed has not changed, but the fact that the winds are still 75, and still, it's a hurricane at this point.
Again, this is the beginning of this approach to making landfall over the next 24 hours, so if you have not prepared, you might have a few hours tomorrow morning, but you need to be prepared. The winds already very strong and gusty well inland right now, and we're hours away from landfall.
And when you see the cone that thin, in this area here. This is what we're seeing, a very, short area in between on either side of the cone. It's a very confident forecast at this point. And the GFS, the new American computer model, came in and said, it's still going right on target, right on cue, coming into southern New Jersey. It looks like sometime tomorrow evening, and with winds at 80 miles per hour, and with a pressure of 949 millibars. This could be a record breaker.
And again, we could see some of the worst effects and highest water level rise on the right side of that. So central New Jersey, northern New Jersey, New York City, Staten Island, Manhattan, out through Fire Island, also the Cape and the islands in Massachusetts, Rhode Island, also seeing the strongest part of this system as it approaches land.
And Paul, the reason it's starting to move move a little bit more northerly is a couple of things. One, starting to feel the effects of this trough that's deepening, or the jet stream digging into this area and turning it a little bit more north. Plus, we have an area of high pressure, kind of a squeeze play going on right now, turning it more north, and then eventually this big trough is going to go negatively tilted, as we call it, and turn it right in to the northeast.
And again, the thing about the negative trough is we're seeing a lot of cold air. That's why we're having the snow on the backside of this system.
Blizzard conditions, in some of the mountains of West Virginia. All right, let's show you the high-res enhanced satellite image. And this is interesting because we're still seeing a lot of thunderstorm activity close to that center, which I'm assuming is somewhere right in this area here. And it does look like the eye wall is a little ragged on the southeast side, still open in that area. But the fact that we still even have thunderstorms on that right side, and we're going over some pretty warm waters. So, about 80 degrees or so able to sustain itself, it looks like.
Again, as it approaches, we're just going to see more of this heavy rain continue. Areas of North Carolina, Cape Hatteras reported 10-plus inches of rain, and it's just now starting to let up, and they've been on the thick of the rain for well over 24 hours.
And, Paul, you think about it. We have a boundary, a front sitting in this area. You've got all this tropical moisture coming up over there around that front. So that's why this heavy rain band is setting up in this area. And in this scenario, you can see tremendous amounts of rain and for a long time until we can move this thing away from the area.
Again, these are the additional rainfall. We talked about Cape Hatteras. They've already seen 10 inches. They could see another maybe inch or so. That's starting to decrease, but many areas could see well over a foot of rain. That's going to cause some flood concerns just from the fresh water, let alone what's going to happen along the coast.
And speaking of the coast, look, let's check on some of the wind gusts we're seeing. Gusts of 46 at Hatteras, so it's still with us, more out of the northwest. So that's good news, I think, for Pamlico Sound right now. And checking in the northeast, we're seeing gusts of 33 in New York City, Newport at 24.
Well, the concern here, we talked about probably the prolonged effect of the waves and wind here. Again, as Sandy approaches New Jersey, we're going to see these winds move more in this direction for a prolonged time as that center starts to move inland right around here. So, and this is going to be a long duration coastal flood threat across this region.
And even for New England too. So folks in Maine along the coast should also be preparing for this. All right, wind gusts, we're talking 75 miles per hour. This is through Tuesday in the purple. 75 mile per hour winds. So a prolonged wind event even as far west as the Ohio Valley.
I think the big difference between this and say Irene last year, Kim, is Irene came up and basically kind of had a little swath of the strong winds, but Sandy is, exponentially could be a more damaging storm than Irene was.
I think it's going to be, and plus I think the surge too, Paul, we're going to see worse than Irene. As a matter of fact, here in New York, remember on the Battery we had 4.4 foot water rise. Sandy Hook 4.6, and look what we have currently. We're talking about 3.5 feet at the Battery, and this thing's not even close.
Yeah, we're talking, what, 24 more hours. What's the forecast right now in terms of the surge we could see across this area, Kim?
Well, it's impressive. I mean, we're talking 6 to 11 feet in that area, so very dangerous, and that's why folks have been evacuated.
We could see double the amount of surge that we had last year with Irene with a much bigger Sandy.
Very concerned.
All right, thanks, Kim. Danielle?
We're going to be back in just a moment with our non-stop coverage of Hurricane Sandy. Remember, we're streaming our live coverage on weather.com.
Your time is up to prepare for Hurricane Sandy. In just hours, the unprecedented storm will bring powerful winds, heavy rain and snow, and a massive storm surge to the mid-Atlantic and Northeast, putting millions in danger. New York City, you'll really feel the effects of Sandy when you wake up tomorrow morning. We're tracking this potentially life-threatening situation with expert analysis. From the Weather Channel, headquarters in Atlanta, this is Weather Center Live. Thank you for joining us. I'm Kyla Grogan. Here's the latest. Maryland has suspended early voting for tomorrow because of Hurricane Sandy. It could be rescheduled for Friday. No word if early voting continues on Tuesday. So far, there have been over 6,800 flight cancellations resulting from Hurricane Sandy. Most airlines suspended operations in the Northeast as of Sunday evening. New York City's Central Park will be closed on Monday, and New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg says residents should be aware of possible road and bridge closures during Monday evening's rush hour. Meteorologist Paul Goodlow and hurricane specialist King Cunningham are in the Global Forecast Center watching Sandy's path. We'll send it over to them.
And again, we're still dealing with now a hurricane which is turning towards the north, Kim, and that means we're literally within 24 hours of seeing this make landfall as it eventually turns back towards the coastline of the U.S.
And, we were kind of hoping, Paul, that maybe the computer models were wrong, that this thing would continue northeasterly, but now it's showing signs of a more northerly track, and that's exactly what they were forecasting, and then eventually more towards the northwest. So the winds right now, 75 miles per hour. The pressure, 950 millibars. It has not changed. Nothing has changed except for the movement more northerly at this time. And the Air Force hurricane hunters were out there and got us this great information, and we really appreciate what they do out there. Here's the projected path. The only thing that I really see different is that the cone is a little bit narrower because we're more confident. The GFS, the new American model, is in and saying it's still going to make landfall in southern Jersey sometime Monday night and then make that turn towards the north and eventually over towards the northeast. And look at the winds, still 80, 50, 35, 30, and this is through Friday.
This is going to take a while, and again, for our viewers at home, the way you read this is the path is actually right down the middle, so that's what they're thinking. The best models are in agreement that this is where this hurricane is going, and that's going to put it basically, I'd say, a 80% chance of hitting the Jersey shoreline.
Right, and folks in D.C. in the Delmarva area, the good news is if it does, the center does come ashore north of you, then we eventually will get on the offshore wind side. So that could be good in some cases, maybe not so good on the east side there, but looking at more offshore winds and probably getting the heavy rain there. That's the bad thing about being to the west and the south of the center of landfall, is that we're going to see some of the heavy rain. As you're seeing on the satellite image, all the heavy rain is off to the west, with exception some of the thunderstorm activity around the center. But as this becomes extra tropical, we'll start to see some of this go away and just probably a big heavy rain band coming in and off to the south and west, what computer models are picking up on.
You talked about the offshore flow, but the onshore flow of the winds, a huge concern, and we're already seeing some water level rise across some of the coast.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. I mean, we're already seeing that all the way up into the northeast. New York City, now notice the wind out of the northwest. Paul's going to talk about this a little bit. Out of the northeast, winds gusting to 33 right now. The concern is going to be surge in this area where we already, seeing it really high. Irene, by the way, was only 4.5 feet. Remember that number, because guess what it is right now?
About 3.5 feet water rise. We're still about 24 hours away, and that's the concern. Right now, we're seeing the winds coming in from the north and east, but as Irene continues to get closer and closer towards making landfall, we'll see those winds shift. And again, as Sandy makes landfall, we're going to see these winds shift and move more of an onshore flow. So Long Island, huge waves for you, as well as right up the New York Harbor, so that water rise around Battery Park and Battery City could actually perhaps maybe even double, if not triple, Kim.
Yeah, you mentioned, Paul, earlier about every converging right in that area. So that's why the concern is for the Battery area, and also that's why folks have been evacuated because of this.
Again, within 24 hours or so of landfall of Sandy. Kyla?
All right, that low-lying land in southern Manhattan. Now, Jim Cantore is in Battery Park City, New York. He shows us how the city has been preparing for Hurricane Sandy all day.
Good evening, everyone, from a cold, windy, chilly night here in the lower part of Manhattan. This is Battery Park City, and it's only going to get colder and wetter, especially over the next 24 hours, when the worst of this storm, and even the center of this storm, comes within 100 miles of New York City. That's the current forecast projection. Right now, it's still over 500 miles away and continuing to pull on to the north, and already we've had gusts to 26 miles per hour and occasional spits of rain. Like I said, it's only going to get worse. Let me talk about what we've seen today, certainly in and around New York City. At 11 a.m., there was a mandatory evacuation issued by the mayor of New York saying, look, in Zone A, we are fearing the worst with surge and water rise. We need you to evacuate. That's 375,000 people, and it didn't take long for people to make those last-minute preparations at the store. Check us out. People literally clearing entire shelves of water, bread, batteries, and flashlights, knowing that the potential is very high to lose water. Well, that completion of mandatory evacuation is hopefully done by tonight. That's what the mayor had asked. And it's almost eerie to turn around and look at the harbor here in the bay and not see any movement of any kind of vehicles whatsoever. Water traffic will be shut down, as will the mass transit. That is already underway. So some 8.5 million people per day that find their way in and around New York City via this mass transit system will not be able to do so. Let's take a look at a timeline and what we expect for New York City. Again, tomorrow morning, things will be going downhill. We expect windy conditions, tropical storm force gusts. We expect rain to move in periods, not a steady rain, but that'll be quickly picking up as we go on through the day. And certainly tomorrow night at this time, that's when the worst of it will be. The gusts will be over 70 miles per hour. At the time of high tide, 8:53 p.m., the battery may be at its highest point ever in terms of storm tide. That's the statement from the National Weather Service in New York City. Tomorrow night, things begin to wind down as we go toward the morning hours, and then all day Tuesday, we expect more rain, more squally weather, and more gusts to 60 miles per hour. The best thing to do if you're in New York City.
Hurricane Sandy is about to start its northward turn, bringing life-threatening storm surge to the eastern coastline. The center of the massive storm is still targeting the Jersey Shore. NBC's Jay Gray joins us from Cape May, New Jersey.
Sandy continues to churn along the Atlantic coast. Searing winds, a pounding rain, and violent waves are already causing problems.
We're really scared and worried.
Fear that has pushed thousands to pack up and pull out, moving to higher ground or shelters outside of the strike zone as Sandy moves in. Mandatory evacuations are in place in coastal communities across several states. At least 375,000 have been evacuated from their homes in lower Manhattan. Schools are closed in New York, and public transportation has been shut down.
I can't stress enough that this is for your own safety.
President Obama today adding his voice to so many, warning millions along the path of the storm to be prepared.
My first message is to all people across the eastern seaboard, mid-Atlantic, going north, that you need to take this very seriously.
But the window of opportunity to board up or gather up supplies to last for a week or more without power has just about passed. Monday, Sandy will make the turn toward the Jersey Shore and landfall.
And by tomorrow evening, the combination of the rain for that period of time, the flooding, and the winds are going to make this a very, very difficult event to deal with.
Difficult and dangerous conditions that could continue for days.
All right, thank you for that report. And now we're going over to Paul Goodlow, who has an assessment state by state, the timing we can expect for the states in the Northeast that are going to be getting the most action from what it looks like. Paul.
Yeah, and right now we're seeing the wind and surf continue to increase across the Northeast. Let's start with New Jersey as we head through the night into your Monday. We're still watching the approach of Sandy, probably making landfall within the next 24 hours. So the coastal flooding, which is already occurring, will only increase as the winds increase. We could see perhaps hurricane-force wind gusts across the area as we head throughout Monday evening and Monday night during landfall. The gusts continue into your Tuesday. So does the coastal flooding, as well as the risk of more heavy rain across the region. But it's not just there across New Jersey, New York City. We're already dealing with some water level rise around the Battery, getting close to what happened last year during the height of Irene. And here's the thing. It is just Sunday night, not even Monday yet, and we're going to see a significant, if not historic, water level rise across lower Manhattan. Right now, we're really concerned about the east side of Manhattan and the East River as that water is being just pushed through the Sound right into the east side of Manhattan. And again, Monday night, we're still watching a high water level rise. Coastal flooding is a huge concern. And the winds, once you funnel them through the narrow canyons of New York City with the tall buildings, that will actually increase the wind. So maybe some of the outlying areas might see winds gusting at 55, but we could have some perhaps 100+ mile per hour wind gusts. And again, a lot of the buildings will be swaying as the winds of Sandy come on through as we head over the next not only 24, maybe even 36 to 48 hours. The blustery winds will continue. Connecticut, same thing here. We were devastated last year with Snowtober, with all the heavy snow bringing down the tree limbs. Now it's just the straight winds that could potentially bring down some winds starting overnight and tomorrow. Not to mention the concern with a water level rise already along areas of the Connecticut coastline. As the hurricane approaches, we'll see an onshore flow of those winds from the Sound. So look for also coastal flooding all along the coast of Connecticut. Tuesday, the winds will slowly decrease, but still very gusty, gusting well in the tropical storm force range, and we're still dealing with plenty of rain. We're talking heavy flooding rain, but looks like the biggest threat all across much of the Northeast, including even Massachusetts, will be that overall huge wind concern as we have perhaps a 48-hour very strong wind event. Kyla?
All right, now we have a new twit pic to show you. Some pictures out of Norfolk, Virginia. They're still experiencing significant flooding here in downtown Norfolk. You can see the water there, even with the tide going out. We also have an eyewitness photo showing plenty of power generators lined up and ready to go on Sunday at this Home Depot store in Ocean City, Maryland. People starting to get prepared. That is a good thing to do. And we have one in Longport, New Jersey. Take a look at this just south of Atlantic City. It looks like these folks may be recycling window boards for the last year from Irene. We'll be back.
What if there was a new way to deal with money?
This is a serious and big storm. And my first message is to all people across the eastern seaboard, mid-Atlantic, going north, that you need to take this very seriously and follow the instructions of your state and local officials, because they are going to be providing you with the best advice in terms of how to deal with this storm over the coming days.
Advice from President Obama. Now, during an interview on Weekend View this morning, FEMA Administrator Craig Fugate urged everyone to use social media to let their loved ones know they're okay during Hurricane Sandy. Meteorologist Julie Martin shows us how social media and cell phones help keep us connected during major weather events like Sandy.
We are a cell phone nation, but when a natural disaster strikes, our phones often go down right along with the trees and power lines. One reason, powerful winds.
Cell phone towers are structures. They're holding on to buildings. They're on poles high up in the air. They're everywhere. They can get knocked off.
And if it's not the winds, then it's the surge of phone calls that often comes to an area experiencing an emergency.
Millions of calls all at the same time. The towers simply can't handle it all at once. They get crushed, they get jammed up, and they stop taking calls.
So what happens to your phone if an entire area loses power?
If the power goes out at your house, there's a good chance you can still use your cell phone. The cell towers that Verizon operates typically have permanent backup generators, or at least 8 hours of battery backups.
If the power is out for an extended period of time, there are smarter ways to use your smartphone or cell phone. First, if there's a severe weather threat, charge your phone ahead of the storm hitting your area. Text instead of making a call because text messages use less battery. Turn your phone on only when you really need it. Have an alternate plan to recharge your phone, like a car charger or portable battery chargers. And keep your phone dry. Also,
the biggest power usage on a smartphone is the screen. So if you constantly have your screen powered up to the highest brightness, that'll use more of your battery. If you're constantly on the screen doing stuff with the touch screen, that'll use up more of your battery. So just, use common sense. Don't make a call if you don't have to.
I'm meteorologist Julie Martin, the Weather Channel.
Let's talk about the snowy side of Hurricane Sandy right now. Now, typically, a hurricane across the East Coast would typically head out towards the Atlantic or head up, eventually making landfall. But this system is being pushed out by a mid-latitude or a general storm across the nation, bringing snow with it already and cold air. These two are going to combine, and they could bring some historic snows across parts of this region for this time of the year. Look at the temperature contrast. We actually have a stationary front, which is basically on the east side of the Appalachians. So east of there, we still have plenty of warm, moist, humid, almost tropical-like air. Well, that has been modified as well. But behind it, we got the cold air, 30s and 40s. and the cold air continues to come on in. And once you get up towards the higher terrain, higher elevations, the Appalachians, 3,000–4,000 feet, we're getting close to the freezing mark as well. Look at the radar on the heavy rain still lashing the coast here across the mid-Atlantic, even the Jersey Shore. With Sandy, but well inland, we have the cold air coming in with some of this moisture, and that is snow already mixing in with some of the rain showers here, even around Snowshoe, West Virginia, down through southern West Virginia, and also areas of western Virginia, also seeing some snow here. Now, typically, the system coming on through, not a big deal. But now we have Sandy heading in this direction, and the cold air is already in place. Hence, in the white, a winter storm warning. We could see substantial snow, maybe 6 to 12 inches. But take a look at this. In the orange, these are all the counties under a blizzard warning, meaning we're going to have some heavy snow and sustained winds. Well, typically above 35, 40 miles an hour, but this could be sustained winds in that 50, 60 mile per hour wind. We could have tropical storm force winds with snow coming sideways, and we're talking about a couple of feet of snow as well. Here's our forecast. Now, this is a shocker. This is a hurricane helping to give us all this snow here across areas of West Virginia. In the lighter pink, 6 to 12 inches. In the darker pink, we're talking 1 to 2 feet locally. 2 feet or more, and that more could be 3, 4 feet of snow, all thanks to this hurricane. Let's take a look at the path again as we have now Sandy moving northward, eventually moving back towards the northwest, making landfall with its moisture being pushed over areas where we have all that cold air in place. That's why we're going to have a long-duration blizzard and heavy snow event across the higher terrain of West Virginia. Kyla?
Thank you, Paul. Hurricane Sandy is a real danger to millions on the East Coast. Next, we'll have expert analysis on the timing of the storm and its impacts. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Look at this eyewitness video from Virginia Beach. This fishing pier is getting slammed by the waves. Thanks for staying with us on Weather Center Live. I'm Kyla Grogan. We're glad you're here with us. Right now, here is the latest. All flights have been canceled at the Philadelphia International Airport. The worst conditions from Sandy are expected to happen late Monday into Tuesday. The storm is expected to impact some 60 million people, with tens of millions likely to lose power. Paul Goodlow and hurricane specialist Kim Cunningham are in the global forecast tracking Sandy for us tonight. I mean, the good news, guys, is that all of the predictions, all the models have been accurate, right?
Yeah, they have, Kyla, but the bad news is they're still forecasting a sizable storm, maybe even a strengthening storm with some substantial rain. And Kim, we're looking at this earlier, and some things like D.C., they're about 9 inches below for the year in terms of rainfall. They could see that in this storm alone.
They could, and it's a good thing and a bad thing. Good that we need it, but bad that it comes at one time, and it's going to cause some flooding. But here's the very latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. If you're just joining us, the 2 a.m. intermediate, winds at 75, pressure 950. That hasn't changed. It's moving north now. That is the change. And, you know, as Kyla talked about, the computer model's doing a great job. Did predict this to turn more northerly at this time, and it's exactly what it's doing. And that's bad news because they're going to be right as it begins to turn more northwesterly with time as well. But it's also bringing some very heavy rain. Not so much around the center, Paul. There are some thunderstorms, but it's really with this band of rain that's right along the coast. And there's a front that's kind of stalled out in the area, so it makes it even worse.
And you can also see the snow on the backside of the system out here towards the Appalachians. That's an area that could see maybe 2, maybe even 4 feet of snow. That's going to be a localized area, but a broad area could see a ½ foot or more of snow with this same system.
All right, and rainfall-wise, we'll see 3 to 5 inches in Washington, D.C., and maybe even locally more than that. Ocean City, 3 to 5. Hatteras, just about done for you guys. And as you head farther north, we're even talking about 2 to 3 inches of rain in Buffalo.
And this could be over, say, what, maybe 48 hours or more?
Right. Philadelphia, 3 to 5. New York, 3 to 5 inches. Now, this is the new GFS model, the U.S. computer model that we look at, and this is the very latest on. I wanted to show you this because it does show where that heavy rain band is in the next hour or so on the west side of this, and that's where we have seen it, and that's what's going to come into Washington, D.C. to bring us the very heavy rain. Also, the track pretty much where it was from the earlier run, so very consistent with this. And Paul, we continue with that onshore flow through the day tomorrow and into tomorrow night.
And that's a concern because right now we're seeing the winds predominantly from the northeast across much of the northeast, and that's that's also giving us some flooding on even the Battery Park area. But Kim, as the system moves, we're going to see the change in the wind direction. So areas not seeing this coastal flooding could see a huge wind, rain, and also a wave event.
Right. Yeah, you got to think about the waves on top of that water rise. It's going to be very scary, very impressive. The pressure, by the way, as it comes ashore, the GFS is saying 947. That would be a record for this area as far as low pressure. And Paul, looking at it, the new model run, it does look like it weakens a little bit for a while, but then as it gets close to the coast, it's going to deepen. It's going to get stronger. That's even worse. We have a stronger, deeper system coming into the northeast that makes landfall. But there's that surge threat, and that's another thing. The surge is going to be, the stronger this is, the worse the surge is going to be.
Now, what about the waves on top of that? So it's just not a 6 to 11 foot rise there across the Sound, or 4 to 8 across the Atlantic, but we can see even higher waves on top of that.
Yeah, we've already seen, now not saying we're going to get 40 foot here, but even around the center itself, like 40 foot waves, so very impressive. And already we're looking at a water rise of 3.5 feet at the Battery.
Again, that's with not a bad wind direction northeast. Tomorrow it all comes onshore, so we could perhaps double or triple some of these numbers. And Kim, that could be just historic devastation.
Yeah, so it's beginning, and it's going to get worse before it gets any better. Another 72 hours of dealing with Hurricane Sandy.
We'll be here keeping you updated. Kyla, back to you.
All right, thanks, guys. Mike Seidel now talks to residents in Point Pleasant, New Jersey, where they are getting ready for Sandy. The weather.
Tonight, the Jersey Shore faces yet another high tide, this one higher than this morning's. In fact, this evening, the water is already up to the boardwalk, nearly as high as during Hurricane Irene. Sunday, everyone spent the day getting ready, getting out of town ahead of this hybrid monster that will likely rearrange this coastline. Glenn Brown believes he's seen this all before. He's getting his Point Pleasant beach shop ready for the storm. He saw Irene firsthand and got through it. Sandy's potential for a higher storm surge makes him very nervous.
That's the real thing I'm concerned about, is the water pushing up from the bay and really everything converging a little more than Irene did last year.
Ken Fellows has lived here for 22 years and says he has nothing to compare this to. Fellows says that he's stocked up and ready for Sandy. He has no plans to leave his home.
I'm really not a stubborn person, but you know, kind of look at it, you try and get the best idea of what you're going to do and analyze it, and then you just, you go from there.
Residents line the local gas stations today, filling tanks and gas cans, preparing to run their generators if needed.
Friday, it's bumper to bumper all day. Saturday, cans all day. And today, same thing, cans in, bottles.
Police spent the early part of the day knocking on doors and letting residents know they might want to leave. They left reminders for those who didn't answer the door.
It just has all the information they need to know. Everything, time to evacuate, places to go, shelters. So everything that we can't tell them would be on there for them to know. Yep.
The time for preparation is almost gone. For residents here and up and down the coast, the time to hunker down comes next. High tides tomorrow morning and tomorrow night will be much worse. A 4 to 8 foot surge and waves on top of that will destroy this dune and send water into property here on the beachfront. Back to you.
Direction change.
Now, the Weather Channel is Hurricane Central. We have a team of meteorologists up and down the coast to bring you the newest images as Sandy hits this week. Live coverage starts with Wake Up with Al at 5 a.m. And we have a team of 7 meteorologists all out in the field bringing you stories from all up and down the East Coast. Stay with us, everyone.
It could very well be historic in nature and in scope and in magnitude.
This is a serious and big storm. You need to take this very seriously.
I know that there's been a number of situations. I know that we get accustomed to hearing a weather forecast, and sometimes we're dubious about the weather forecast. But this is nothing to play with, and this is nothing to take lightly.
If it turns out that it's not as bad, that'll be a happy event for all of us, but I don't want to see lives lost unnecessarily.
Hurricane Sandy spent Sunday pummeling the Carolina coast. Our own Julie Martin is in Nags Head, North Carolina, and here's what she had to say earlier tonight.
Well, we're continuing to take a beating here in Nags Head, North Carolina. The Outer Banks taking the brunt of Sandy all day long. In fact, we've been dealing with tropical storm force wind gusts ever since midnight last night. So just a long duration storm and a lot of stuff to deal with here, even though the fact that Sandy is still well offshore. Tonight, what we're seeing is a state of emergency in the city of Kitty Hawk, where we know of debris in the streets and also some road closures due to localized flooding. Highway 12, the main thoroughfare into Cape Hatteras, has been closed off for all day long. In fact, water has washed over from the ocean there, and it's impassable. Officials in the area are not sure when it will reopen. And in Buxton, which is on Hatteras Island, down in the southern portion of the Outer Banks, we also know of some roads being washed over by ocean flooding. Tonight, there is a heightened concern for flooding along the Pamlico Sound. As these winds are shifting around, officials are expecting a 4 to 6 foot water rise on the sound side of this very fragile stretch of land here. So we're going to be watching that very carefully for you as well. Now, as far as the tropical storm conditions, they will be continuing throughout the evening tonight. The center of Sandy not expected to pass Cape Hatteras until about 2 o'clock in the morning. And beyond that, we're looking at windy conditions all day tomorrow as well. So it's been a tough day here in the Outer Banks, and it will continue to be a tough evening, and then another tough couple of days for millions across the Northeast as Sandy makes its way in that direction. Reporting from the Outer Banks, I'm meteorologist Julie Martin. Back to you guys.
Well, let's head up the coast to D.C., where temperatures in the mid-50s right now and some light rain showers. We notice the American flags kind of whopping in the, kind of moving along in the winds that have been gusty all day long, at times gusting well over 30 miles per hour. They will only increase as Sandy approaches the area. Well, let's talk about the impacts and the timings of impact here across the D.C. metro area. More winds, more rain, and yeah, we could also deal with some flooding along areas of the Chesapeake. That will only continue to increase into Monday as well. And here's the thing, we actually do need the rain. We're behind about 9 inches and change for the year, but we could see a lot of rain in a short period of time, so flooding will be a huge concern. Already have the leaves coming down, clogging up some of the drains, also making it pretty slick for some of the bike riders, so a heads up on that as well. Let's move up the coast, so up 95 to Philadelphia. We're also dealing with some gusty conditions now, and the rain will only increase for your morning. It continues into tomorrow night as well as your Tuesday as well, and look for the winds to continue. And of course, across the Jersey Shore, we could have a huge problem with coastal flooding as we head throughout to the next 48 hours. All right. Again, here is Sandy continuing to move on towards the north right now. Eventually, it'll turn more towards the northwest and then make landfall over the next, or probably within the next 24 hours. And look at the wind here, where the wind field with this system. It is huge. We are feeling the gusty winds from Maine all the way down through Florida still with this system. Now, close to the center, we're still seeing some pretty substantial winds here with the buoy just well off to the southwest of that center. But we're still dealing with some serious convection or thunderstorm activity still forming out here close to that center. So Sandy has not weakened at all. But the concern is twofold. One, we have the huge and heavy rain threat with this system, and the rain will continue to be very, very heavy through probably into Wednesday in some locations. We could see perhaps a couple of inches of rain as we head on towards midday on your Tuesday. Then by Tuesday night, Tuesday morning, we could be dealing with perhaps a half foot of rain in some locations, and a few areas might get in that double-digit amount of rain as well. And this system slowly starts to weaken and brings that moisture to the interior of Pennsylvania and then western New York State, eventually moving back on through New England as we head on towards the latter part of this week as well. So again, the projected path continues to keep Sandy as a hurricane as it makes landfall somewhere along the Jersey coast sometime in the later evening hours, nighttime hours of Monday into 50 minutes past the hour. Time now for a complete tropical update where all eyes are on Sandy. Let's bring in our hurricane specialist, Kim Cunningham, to talk about what's going on and when Sandy will make some landfall.
All right, guys, nothing has really changed from the last advisory except the fact that it's now moving more northerly, which is right on cue what the computer models were indicating. That'll make that more northerly turn, eventually northwesterly turn, and then more of a westerly turn and make landfall. Here's the very latest from the Hurricane Center. The pressure 950, that hasn't changed, but what I'm seeing on satellite, Paul, is that some of that convection is even getting farther away from the center. So we may be starting to see a little bit of a change here to more extratropical, and eventually will become extratropical, but it doesn't matter if it's extratropical, if it's a hurricane. If anything, it's going to be worse that it's a combination of the two. So we're going to watch the forecast, very similar to before, that hasn't changed, looking possibly right into central or southern New Jersey for a landfall, looks like tomorrow night.
And again, this pressure right now is 950, and even if it does kind of lose some hurricane characteristics, you're not going to feel that pressure right away, so it's still going to be a huge wind generator.
Right. It doesn't matter, really, if it is a hurricane or not at landfall. It's going to strengthen as it gets closer to shore because of other factors coming into play. We're going to get some jet energy, the fast winds aloft. That will come into it. That will deepen it. The pressure's going to drop. It's going to strengthen, and we're going to see strong winds. A prolonged event Wednesday night, even to Thursday, even Friday morning, I think we'll still have some gusty winds out there.
And again, the wind's a huge concern as this approaches. And right now, again, some of the models are still showing a persistent kind of easterly, northeasterly flow, and that's why we could have a huge storm surge in Long Island Sound.
Right, so we're seeing those easterly winds, and we'll start to see that change a little bit towards the afternoon. 12 hours later, still more of an easterly wind, and that's going to continue to bring that water level up.
And here's the important thing is the winds across, say, Long Island and this area, it doesn't really change until after landfall, right at and after landfall. So don't let your guard down anywhere along the Long Island area, both sides of the island and also across the Northeast, because it could be until the very end, all of a sudden you might see a huge and a fast rise in the coastal flooding there. So do not let your guard down. Don't think, oh, this is not too bad, because tomorrow night when it comes on shore, we could see, you know, perhaps a 4-foot surge quickly go to an 8-foot surge in literally a matter of minutes.
And what about, you know, 10 to 20-foot waves?
On top of
that, and high tide. We're going to go through several high tide cycles, and that's another huge concern, and of course the full moon. All right, current water rise, we're talking about 3.5 feet at the Battery, at Kings Point almost a little over 2 feet, Sandy Hook at 3.6. But Paul, we wanted to show everybody this because those of you that thought maybe, you know, maybe it wasn't so bad for Irene, we are almost at where Irene was at the Battery.
And we're still about 24 hours, maybe a little less than actually having landfall. So, yeah, we could easily surpass this as we head on towards, say, noon tomorrow.
All right, so that's one aspect of this storm. The other will be the wind. 40 to 50 mile per hour winds, gusts to 75, already gusting 20 to 30 miles per hour along the coast. It's going to get worse. 75 mile per hour winds will bring trees down, will bring power lines down, and will put out your power, right?
And again, the big difference is last year with Irene, you kind of had a little buzzsaw of the strongest winds coming up through. But this system, Kim, it's going to kind of come in and kind of slowly meander around, and that wind will slowly start winding down, not only over a couple hours, talking maybe a couple of days.
Yeah, this is a very long event, folks, and hopefully you are prepared.
All right, thanks, Kim. Kyla?
All right, a lot to watch, everyone. The weather up the East Coast has gone from bad to worse tonight. NECN reporter John Maroney shows us the threat in Framingham, Massachusetts.
This is Mother Nature, and Mother Nature is unpredictable. But we are doing everything we can with all of the agencies and resources at our disposal.
The preparations are now in place all over Massachusetts and the entire East Coast as millions of people brace for the arrival of Hurricane Sandy.
We're going to get through this. We are as well prepared as we possibly can be.
The storm is expected to first hit the Bay State at around 2 o'clock tomorrow morning, moving from the Vineyard up to the South Coast before putting the entire state under the gun. The biggest concerns right now, wind and coastal flooding, especially on east and south-facing beaches.
In particular, we're worried about the storm surge tomorrow evening, where we may see storm surges of 5 to 6 feet.
Power outages are expected, and all of the state's utilities have been put on notice. Their response will be watched by everyone.
At the end of the day, this response is going to be judged in terms of the results on the ground, in terms of the communication back to its customers.
The MEMA bunker in Framingham is now operational and will stay that way until this is all over. The governor is asking all schools to close tomorrow. State offices will be shut down. Private employers are being asked to do the same thing, and for now, the MBTA will run on a regular schedule.
It will take all of us working together, not just in government, but working together as neighbors to make sure we get through it.
We'll be back in just a moment with our nonstop coverage of Hurricane Sandy. Stay with us. We are streaming our coverage on
This morning, a look at some of the major cities that could feel the impact from Hurricane Sandy as we continue to track this potential historic storm.
Already in New York City and Philadelphia, all subway, commuter, railway, and bus service has ended. Boston will run as scheduled for now. And all 3 public schools will be closed with tens of thousands taking the day off in anticipation of the storm's effects.
We have all the information you need to know as this extremely threatening storm pounds the eastern seaboard. Right here, right now on First Outlook.
The other thing that makes this storm unique is we anticipate that it is going to be slow moving. That means that it may take a long time not only to clear, but also to get, for example, the power companies back in to clear trees and to put things back in place so that folks can start moving back home.
Hearing from the president on one of the biggest storms of our lifetime that is unfolding right now. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm meteorologist Danielle Banks.
And I'm Kyla Grogan. Our team of veteran meteorologists have been calling the storm unprecedented. And as residents from Washington, D.C. to New York City and New England start to hunker down and try to be safe through this storm. It's going to be a very big one.
It really is. And we have the very latest information that we do want to bring to you right now. Certainly before you leave the house, go ahead and get a grip on this latest. Just take a moment to look at this because the New York Stock Exchange, this is incredible, and the NASDAQ are both closed due to Hurricane Sandy for today.
That's right. Now, we've already told you about New York City, but Washington, D.C. and Philadelphia have also suspended train and bus service. That's for today as well. So everyone kind of paying attention, trying to do what they can to make things stop for a minute while we wait to see what happens with Sandy.
That's right. And of course, you know, we're hearing a lot more about what's happening leading up to the election, which is not this Tuesday, but next Tuesday, so right around the corner. And in the thick of all this, you know that we have an army of meteorologists out in the field ready to help you to find ways to, again, stay safe. Protecting life and property is key for this storm.
And really breaking it all down for everyone so they can understand what's happening with Sandy. And, of course, one of the ways we do that is with our expert analysis. And we have Kim Cunningham in the expert desk. And, Kim, you could get us up to date on what we know this morning.
Sure, guys. The very latest advisory. We'll get another one here at 5 a.m. But this is the 2 o'clock advisory if you're just joining us. Good morning. The winds are at 75 miles per hour. It is still a hurricane, although it may be trying to do that little transition that we were expecting it to do, become more of an extratropical system. But it doesn't matter. The effects are going to be the same. If anything, it's going to be worse in many cases. The wind field is so huge with this. It's moving north at 14. That's the subtle change that we've seen. I think that really isn't too subtle. The fact that it's more northerly now tells us that, hey, yes, it is beginning that track towards the north, and eventually it'll be more northwesterly and then more westerly. So, yes, it's feeling the effects of a trough that's deepening over the eastern U.S. or where our jet stream is digging in. High pressure to the north, kind of a squeeze play going on, turning it more northerly and then eventually more towards the west. So the computer models are right on target with this right now. All right, so here it is on our enhanced satellite image, and the center is somewhere in this area right here. Now, the thunderstorm activity does seem to be getting stretched out a little bit, okay? So it's feeling the effects of a front that's sitting over here, we call baroclinicity, or some cold air advection getting in there, and you can probably see a little bit of it on the different satellite to the south of it. But starting a transition. But that, if anything, especially when it gets farther north, is going to be bad because we're going to see it deepen and be even a deeper low. We already have pressure at 950 millibars. A deeper low would be in record low for the northeast. So here's the winds. They're gusting offshore right now at Beaufort at 38 miles per hour. Virginia Beach, 40 mile per hour winds. Look at the waves, 20-foot waves, 23-foot waves just offshore of Maryland right now. So they're big, plus the water rise and the waves on top of that. We're talking about major problems here. All right, winds more offshore at this point out of the northeast. That will change. We're seeing winds gusting to 24 in New York City, and then here in Boston to 32, Provincetown at 33 miles per hour. So our wind forecast, 40 to 50 mile per hour winds through Tuesday for this area with gusts to 75. Now, you know, gusts to 75, you think about a Cat 1 hurricane making landfall, what that can do. Trees, power lines, shrubbery, all that stuff will be blown away. Well, blown down in some cases. But like lawn furniture, all that stuff needs to be brought in for sure. So gusts to 50 miles per hour, 30 to 40 mile per hour sustained winds in some cases, and that extends all the way over the Ohio Valley. On radar, we're seeing a heavy rain band that's been sitting here and just dumping rain. We've seen up to 10 inches in some cases along the coast, and especially where you see those darker reds indicating some very heavy rain, and we're going to see that heavy rain threat continue over the next 48 hours, possibly 12 inches of rain. Back to you guys.
All right, Kim, and again, talking about the rain and the wind threat, we definitely need to focus in on the wide scope of power outages. And so many of you have been asking, do you think that I will lose power? And if you see that you are located in this zone that is shaded in red, and remember, it is going to be so widespread, you cannot focus in on that exact center point of landfall, because as we've been mentioning, the power outages are going to be so vast and even beyond this scope. I mean, you have to look back even into portions of the upper Midwest and around the Great Lakes where we'll be dealing with those possible power outages, because Kim was alluding to just how strong the wind is going to be. And certainly we all want to take a moment to say how much we appreciate the linemen who are going to be out there trying to restore power to us as quickly as possible. Remember to think about them. They're spending time away from their families to try and help you get restored. Now, as we go through Monday, here's a look at the timing of everything, because again, we're going through today and we want to show you what happens when the system comes on shore. Remember, on the back side of the system, all that cold air filters in, and in some of those high elevations into West Virginia above 2,000 feet, we could see 2 feet, possibly even more, of heavy, wet snow. So we know the snow lovers are going to be happy about this, but wow, what a way to end the month of October. Kyla?
All right, our coverage of Sandy continues. Up next, the superstorm is grounding flights and wreaking havoc on traffic across the East Coast. We've got your travel updates straight ahead. Plus, take a look at how folks in New Jersey are preparing for the oncoming storm. Stay with us.
Well, it is 10 past the hour. Take a look at this photo overnight from Norfolk, Virginia. This comes to us from the Twitter account of Martin Cornick. Tidal flooding remains a concern with Hurricane Sandy along the east coast of the United States. You can see that street there absolutely looks like a river. Well, again, 10 past the hour, and welcome back to this extended edition of First Outlook as we track Hurricane Sandy. Travel impacts in the Northeast, of course, from the storm are going to be huge, with public transportation shut down in some major cities, and of course those airports closing because of high winds. Let's go ahead over to Kyla for the very latest.
All right, that's right. We have already this morning 6,000 flights have been canceled across the U.S., many of them because of the impact from Hurricane Sandy. Everyone's getting ready, right? We know this storm is coming. We know that travel is going to be disrupted. So this is what we are looking at now. If we look at travel today, certainly seeing a difficult time in New York City. We're seeing it all up along the East Corridor where you're going to have wind. That is the story. Lots of wind. In fact, some friends of mine in Asbury Park, New Jersey told me already they thought it was very scary wind today, and you're going to see that all the way up straight from Washington, D.C. to Boston, Philadelphia. You're also going to be having rain and windy skies. Our temperatures in the 50s, and we will have not good travel day, folks. It's a good day to stay at home, and as they kept saying that phrase, hunker down, but it's a good one to describe it. That's what we need to do. We need to stay put, because getting anywhere today, not going to be a very good idea. You can see here for our airports, D.C., we're seeing the green there, which means we don't have travel delays, but I can bet you that's not going to last, and a lot of that is because there aren't any flights, right? So when there aren't any flights, we can't have any delays. Danielle.
That is a very good point. Well, of course, Hurricane Sandy has already begun that northward turn, and as we are going to see, it will bring life-threatening storm surge to the eastern coastline. Now, the center, the massive storm, still right now targeting the Jersey Shore. NBC's Jay Gray joins us from Cape May, New Jersey, perhaps very close to where Sandy eventually makes landfall.
Hey there, Danielle. Yeah, and you're absolutely right. But right now, it's pretty nice, to be real honest. The rain has let up almost completely, and the wind has died down. Though what you're showing us to the south is a good indication of what's to come. And everyone here knows that it's on the way. It's just got to make that turn and then really focus on the Jersey Shore and this area, as you talked about. They say they're ready as they can be for this storm. Everyone here, from the old-timers to people who have just been around for a little while, understanding that this is a different storm. This is something they really haven't seen in this area, and so they're very apprehensive about what exactly is going to happen. The expectations, of course, are that they will see these strong winds that's going to knock out the power, and it could be out for quite some time. The driving rain that's going to last for a very long time. This is a slow-moving system. And then that storm surge that we've all talked about. You know, it's coming at the peak of a high tide during the full moon. Add Sandy into that mix, and they're going to see water pushed into places in this community and others along the New Jersey coast that really where the water's never been before. And so that's going to present its own set of unique problems. What they will do, they say, is wait until things calm down and then get out and assess the situation. And for those who aren't in shelters or didn't move to higher ground, they'll have to wait as well, because there is a mandatory evacuation in effect in this area. And emergency officials have made it real clear. If you choose to stay and ride this thing out, we can't force you to leave, but we're not going to put our personnel in harm's way at the height of this storm to help you if things take a turn for the worse for you personally. So once you've made that decision, and now we're past the point of deciding to leave, you've decided to ride that out on your own. It's going to be a rough ride, and as we've talked about, Danielle, it's going to last for a little while, and that's very disturbing when you talk about Sandy.
Thank you so much, Jay Gray with NBC News. We certainly appreciate you being out there this morning for us. Now, let's talk about the timing here of what's happening for a few of the states that will be affected. New Jersey, you are one of the states we are talking about, and New York City, you as well. The timing here, we look at wind gusts on Monday up to 60 miles per hour and even higher. Significant water rise, rain heavy at times as we head into Monday evening. We're talking about wind gusts 70 miles plus and very high impact water rise there, heavy rain. And then Tuesday, winds slow to decrease, wind gusts to 55 miles per hour, starting to pull back, but hey, a 55 mile per hour rain, and then with rain periods of heavy rain, that's still going to be a very difficult day for you in New York City. Now, New Jersey, where the winds have already been quite heavy today, we see much of the same as we see in New York. We start to see coastal flooding, winds 50 to 60 miles per hour, large destructive waves, and heading into Monday night, that wind is going to pick up even higher. So we're looking at 75 plus miles per hour. Danielle.
Well, Hurricane Sandy is one of the largest tropical cyclones ever recorded. It really is a monster with a wind field 500 miles, the damage and impacts, and of course it could be massive. We'll be back with more on Sandy with our expert analysis continuing after this.
It's a time of celebration for us. It's a time of importance and significance. I know that right now some people in the country are a little nervous about a storm about to hit the coast, and our thoughts and prayers are with the people who will find themselves in harm's way.
That was Governor Mitt Romney during a campaign stop on Sunday addressing Hurricane Sandy. It's 20 past the hour, and we will have live coverage all day of this extraordinary storm and its threats from the eastern seaboard to the Great Lakes. Along with schools, mass transit, and the New York Stock Exchange, now the Statue of Liberty will also be closed today and tomorrow in New York. It has to be closed for a massive renovation. The public was supposed to be able to start visiting this week. It's expected to reopen on Wednesday. Now, the mega storm inches closer to the East Coast with some 60 million people expected to be impacted. Residents have hit the stores and in some cases completely cleared the shelves. Meteorologist Jim Cantori is in Battery Park City, New York with the latest.
Good early morning, everybody. We're awaiting the worst of this storm. It's going to be moving in the rain, the cold weather, the winds expected to gust to 60 miles per hour today. It is cold. That rain is falling through some drier air that was here before the storm arrived, so it's brought those temperatures down into the 50s. Of course, it's going to get a lot colder and a lot wetter as we go on through the day today. Let me show you some pictures where yesterday people were taking supplies off the shelves in groves. Once that mandatory evacuation order was given, people just got all they could. The bread, the peanut butter, the water, the flashlights, and the batteries, knowing, rightly so, the chances of losing power are going to be very, very much on the high side. And speaking of losing power, as we look at this graphic here, it's hard to grasp that some 60 million of you are expected to be impacted by this storm. Estimates right now, 10 million will lose power. That's 1 of every 6 that'll be in the dark just a few days before Halloween. Eerily similar to what we had last year. Reporting from the Battery, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantori. Back to you.
And we'll, of course, hear more from Jim and the rest of our team of meteorologists in the field. Cannot say enough good things about these people. They really do want to go out and keep you ahead of the storm. Now, here's some of the peak wind gusts that we've already been facing at this time. You can see there's a lot of upper 30s, so just near 40-plus mile-per-hour gust, and an over 50-mile-per-hour gust coming out of Ocean City. And I know personally, I'm usually white-knuckling it when a 20 or 30-mile-per-hour gust hits my vehicle. So think about doubling that, especially if you're in a lightweight or high-profile vehicle. This is going to be a very dangerous scenario. In terms of the wind alerts, they stretch all the way from the Smokies and, of course, the North Carolina mountains, and then extending even further northward bound. As we've been mentioning, the wind field with this is going to be huge. And, of course, you really need to pay attention to what happens with the wind direction going into tonight. Remember, we've already talked about that northward turn, and once we get past tonight heading into tomorrow, you really are going to feel the brunt of those winds making a big impact across so many different areas. Kyla?
All right, thank you, Danielle. As this storm barrels toward major cities on the East Coast, our Dr. Greg Forbes explains what the impact of massive tropical storm winds could do.
By sticking up into the wind, tall skyscrapers can deflect the wind and create some accelerations around the buildings. It's what we call a Bernoulli effect. It's kind of like squeezing a tube of toothpaste. That squeezing causes the toothpaste to squirt out faster. We get jets of strong winds. Now, if the buildings are pretty far apart, like in this case, you might not get too much of that squirting effect, but you might get a little bit of an eddy or a little bit of a whirlwind behind the buildings. But if the skyscrapers are pretty close together, you might get a wind tunneling effect because of that squeezing of the air from around both of the buildings in between them. It might get strong enough, in fact, that you might even pull some of the windows out of the buildings and channel some of those strong gusts down to the ground. It's what we call the microclimate within the urban environment. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Forbes. And, of course, the Northeast full of wonderfully beautiful skyscrapers, and we certainly hope that all of those buildings fare very well. So here are some of the impacts as we go into this evening. Of course, we're really concerned about the storm surge. We'll be talking to you more in depth about that as we go through the hour. Many of you were with us just a few minutes ago when we were highlighting the wind alerts, then, of course, the flood alerts, and then, of course, on the backside of all of this, we're also talking about snow. But the impacts to the Great Lakes are something that we also need to highlight, especially those big gusts and those huge waves. We're talking about 15 to 20 plus footers, and for many of you, we know that you love to get out there for this time of the year, but it definitely is going to be a very dangerous time in spots like Lake Huron as well as Lake Michigan. And as you can see, for Lake Michigan, those waves could exceed even over 25 feet. That's big. Kyla?
Now remember, if your home loses power, you can still listen to the Weather Channel's live coverage. It's being broadcast on both Sirius and XM satellite radio stations. The Weather Channel is Hurricane Central. We're here with you all day and all night with expert analysis. You will not find anywhere else. We'll be right back.
Some of the sounds of Sandy, those lashing waves, the whipping winds. Of course, that is the major one you hear. The field of wind for this storm, 500 miles, and certainly going to be more relentless throughout the day. Welcome back to this extended edition of First Outlook as we continue to track this unprecedented storm. Evacuations have already been ordered as storm surge levels are expected to exceed Irene, which, of course, how could we forget, hit New York last year.
Yeah, my family in Connecticut certainly hasn't forgotten that one. Now, if you are riding out the storm at home, stay safe and away from windows. You know when you hear that wind, you need to stay away from windows. Much of the damage could come from the strong winds.
And we have the very latest that you need to know before you leave the house and try to get out and do what you need to do today. President Obama signed emergency declarations for 5 states as well as Washington, D.C. Now, that lays the groundwork for federal aid in New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, as well as Rhode Island.
In the meantime, New York City is shutting down. At least 375,000 people have been evacuated from their homes in Lower Manhattan. The New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ have suspended trading for Monday. Broadway shows are dark, and the subway system, can you believe it, has stopped running. Probably
Really,
a good idea, right?
Really
we don't want water
incredible.
in the subway.
And salt water at times, nonetheless. Washington, D.C. and Philadelphia have also suspended subway service, and all federal offices will be closed in D.C. today ahead of Sandy's potentially devastating landfall.
All right, from an army of meteorologists out in the thick of it to a team of experts in the Global Forecast Center, we have team coverage only the Weather Channel can bring you. Let's get right to our hurricane specialist, Kim Cunningham, with the very latest on the storm. Kim.
All right, guys, we're looking at still a hurricane with winds at 75 miles per hour. The new advisory comes in at 5 a.m. We did get some new data in from our computer models I'm going to share with you, too, this hour. We're going to start with the pressure at 950 millibars and the fact that it's moving north, though. We're going to talk about this a little bit. It's now moving north at 14, and you're wondering, why is that important? Well, we've been waiting for that subtle change in that direction because the computer models have been indicating that's exactly what's going to happen. It was more northeasterly and then more northerly, and then guess what? More westerly. So the models were correct on this in a more northerly track. And I also want you to look at how the thunderstorm activity looks a little bit more stretched out, okay? So we may be starting to see signs of it undergoing that extratropical process, losing some of its tropical characteristics. But the Air Force Hurricaners, when they were in there, they did find still an eye wall. It was open on the southeast end. They still did find some thunderstorm activity around the center, but we may be starting to feel the effects of our system that's coming in from the plains. Okay, I'm going to show you this on our water vapor imagery. Watch this. See all this heading that direction? Okay, that's where our jet stream is, and it's diving down in here. That's where our trough is, and that's what's helping steer it more towards the north. It's kind of pushing it northward, plus an area of high pressure to the north as well helps steering it in that direction eventually when it gets a little higher in latitude. All right, but our water vapor also showing dry air, a lot of it, that orange indicator right here. So we may be starting to see a transition here. Plus, we had a front come through. We're starting to see some cold air getting in there as well. So the bottom line is, even though it's transitioning here in the next 24 hours to an extratropical system, it doesn't matter. It's going to be a bad storm when it moves in. It's actually going to get stronger as an extratropical system coming inland and do worse damage than a Category 1 hurricane could. So here's the forecast. Still, that has not changed. Still bringing it in Monday evening, somewhere around dinner time, around New Jersey. And then taking it Tuesday evening, and then kind of moving it pretty slowly. By Wednesday evening, it's still in New York State. But it's a prolonged event. We still want to urge people, it's going to be a couple of days before we get rid of this. Thursday evening, it's still here. So several days of very, very high winds and a lot of rainfall, too. Now, the winds have already begun to gust to 46 miles per hour here in Hatteras. We're seeing waves of 23 feet off the coast of Maryland. And then at 27-mile-per-hour wind gusts at Bridgeport, 30-mile-per-hour winds at Newport. So the winds have already begun. It's just a matter of time that they get high enough that we get some power outages. Back to you, Danielle.
All right, Kim, and again, just featuring in some of those peak wind gusts that have already occurred, with Ocean City topping out with a 50-plus mile per hour, and it really just doesn't take much, especially if you have a sick tree in your yard that hasn't been tended to. Now, we are responsible as property owners generally to keep tabs on that. Trees that are along roadways and interstates, officials take care of those with your Department of Transportation. So I know that there's been a lot of monitoring from the DOTs leading up to this. And of course, for those of you who have been doing some traveling, you may have come across some barricades. Please don't drive around those. They are very much up for a reason. I hate that I have to say that, but every year I hear a tragedy occurring from somebody driving around a barricade when obviously common sense tells you don't do that. In terms of the power outages that we have been telling you about, widespread power outages is what we anticipate, especially once the winds really get going and we really see the progress of that northwestward turn that we're anticipating to occur later on today and heading into tonight. In terms of those impacts, we've been telling you not just about the potential power outage and the storm surge, but of course on the backside of the system, we're talking about all that cold air diving straight down into portions of the upper Midwest, West Virginia in particular, some spots possibly over 2 feet of heavy wet snow, which could also lead to power outages. Kyla?
Thank you, Danielle. Now, we will have live coverage across all of our platforms as Sandy continues to batter the East Coast. We have a special edition of Wake Up with Al coming up at 5 a.m. as part of our extended coverage. But coming up on First Outlook, we'll track the flood threats, both tidal and rain from the storm. Plus, shelters open along the coast for those evacuated from the storm. We have the information you need. We'll be right back.
It is 40 past the hour, and we'd like you to take a look at this dramatic video from an eyewitness weather reporter sending this in. Big waves crashing onto the shore in Curry Beach, North Carolina. You can see water coming up to the deck where they were shooting this video. And as you get ready to leave the house this morning, I know this is not the sight that you want to see. And for more on how this storm is affecting travel along the eastern seaboard, let's head straight over to Kyla.
All right, already this morning, over 6,000 flights have been canceled across the U.S. Not surprising, right? Many of them because of the impact of Hurricane Sandy. And you know what today is a good day for? Today's a good day to stay home, cuddle up, and eat those snacks that you bought to prepare for the storm. Because it's not a great day to travel. It's certainly not going to be a great day today or tomorrow. We have rain in New York City, Washington, D.C., Boston. Everyone's getting in on the action. Lots of clouds, lots of rain. A good time to stay home, folks, and save the traveling for another day. Danielle.
Well, our nonstop coverage of Sandy continues now with meteorologist Reynolds Wolf in Mystic, Connecticut.
Well, the view right now is certainly a dark one. We've got some clouds out there, but believe it or not, we've seen a few glints of moonshine, a full moon, mind you, which will play a big factor in the potential flooding that we might see here throughout Mystic and through much of the region. We expect the water to really pile up as it makes its way around Long Island, and certainly as it moves back to the harbor, where the water may get up to 4 feet in some locations. Very high for a lot of the buildings around here. That, coupled with the wind, could cause all kinds of problems in this harbor and throughout the region. You know, earlier today, we have some video to share with you. Let's take that video now, and you can see plain as day people in the harbor doing all they can to prepare these beautiful massive ships, keep them safe and sound as the winds and the water comes flying in. And it wasn't only just here in this harbor. In fact, we've got some video for you around town in Mystic of people getting the buildings ready, boarding up some windows, doing all they can because they know the winds are going to be strong. They're also dealing with power outages. And I can also tell you that people have been heading to the local hardware stores, where we spoke to one manager, and he said things have been nuts.
Oh, it's just been a mad rush for everyone in town trying to get prepared for the storm. Everyone's got the right things in mind, coming down for plywoods, duct tape for the windows, masking tape, making sure they're stocked up on their batteries, flashlights, gas cans, any type of fuel to get them through the storm.
You know, we talked about the flooding potential. Let's talk a bit more about the wind. We're talking about the potential of having some tropical storm force winds, some gusts rolling through here for 24 to 36 hours. What I can tell you is it's all but a certainty that we're going to see widespread power outages that could affect millions of people. Let's send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you so much, Reynolds. And of course, we've been talking about the high water. The flood alerts you can see are very vast, even spreading all the way up into portions of northern Maine and then extending back into sections of Ohio. Many of you across northern Virginia, Nova, you still need to remain on alert for today. We've been talking about those very high winds, and the flood threats will continue all the way down, even into spots in northeastern North Carolina. Kyla?
Thank you, Danielle. Technology will be an invaluable tool during and after Hurricane Sandy. Meteorologist Chris Warren now shows us one app you need to have on your smartphone right now.
A strong tropical storm or hurricane can churn up a lot of anxiety and confusion. Your home could be in the path of the storm, or your vacation plans could be threatened or ruined. That's when you turn to one of your most valuable assets for answers.
What's with you all the time? I mean, really, it is your cell phone and your mobile device.
The American Red Cross has a new hurricane app that promises to help you ride out the next storm.
There's alerts that you can set for weather, alerts in various hurricane-prone areas. So you can get the watches, the warnings, the current conditions. There's a flashlight app on there. There's also an alarm. There are lists of supplies that you need. And there's preparedness information for what you need to know before, during, and after a hurricane.
And while you may be the one directly impacted by the storm, Laura Howe says the app can also help reduce fear and uncertainty for your family and friends waiting to hear from you.
There's another great feature that people should know about as well, and that's the I'm Safe feature. So you can go right into the app and touch the I'm Safe button. And the great thing about that is in doing that, you can send a message to your entire social network. You can send a message on Facebook, you can send a message on Twitter, through email or text to let other people know that you're out of harm's way and that you are indeed safe.
To learn about the Red Cross Hurricane app, just go to weather.com/ready. I'm meteorologist Chris Warren, the Weather Channel.
As they say, there's an app for that. Facing a potentially billion-dollar disaster, the American Red Cross will need all the help it can get. If you want to make a donation, a $10 donation, just text the word Red Cross to 90999. The charge will appear on your next mobile phone bill. You can also donate at 1-800-RED-CROSS or redcross.org. Up next on First Outlook, our coverage of Sandy continues with in-depth analysis you won't find anywhere else.
And we continue our coverage of Hurricane Sandy this morning, pinpointing the impacts along the eastern seaboard.
Now for the very latest on the track of this storm and what you can expect as you wake up on the East Coast, let's go to our hurricane specialist, Kim Cunningham, who has all the details. Kim.
Oh, hey guys, it's already beginning. If you're just joining us, I'm sure you noticed a little bit windy out there tonight along the coast all the way up to Boston. So we're already feeling the winds from this, and already the water rise has begun as well. Here's the very latest advisory. Want to show you mainly the fact that the movement is now more to the north at 14, and it's due east right now of Cape Hatteras. So we're right in here, the center, about right in this region here. Now the Air Force Hurricane Hunters were out there earlier, and they did find that still some characteristics of a hurricane, but beginning its extratropical transition. But it doesn't matter. The outcome is going to be the same no matter what. We're still going to have a terrible storm making landfall no matter what it is. The fact that the pressure is so low at 950 is a little scary if we get this to deepen even more and move inland. So that's a huge concern. I wanted to show you too where we have a lot of this down here. You saw that little stratified cumulus or stratified clouds in there, and a little bit of cumulus in there. Some cold air that's moved in. So a cold front is moving in, interacting with it as well, and that's maybe helping that transition a little bit. And the fact that we're starting to see that northerly turn is indicating those models have been right on with this. All right, current winds, we're seeing more offshore winds, New York City, 30-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but we're seeing a water rise at the Battery of about 3.5 feet at this point. So about a foot away from where we were from Irene. So something to consider if any of you have decided not to get out of the area. All right, looking at some of the rainfall, where you see the reds and yellows and the greens, that's indicating a lot of the very heavy rain that's been sitting here. It's parked itself over, it looks like the Delmarva. Some areas have picked up 6 inches of rain, 10 inches of rain around Cape Hatteras. It does look like, at least at Cape Hatteras, it has weakened, at least lightened up anyway. All right, so water vapor imagery, we're looking at water vapor at the middle of the atmosphere and higher. And the reason we look at this is to look for that dry air where the orange is indicated. And boy, there's a lot of it. I mentioned the front coming through. We have a deep trough, or where our jet stream is, digging in, and that is what's helped pushing that northward. And the dry air getting in there and some of the cold air is what's helping that transition, the baroclinicity, the difference, the change in temperature from warm to cold. That gives extratropical systems their energy versus a hurricane where it's the warm water. All right, so the enhanced satellite loop, want to show you that also, some of that colder air underneath it. But here's the forecast path. That has not changed. The computer models are still indicating a landfall tonight, Monday evening, sometime around dinner time, 7 o'clock in that area right there. Now that's important for surge, okay, where it makes landfall. North of that area is the area that's going to get hit with surge the most. The wind threat is going to be anywhere around it, hundreds of miles around it. The rain threat is going to be mainly west or south of the area. So this whole western side of where it makes landfall is where the rain threat is going to be the worst. So wind, everybody gets it. Rain, it's mainly to the west, and looking at the European model, you can pick out where the yellows are, and that's to the west of the center, coming into D.C. and Norfolk, and there's that landfall about 7 o'clock, almost dead on with what the new GFS is indicating as well. Now, the difference between the European model and the GFS model, the two models we rely on the most, is the European's not as deep with this. It's not as strong with this system. It has a pressure of 975 millibars. The GFS, on the other hand, is looking at a pressure a little bit deeper, which means stronger. So here's the GFS model, keeping all that rain to the west side, so that's also similar to what the European was saying, so we feel pretty confident this is where the heavy rain threat is going to be. So D.C., get ready, batten down the hatches here. Wind and rain. New York City, we could see some heavy rain as well, several inches of rain for you. And there's that landfall almost identical with the European now. And the pressure, though, check this out, 947 millibars. We hope this does not verify, but the pressure right now is 950 millibars. It doesn't have to go far to drop to 947, and this would be a record, by the way. Never seeing a pressure like this, especially from a system coming from the tropics. All right, so that wind forecast, again, starting to see that strong wind coming in for sure around 6 o'clock tonight with hurricane gusts near New York City. Back to you guys.
Just some unbelievable stats with this storm system. Now, for many of you, just wrapping your head around this, we know is just a tough task indeed. But just know, as Kim mentioned, things going downhill tonight into tomorrow. And certainly, we want you to realize that so many locations are going to be impacted by this. These are the states which are currently listed under a state of emergency. And you can see going all the way northward bound into upstate New York. So please, again, take this very seriously. Your officials have already put the word out for federal aid.
That's right. Now, we will have live coverage all day right here on the Weather Channel as we track Hurricane Sandy, and we will have our experts, and we will be back soon.
This morning, a live look at some of the major cities that could feel the impacts from Hurricane Sandy as we continue to track this potentially historic storm.
Already in New York City and Philadelphia, all subway, commuter, railway, and bus service has ended. Boston will run as scheduled for now. In all 3, public schools will be closed, with tens of thousands taking the day off in anticipation of the storm's effects.
We have all the information you need to know as this extremely threatening storm system pounds the eastern seaboard right here, right now on First Outlook.
The other thing that makes this storm unique is we anticipate that it is going to be slow moving. That means that it may take a long time not only to clear, but also to get, for example, the power companies back in to clear trees and put things back in place so that folks can start moving back home.
President Obama chiming in on one of the biggest storms of our lifetime. It's unfolding right now. Hello, and thanks for joining us on this extended edition of First Outlook. I'm meteorologist Danielle Banks.
And I'm Kyla Grogan. Our team of veteran meteorologists have been calling this storm unprecedented as residents from Washington, D.C. to New England need to hunker down and be safe.
We have the very latest that you need to know before you head out to run those last-minute errands, stock up, doing what you need to do. And speaking of stock, the New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ are both closed due to Hurricane Sandy.
Now, we've already told you about New York City, but Washington, D.C. and Philadelphia have also suspended train and bus service for today as well.
Hurricane Sandy also impacting the race for the White House. We just heard from President Obama, but also Mitt Romney canceling some political events, and both campaigns said that they were suspending fundraising emails to those in the path of the storm.
From an army of meteorologists out in the thick of it to a team of experts in the Global Forecast Center, we have team coverage only the Weather Channel can bring you. And let's get right to our hurricane specialist, Kim Cunningham. She has all the details, the very latest on this storm. Kim.
All right, guys, we're still looking at a hurricane, winds at 75 miles per hour. The new advisory coming in at 5 a.m. And as soon as we get that, of course, we'll pass it along to you. But the only thing that's really changed overnight, if you're just joining us, is the fact that this is now moving more towards the north. And I think that is very critical because, there might have been some skeptics thinking this thing is going to continue on a northeasterly track away from the U.S., but now it is starting to feel the tug of that trough that's entering the eastern U.S. and moving a little bit more towards the north, and then eventually towards the northwest. The winds at 75 around the center. Air Force Hurricane Hunter reservists were in here, and they did find that some of the information the day they got that this is it's starting that extratropical phase. It's starting that transition from a hurricane to an extratropical system, but the end result is going to be the same. We're going to get hit with a mega storm coming into the northeast, an unprecedented one we have never seen before. I mean, think about a hurricane, the strongest winds around the core, around the center. This thing's strongest winds will extend out far away from where a hurricane would. So that's one of the big differences. We're going to have very strong winds extending out hundreds of miles from this. All right, so here it is on our high-res enhanced satellite image, and you still have some thunderstorm activity, so still some characteristics of a hurricane. Starting to see some drier air maybe working in there, still over some warm water, so it still has capability of maybe strengthening a little bit and then eventually transitioning and then strengthening again to maybe 80 miles per hour as it gets close to the coast. And when that's strengthening as it makes landfall is never a good thing, whether it's a hurricane or a nor'easter extratropical system. It's a bad thing, so that's going to be bad. Then we're going to see those winds calm down a little bit as it comes inland. We'll see winds at 35 miles per hour to 30 eventually by Thursday, but this is through Thursday evening. So we're going to see strong winds already there now, and it's going to be with us all the way towards the weekend. And of course, a lot of Halloween trick-or-treaters that were going to be very upset about this. A lot of people without power. Our current water rise, the Battery 3 feet right now. Now remember, this is 4 o'clock in the morning, and for the water rise for Irene was 4.5 feet. So we're already getting close to Irene's level, and we think we're going to get to like 6 to 11 feet. So that's why folks have been evacuated here. 2 to 4 feet around Boston, 3 to 6 here south of the Cape. Atlantic City, 4 to 8 feet. Now you add the waves on top of that, 10 to 20-foot waves. We're going to take a beating. Now the RPM model showing us the winds, 75-mile-per-hour winds Monday at 10 o'clock at night, continuing for the Big Apple. If you live in a high-rise, you should be thinking about getting somewhere lower possibly. And in Norfolk, 50-mile-per-hour winds, Hatteras 50. Again, breaking glass is always something to be concerned about as well. Danielle?
Thank you so much, Kim. And of course, we are really concerned about water rise as well. We've been telling you that some spots generally will see 3 to 6 inch rainfall totals. That's going to be more of what we see. But on the extreme side of things, we could see 10+ inches. And we're talking about seeing this in a very short span of time. And whenever you see that much rain in a short span of time, it's more than the ground can take. And if you live in a low-lying area, you can bet this is going to be tough. You will see streets turning into rivers, and that water is going to be fast moving. So remember, if you happen to be out for whatever reason it is, turn around, don't drown. I have seen water lift up 100+ pound storm drains like that, and you do not want to risk your vehicle being carried away because those rescuers, they're already going to have their hands full. As we take a look at the wide scope of power outages that we have been alluding to, you can see extending all the way from New England and then even heading far back into sections of West Virginia, even eastern Kentucky, eastern Tennessee, western North Carolina. I would say just make sure you are prepared. It is not ever going to hurt you to be prepared. As we take a look at what the timeline is, again, heading into tonight, things are going downhill, and into Tuesday, we really will get a true reflection of the snowy side of this on the backside of that system with all that cold air piling in. Tom Nizzle, our winter weather expert, he'll be weighing in on this throughout the day here at the Weather Channel. Kyla?
Thank you, Danielle. Our coverage of Sandy continues. Up next, the superstorm is grounding flights and wreaking havoc on traffic across the East Coast. We've got your travel updates straight ahead. Plus, a look at how folks in New Jersey are preparing for the oncoming storm. Stay with us.
We'll take a look at this photo from overnight in Norfolk, Virginia. This comes from the Twitter account of Martin Cornick. Tidal flooding remains a concern with Hurricane Sandy along with the East Coast of the United States. Well, it is 10 past the hour, and we're welcoming you back to First Outlook. Some already incredible images, as you just saw, as we track Hurricane Sandy. The travel impacts in the Northeast from Sandy are going to be huge. Public transportation shut down in some major cities, airports already mentioning their closings and cancellations, not just because of the high winds, but just the incredible rains. Let's go over to Kyla for the very latest.
That's right. We're talking about the subway being closed down in New York City, so that shuts the whole city down for a lot of people. Now, already this morning, over 6,000 flights have been canceled across the U.S., many of them because of the impact from Hurricane Sandy. Let's take a quick look here at the weather. You can see from Washington, D.C. all the way up the eastern corridor, we are talking about rain and we are talking about wind, and that is not going to improve. It's going to get worse as we head into Monday. And think about this, folks, if you're a little frustrated that you can't get to where you want to go to flying in or out of the East Coast. Do you want to be on a plane taking off or landing in 50 to 70 mile per hour winds? I don't think so. That's certainly going to be the case all up and down the East Coast. So the best thing to do is to sit tight and, you know, take the day off. Hopefully you're someplace nice and safe and you can ride out the storm. Danielle.
All right, and of course, many of those shelters are already filling up. Hurricane Sandy about to start its northward turn, bringing life-threatening storm surge again to the eastern coastline. We've already begun to see that northward turn. We will eventually see the northwestward turn. The center of the massive storm, again, still targeting the Jersey Shore. NBC's Danielle Lee joining us from Cape May, New Jersey. And again, as we've been mentioning, Jay Gray was standing in where you are earlier. He was not getting hit with the rain, but I see clearly you are at this moment.
Good morning. Right now we're just getting hit with this heavy downpour here in Cape May, New Jersey. And you may be able to see there's a lot of pedaling going on here on this grass, but this is not what they are concerned with. What's happening just behind me on the beach that you can't quite see because of the darkness right now. They're saying the tides are going to rise possibly up to 8 feet. That is going to cause severe flooding. We've already heard about problems on low-lying roads, also power outages. Now, we are under mandatory evacuations, and a lot of businesses, homeowners, they all took the time yesterday to board up all of these windows over here. They are hoping that these boards will hold as we get through the worst of this storm, and these winds really pick up and are expected to last for several hours. Because of the severity of those winds and the rain, officials here in Cape May last night said to us, quote, this is the worst case scenario. They are saying that people could be without power for up to 2 weeks. And so those people who ignored evacuation orders, who chose to stay here and weather this storm, they are saying be ready for the long haul because it may be a while before we can get to you. Right now, everyone just hunkered down waiting for the worst of this to come later today. Reporting live in Cape May, New Jersey, I'm Danielle Lee. Kyla, back to you.
All right, let's talk about the area-by-area impacts. We're talking about the timing here. Take a look at New York City, and you can see today things are going to get worse as the day goes on, folks. So that's what we're talking about. Wind gusts Monday, 70-plus miles per hour, significant water rise, rain heavy at times as we head into our Monday evening. Not getting better, 70-plus miles per hour still. So this is going to be a slow-moving and very impactful storm as we head into Tuesday. Those winds do start to slow to decrease, but listen, 55-mile-per-hour winds are still, that's not a good day in the city, and periods of heavy rain, not to mention the time it's going to take to get everything back to normal after we have water coming in likely to lower Manhattan. So going to be a difficult couple of days. The timing here is Monday. It's going to be getting worse as the day goes along. Tuesday, not really going to get any relief, but will stop getting worse. So that's what we have to tell you. Back to you, Danielle.
Well, in just hours, the unprecedented storm will bring powerful winds, the heavy rain, snow, as we've been mentioning, massive storm surge to the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast, putting millions in danger. We have some tips to keep you prepared. So as we've been talking to you, you're hearing a lot about generators, many of you using grills. You don't want to use those inside of your home. Also a good idea to install carbon monoxide alarms in every level of your house. Call for help from a fresh air location. You don't want to stay stuck in an area if you cannot breathe. That is very dangerous and obviously potentially deadly. First, use perishable food from the refrigerator, and an unopened refrigerator could keep foods cold for about 4 hours, and then you want to switch over to start using food from the freezer. Full freezer can keep going for about 48 hours. We're back next.
It's a time of celebration for us. It's a time of importance and significance. I know that right now some people in the country are a little nervous about a storm about to hit the coast, and our thoughts and prayers are with the people who will find themselves in harm's way.
That was Governor Mitt Romney during a campaign stop on Sunday addressing Hurricane Sandy. It's 20 past the hour. Welcome back. And we will have live coverage all day of this extraordinary storm and its threats from the eastern seaboard to the Great Lakes. Along with schools, mass transit, and the New York Stock Exchange, now the Statue of Liberty will also be closed today and tomorrow in New York. It has been closed for the past year for a massive renovation. The public was supposed to be able to view it starting this week and make a visit, but not today. folks. It's expected to reopen on Wednesday. The megastorm inches closer to the East Coast with some 60 million people expected to be impacted. Residents have hit the stores and in some cases completely cleared the shelves. Meteorologist Jim Cantori is in Battery Park City, New York with the latest.
Good early morning, everybody. We're awaiting the worst of this storm. It's going to be moving in the rain, the cold weather, the winds expected to gust to 60 miles per hour today. It is cold. That rain is falling through some drier air that was here before the storm arrived, so it's brought those temperatures down into the 50s. Of course, it's going to get a lot colder and a lot wetter as we go on through the day today. Let me show you some pictures where yesterday people were taking supplies off the shelves in groves. Once that mandatory evacuation order was given, people just got all they could. The bread, the peanut butter, the water, the flashlights, and the batteries, knowing, rightly so, the chances of losing power are going to be very, very much on the high side. And speaking of losing power, as we look at this graphic here, it's hard to grasp that some 60 million of you are expected to be impacted by this storm. Estimates right now, 10 million will lose power. That's 1 of every 6 that'll be in the dark just a few days before Halloween. Eerily similar to what we had last year. Reporting from the Battery, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantori. Back to you.
And of course, wind is something that we should never underestimate the power of. Already, some folks have gotten a taste of 40 and 50 plus mile per hour wind gusts, that coming to us out of Ocean City. But as mentioned, the wind is going to be something very slow to subside for many areas, and we're going to practically double some of these gust numbers. We could see 60, 70, even 75 mile per hour winds, which is why these high wind alerts are something that you definitely want to stay aware of if you are under one. They extend all the way up into New England, and many of you will also keep finding that the strengthening is something that is just absolutely going to be just unbelievable when you begin to see that northwestern turn with the system as you continue to watch our coverage here on the Weather Channel, of course live on the web as we get into tonight and tomorrow. It really does pick up. Kyla.
Thank you, Danielle. We want to keep you weather ready during this storm. It will pack high winds across a widespread area, which can cause a serious situation for people that don't protect themselves. Meteorologist Reynolds Wolf has more.
Unfortunately, this has become an all-too-familiar scene. High winds causing trees and power lines to fall on homes, cars, and many times, people. As damaging and deadly as these winds can be, there are simple things you can do to protect yourself and your family. First of all, when wind gusts escalate, stay inside an interior portion of the lower levels of your home, like a basement. Trees can be uprooted and crash through the roof and walls of your home without warning, causing tremendous damage. If you are caught outside during high winds, watch for flying debris and take cover inside a building. If you're driving, keep both hands on the wheel and keep a safe distance from other cars. High-profile vehicles like trucks, vans, and SUVs are more prone to being pushed. If winds get too severe to drive safely, pull over to the side of the road and stay away from trees. Finally, the best thing you can do when high winds hit is find a safe, secure place to ride out the storm. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, the Weather Channel.
And you may think that those wind impacts are primarily going to be along the coastline extending into the northeast. No, no, no. You have to remember that the Great Lakes impacts are also going to be around. We could see some gusts over 70 miles an hour. Craft advisories are out for those of you with boating interests. Remember, we could see some incredible waves. For example, Lake Michigan, some of those waves could top over 25 feet. Most of these starting to subside late Tuesday night, extending into Wednesday. Kyla?
Okay, now we can talk about wind and talk about power loss. If your home loses power, you can still listen to the Weather Channel's live coverage. It's being broadcast on both Sirius and XM satellite radio stations. The Weather Channel is Hurricane Central. We're here with you all day and all night with expert analysis you will not find anywhere else. Stay with us, including a special start time for Wake Up with Al at 5 a.m.
just some of those sounds from Sandy. We've already been hearing the major one at this point is the wind. And the field of wind for this storm, 500 miles. It is going to be relentless throughout the day. The latest reported wind gusts, 36 miles an hour in Philadelphia, 48 miles an hour in Norfolk, Virginia. And we've already had a long list of those wind reports. First Outlook rolling on, and we welcome you back at this hour as we continue to track, again, what is going to be a historic storm. Evacuations have already been ordered as those surge levels are expected to exceed Irene, which, of course, hit New York last year.
Fresh on the mind of many as this storm comes in. Now, if you're riding out the storm at home, stay safe and stay away from windows, as much of the damage could come from strong winds.
That is key advice, and here is the very latest you need to know before you leave the house to maybe get those very last-minute preps done this morning. President Obama signed emergency declarations for 5 states and Washington, D.C. That lays the groundwork for federal aid in New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, as well as Rhode Island.
Meantime, New York City is shutting down. At least 375,000 people have been evacuated from their homes in Lower Manhattan. The New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ have suspended trading for Monday. Broadway shows are dark, and the subway system has stopped running.
Washington, D.C. and Philly have also suspended subway service, and all federal offices will be closed in D.C. today ahead of Sandy's potentially devastating landfall.
All right, from an army of meteorologists out in the thick of it to a team of experts in the Global Forecast Center, we have team coverage only the Weather Channel can bring you. Let's get right to our hurricane specialist, Kim Cunningham, with the very latest on this storm. Kim.
All right, guys, we're waiting for the latest advisory. Should be in within the next 30 minutes or so from the National Hurricane Center. What we have right now is the 2 o'clock advisory, showing the winds at 75 miles per hour, the pressure 950 millibars. That's very low, moving north at 14. That is probably the most significant change we saw. I know it's very subtle from northeast to north, but that is indicating that it is making that more northerly turn than eventually towards the northwest. Also want to point out all this cold air cumulus we're seeing down here. The cold front, the colder air is being drawn down over the Atlantic Ocean, and you're seeing some of that cumulus cloud, that field that you see when that happens, and that may be helping to maybe start the transition of this into an extratropical system. But it doesn't matter. It's not going to diminish the impacts, no matter what it is, when it comes ashore. All right, so here's the radar, and boy, some heavy rain heading for the D.C. area. It's not that far away, not far from the Beltway right now. Some of those reds and some of those yellows. This band of rain, by the way, the front is laying in this area. So we have all this tropical moisture being pushed up against that front, and that's why we've been seeing that persistent heavy rain band in that area. So right now the winds, mainly offshore, even Beaufort, 35-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 23-foot waves. There was a report earlier, there's a 30-foot one, between Cape Hatteras and Sandy of 41 feet. Okay, that's incredible. Not that we're going to get 41 feet up here, 40 feet up here. We could see 10 to 20-foot waves, though, on top of some of this surge. So the winds right now in New York City gusting to 25. Winds out of the north at this time. That's going to eventually switch around, but at least right now out of the north. And for those of us in Portland, gusting to 21. We're seeing waves as high as 15 feet even off the coast of New England. So here's the timeline for winds. We're going to see tropical storm force winds continue from New York all the way into Boston at 6 o'clock. So when you get up in the morning or you're coming home from late shift, you're going to be dealing with tropical storm force winds. By dinner time on your way home from work, if you have to go in or the kids have to come home from school, they're going to be dealing with hurricane gusts, New York City all the way to Norfolk. Okay, so 12 hours we go from tropical storm force winds to hurricane, and they stick with us in New York City, 3 o'clock in the morning Tuesday, still dealing with it. Philadelphia, dealing with hurricane force wind gusts. Tropical storm force winds extending from Wilmington all the way to Burlington. That's incredible. We could see record low pressure with this coming in. By Wednesday morning, we're going to diminish the tropical storm force winds somewhat, but still, you think about this. Tropical storm force winds now through Wednesday morning, at least tropical storm force winds in the Big Apple, Philadelphia, and the megalopolis. So back to you guys, tropical update with the new advisory, hopefully 10 till the hour.
Thank you so much, Kim. And as she was mentioning, a very long duration event, but what is coming in a short duration, a very short period of time, is the rainfall. And we're talking about in a 24-hour cycle, a lot of spots getting 3 to 6 inches of rain. I was looking at some rain reports earlier that were just shy of 8 inches in some of the coastal locations of North Carolina. So just some incredible reports already. And of course, we are anticipating to see some 10-plus inch amounts, possibly even a foot in some isolated locations. And when you see that much rain in a short period of time, as we've been telling you, it really is just way too much for the storm drains to take. They get overrun. I have even seen some of these storm drains get lifted up, and these things weigh more than 100 pounds, more than even a petite human. So that is really just incredible. That rushing water is something never to be underestimated. The power outages, again, are going to be very vast. Do not discount yourself, even if you are far away from the coast. Sections of eastern Kentucky, eastern Ohio, even those of you across West Virginia, which of course are going to be dealing with that heavy, wet snowfall. We want to continue to keep tabs on that for you. And again, we'll have more analysis from our winter weather expert, Tom Nizzle, throughout the day. But again, some of that snowfall as well, extending over into spots in Kentucky, western Ohio, and of course, not forgetting about our friends in western and northern Michigan. Kyla?
Thank you, Danielle. We will have live coverage across all platforms as Sandy continues to batter the East Coast. We have a special edition of Wake Up with Al coming up at 5 a.m. as part of our extended coverage. Coming up on First Outlook, we'll track the flood threats, both tidal and rain from the storm. We'll be right back.
Take a look at this dramatic video that an eyewitness weather reporter sent in to us. Big waves crashing onto the shore in Curry Beach, North Carolina. You can see water coming up to the deck where they were shooting this video. As you get ready to leave the house for this morning, we know this is not the sight that you want to see, and we do appreciate your eyewitness video. You can send it to us at eyewitness@weather.com, but please be safe. All right, for more on how the storm is going to affect travel today along the eastern seaboard, let's send it over to Kyla.
Thank you, Danielle. Already this morning, over 6,000 flights have been canceled across the U.S., many of them because of the impact from Hurricane Sandy. Let's take a look right now at what's going on. And, well, we can see the airport's not showing any problems, but I guarantee you that's going to change. And keep in mind, we are early in the day. We have flights that have been canceled and not a lot of activity today. So any flights coming into or out of the East Coast not happening today. A lot of the airlines offering the ability to change your ticket without a fee. So that's the good news in a bad situation. Danielle.
Well, Hurricane Sandy is, again, starting that northward turn. We've already seen that, and eventually bringing more life-threatening storm surge to the eastern coastline. Now, the center of the massive storm still targeting the Jersey Shore, which is where NBC's Jay Gray filed this report.
Sandy continues to churn along the Atlantic coast. Searing winds, a pounding rain, and violent waves are already causing problems.
We're really scared and worried.
Fear that has pushed thousands to pack up and pull out, moving to higher ground or shelters outside of the strike zone as Sandy moves in. Mandatory evacuations are in place in coastal communities across several states. At least 375,000 have been evacuated from their homes in lower Manhattan. Schools are closed in New York, and public transportation has been shut down.
I can't stress enough that this is for your own safety.
President Obama today adding his voice to so many, warning millions along the path of the storm to be prepared.
My first message is to all people across the eastern seaboard, mid-Atlantic, going north, that you need to take this very seriously.
But the window of opportunity to board up or gather up supplies to last for a week or more without power has just about passed. Monday, Sandy will make the turn toward the Jersey Shore and landfall.
And by tomorrow evening, the combination of the rain for that period of time, the flooding, and the winds are going to make this a very, very difficult event to deal with.
Difficult and dangerous conditions that could continue for days.
And that was Jay Gray from Cape May, New Jersey. We're going to continue to hear more reports from our reporters who are out in the field. And again, they are going to be bringing you the insights so you can see just exactly what is going on when the storm system really becomes full throttle. In terms of the flood alerts, you can see very, very extensive, stemming out of the mid-Atlantic and heading all the way up into New England. And let's not forget about some of you which have already been experiencing some heavy rainfall. As mentioned, some of the totals off of the northeastern North Carolina shores have been capping up to around 8 inches, possibly even more than that. So we're trying to bring you those latest rainfall totals which have already come in thus far, and we'll be recapping those for you all throughout the day. Now, again, as we go into tonight and head into tomorrow, things get even messier because once the storm system starts to pull ashore, we start to see more cold air getting pulled in on the backside. So we've been talking a lot about the snow into West Virginia. This is going to be a big bullseye for snow, but not exactly a limited location. You can see southwestern Virginia through here, that I-81 corridor, very well traveled. We've got Virginia Tech, Radford University throughout this section, and then of course western North Carolina and East Tennessee, sections of Kentucky, stemming all the way up into western Michigan. We're going to be talking snow as well as into the UP of Michigan too. Kyla?
All right, in just hours, the unprecedented storm will bring powerful winds, heavy rain, snow, and a massive storm surge to the mid-Atlantic and Northeast, putting millions in danger. Here are a few tips to keep you prepared. First of all, turn off and unplug all unnecessary electrical equipment, including sensitive electronics. Turn off or disconnect any appliances like stoves, equipment or electronics that you're not using when the power went out. Leave one light turned on so you'll know when the power comes back on. Keep your refrigerator and freezer doors closed as much as possible, and get one or more coolers. Styrofoam coolers work well. Surround the food with ice in a cooler or in the refrigerator. Digital quick response thermometer allows you to quickly check the internal temperatures of food. And we will be back after this.
We continue our coverage of Hurricane Sandy this morning, pinpointing the impacts along the eastern seaboard.
For the very latest on the track of this storm and what you can expect as you wake up on the East Coast, let's go to our hurricane specialist, Kim Cunningham. Kim.
All right, guys, anxiously awaiting the latest advisory, not thinking they're going to change too much with it, but the 2 o'clock advisory has the winds at 75 miles per hour. The pressure is 950 millibars, moving north at 14. So the big change from the earlier advisory is the fact that it's moving north at this point, starting to make that turn, and then eventually towards the northwest. So let's go ahead and show you now what it looks like on water vapor imagery, because I want to show you it's kind of getting a squeeze play too. One reason it's starting to move north, if you notice, we have a lot of moisture, well, lack of it in the orange, heading southward. That's where our jet stream is, and that's actually starting to push it more towards the north. We have high pressure up here pushing it that direction. So it's kind of getting squeeze play in there, and eventually it'll move more towards the west. But there's some dry air in there. It's trying to work in there. Right around the center is about where we have what we still consider a hurricane. Everything else at this point is looking more extratropical. So looking right now, still some convection or thunderstorm activity close to that center, still holding on. Still over some pretty warm water at this point. Eventually, we may see this even get a little bit stronger as it transitions to extratropical by probably tonight or the next 12 hours or so. So looking at this on our radar, we see a lot of heavy rain, a lot of it along the coast. The front sitting in here, that's what brought that cold air to us tonight, or yesterday for some of us, and it's interacting with a lot of tropical moisture. That's where we're getting tremendous amounts of rainfall and the concern for flooding even in the D.C. area. Current winds, they're gusting to 38 in Ocean City. It's already starting to feel the effects of it in Binghamton, out 13-mile-per-hour winds, and Pittsburgh as well. Now, the timing on this, we keep the tropical storm force winds for the next several hours, and then we start to bring in hurricane force winds by tonight into New York City. So you don't have much time. We'll start to see 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts by dinner time. and Norfolk and D.C. as well. And then it moves inland, and as it moves inland, it should start to weaken some and more just tropical storm force winds. Of course, millions without power if this does come into fruition, and we feel pretty confident it is going to happen. And then finally by Wednesday, starting to see it weaken somewhat. Now, what does this mean for New York City? Well, we start to see the winds like this across the isobars, and that will probably bring some pretty high water rise to northern Long Island. Then as time goes on and the system gets closer to us, more onshore flow will begin in that area, and that means southern Long Island will start to feel the effects of this, and the Battery as well. So we could see a very high storm surge in this region. It's going to be with us for a prolonged period of time. We're talking 6 to 11 feet here north or the Long Island Sound, and even here Atlantic City, 4 to 8 feet offshore for you, and looking at that surge even into the Chesapeake Bay. All right, storm surge, there we go, 6 to 11 feet, and then over here Boston, 2 to 4 feet is what we're expecting for that surge. So here's the projected path. Monday evening into probably Tuesday morning, dealing with the worst of it in this area right here. Now the confidence level, again, extremely high at this point. Computer models really have come in agreement. The European and the GFS, the two models we love to use and usually have a good handle on things, they're really pinpointing this area, southern New Jersey, okay, into Ocean City. And we do have the new advisory in, folks. I'm going to get that for you graphically. Hang on here for you. Let's show you the very latest advisory. And we do still have an 85-mile-per-hour hurricane now. The winds are moving north at 15, 946 millibars. So when the Air Force hurricane hunters were out there, they did find stronger winds, it looks like. The pressure going down to 946 millibars. The movement a little bit faster at 15, but continuing that northward track. Again, that's why that cone is so narrow. They feel more confident this thing is going to make that turn. So strengthening at this point, that was in the forecast. They were thinking that was going to happen, starting to strengthen a little bit. Now 85-mile-per-hour winds around it. This is going to be devastating. Okay, so already at 85-mile-per-hour winds, moving north, and the pressure is down to 946 millibars. So it is strengthening at this time. So, guys, you know, this is going to be really bad, and we don't have much time if you haven't prepared yet.
Those warm ocean waters continue to feed Sandy, and as we go into tonight, Kim mentioned things really going downhill. And of course, we'll continue to keep tabs as the storm system pulls further inland. We're going to be talking about snow. Many of you in the high elevations need to brace for that.
All right, coming up next, a special edition of Wake Up with Al, starting an hour early at 5 a.m. Both Al and Stephanie out live along the East Coast for Hurricane Sandy. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
This morning, Sandy's wrath, more than 900 miles across. The Northeast is squarely now in its sight. The monster storm poised to make an unprecedented left-hand turn today, smashing into the coast. More than 50 million people could be impacted by Sandy.
And we are going to cover this from every angle possible here at the Weather Channel. Of course, we are talking surge. We are talking about a storm that is 1,000 miles in diameter. We're going to tell you how to keep you and your loved ones safe.
That's right. Welcome to a special edition of Wake Up with Al. It is Monday, October 29th, 2012. I'm Al Roker, and I'm here in Point Pleasant, New Jersey. Stephanie Abrams live in Battery Park. Good morning, Steph.
Al, good morning to you and good morning to everyone at home here in New York City, where we are in downtown. Al, there have been evacuations put in place from Mayor Bloomberg for 375,000 people.
That's right. And in fact, Steph, this just in from the National Hurricane Center. The system is deepening. It's at 946 millibars. Winds have increased to 85 miles per hour. It's 385 miles east-southeast of New York City. So we are talking about a monster storm by anybody's estimation. Here's some other information that's developing right now. President Obama signing emergency declarations storms for New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Washington, D.C. Stephanie did mention the mandatory evacuations for lower Manhattan and other parts of New York City, but today the city's mass transit system is also shut down, as is New Jersey Transit and parts of the Amtrak system. 8 million people in New York use the trains and buses to get around, and according to FlightAware.com, nearly 7,000 flights have been canceled due to Sandy. Steph?
All right, so let's give you a Northeast overview of what's going to happen here, because this entire Northeast quadrant is going to be whacked with winds. Look at these high winds. We're talking surge as well. Some places could see surge 8 feet or higher. Winds could gust 50 to 70 miles an hour, and there is a wind alert here in the Northeast, and flooding is possible. And we actually have broken down city by city what to expect when. I've stuck it up on my Twitter and Facebook, and Al, of course, we will be going through each city as we go throughout the morning hours here, so you know exactly when your city will see what.
That's right, and of course, we've got this thing covered up and down the eastern seaboard. We want to begin our live coverage, though, with Carl Parker, our hurricane expert. Carl, has this thing now started to make the left turn?
It's moving north right now. It has not yet made that left turn, but we do expect that it will do that today. This central pressure at 946, this is really just staggering. And to put that in perspective, the average sea level pressure is 1014. If you drop about 20 millibars, you can have a hurricane at that point, down to 993. We're at 946, nearly 50 millibars lower than that. So that's a testament to the amount of energy that is involved in the system. 946 is the pressure, and it's now moving north at 15 miles per hour. We can take a look at some of the winds here and the waves in just a moment. I think part of the reason for the system deepening is that it's now moving over an area of warmer water called the Gulf Stream that travels northward, and so the waters are actually up to near 80 degrees right there, and that's part of what is fueling this strong system. I also want to show you something. This is a look at the winds in the lower atmosphere at about 5,000 feet. This is tomorrow morning, and this is the thing that a lot of us here at the Weather Channel have been looking at, and we've just been stunned by this. You're looking at the expanse of the area of strong winds reaching all the way out across the lakes, down through the southeast, covering the eastern third of the United States. And already that strong wind is beginning to move in. Winds now gusting to 52 miles per hour at Hatteras right now. We've got offshore wind coming out of the west. Notice the 54 mile per hour wind there out on a buoy that's way out near the center of the storm. Winds now gusting generally in the 30s in Jersey and back into Philly, 37 miles per hour. And there you see Provincetown gusting to 32 miles per hour. So that is only going to increase through the course of the day today. Tropical storm force wind this morning along the 95 corridor, and then through the course of the day today, that hurricane force wind really begins to move in along the 95 corridor. That's when it gets very strong indeed. That'll continue through the overnight hours and even into tomorrow morning, but gradually will settle down. But again, you've got this huge area of winds. That's not going to go away quickly. It's going to linger, and even into Wednesday morning, we find strong wind continuing through a lot of the central part of the Northeast. And by the way, this is our breaking weather alert system, and we're getting constant updates about the storm and the winds that are coming in, the rainfall totals. That's another aspect we want to talk about a bit later on in the show. Guys, back to you.
All right, Carl Parker, thanks so much. Stand by. We'll be coming back to you. Let's break this down for you timing-wise by the region. Starting off today, New York City. We're going to be looking at wind gusts of 70 miles per hour, significant water rise. The rain is going to be heavy at times. By tonight, the wind gusts of over 70 miles per hour. The water rise continues, and the heavy rain does as well. And then tomorrow, the winds will slowly start to decrease, but still gusting up to 55 miles per hour and more heavy rain. New Jersey, coastal flooding today. Wind gusts of 70 miles per hour, and as you can see, the waves are going to be a big deal. Destructive waves, which will continue on into tonight with the winds gusting even higher. And then for tomorrow, coastal flooding continues. We'll face things calming down just a bit. Connecticut, more of the same. Wind gusts of 70, and then impacts will continue during the day today and start to lessen tomorrow. Steph?
All right, coming up next, we're going to talk about transportation. It has been shut down here along the East Coast. Schools have been closed, and also the surge forecast. Just how high will the water get where? The answer is coming up after your local on the 8th of the special edition of Wake Up with Al.
It's just about 10 minutes past 5 here on the East Coast as we continue to track Sandy. And as you take a look, the swath of the storm now up to 85 miles per hour. As it makes the turn, we expect it to get up to about 90 miles per hour. And that will put it just shy of being a Category 2 storm, making landfall sometime after midnight tonight, and then continuing its trek slowly into the interior northeast, obviously causing big problems. I'm Al Roker. I'm live here at Point Pleasant Beach, New Jersey. Stephanie Abrams, you're down live in Battery Park, which I got to imagine is a bit of a ghost town this morning.
It absolutely is. Saks Fifth Avenue is even boarded up. Al, I see you're getting the rain and the wind. We have yet to get it here, but authorities are taking no chances, and they're shutting down the public transportation in New York and New Jersey before the worst of the conditions arrive. Joining us live on the phone right now, Kevin Ortiz, who is the spokesperson for the New York City Metropolitan Transit Authority. Mr. Ortiz, thanks for being with us this morning. How long will it take to completely shut down the system here in New York?
Well, in essence, we began the orderly suspension of service last night at 7 p.m., and we were able to complete that smooth transition into suspended service during the overnight hours. Essentially, we have moved thousands of buses and subway cars from service and stored them in safe locations. Subway yards and bus depots that are prone to flooding have been cleared, and that equipment sent to dry areas, as well as subway stations in flood-prone locations such as Lower Manhattan. We've evacuated personnel and secured those stations as well.
Mr. Ortiz, okay, now that you've done the shutdown, what happens now as far as when you have something like this happen? Obviously, before you can restart things, you got to re-inspect. How long does that take? Because it's obviously a massive system.
That's exactly right. Essentially, you know, once we got the go-ahead to, you know, I guess the storm ends, we'll send personnel down to stations and inspect it thoroughly, every inch of rail, every piece of equipment, to make sure that everything is in working order. Now, obviously, that's going to take some time. So, you know, in essence, you know, we need to get into a system, but we need to also make sure that all of our workers are safe. If we're still seeing sustained winds in excess of 39 miles an hour, even if there isn't any rain, we'll keep our personnel out of harm's way until it's safe to go in and inspect stations.
And Mr. Ortiz, were there any lessons learned from Hurricane Irene that you have now implemented with Sandy?
Oh, absolutely. The last time that we suspended service was during Irene in August of 2011, where essentially we were successful in helping people get to safety before the storm, and then we shut down the network in an orderly manner to protect our employees and equipment. We essentially used those same practices as part of this hurricane plan, again, to make sure that our customers, employees, and infrastructure are all safe.
All right, Mr. Ortiz, thank you so much for your time this morning, and best of luck with that transportation system. Al.
Well, you know, Steph, it's funny. In my lifetime, I don't remember the system ever being shut down, and now 2 years in a row, the New York City transit system shut down because of weather. Really amazing. All right, let's look at some of these peak wind gusts we're talking about. I mean, right now, we're expecting to see wind gusts in the upper 30s. So far, Atlantic City, 39 miles per hour. New York City, 38 miles per hour. Same in Montauk. And these current winds, look at these, into the upper 20s to the low 30s 30-mile-per-hour range, and as you make your way up the coast, you continue to see strong winds into the teens and 20s, and that wind forecast through Tuesday looks really severe. We're talking 40 to 50-mile-per-hour sustained winds with gusts of up to 75 miles plus right along coastal northeast, but those strong winds extend all the way back into the Great Lakes and is down as far south, Steph, as Atlanta. So the eastern third of the country going to feel windy conditions.
Absolutely, Al. And coming up, we're going to talk more about the detailed forecast for each city along the coast. We are talking about major metropolitan areas from Washington to Boston bracing for what's expected to be a superstorm threatening some 50 million people. We have the latest on preparations in the state of Jersey straight ahead.
It's 20 minutes past the hour, and we're here at Point Pleasant Beach, New Jersey. You can see the surf behind me, pretty angry, and high tide is about an hour and 45 minutes away, so it's going to be very interesting. We've been talking to some of the local residents, and they say they have not seen it look like this since 1992. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens when high tide comes in here. Let's look at some of the rain. We're getting rain right now, but look at some of these rainfall totals so far from Sandy. Richmond, not much, 0.02 of an inch, but Norfolk, almost 2¼ inches of rain. Cape Hatteras, almost 8 inches of rain out of this thing. Baltimore, a little bit more than a third. Salisbury, Maryland, a little bit more than 1.5 inches. Washington, D.C., 0.21 of an inch of rain. Atlantic City coming up on 1 inch, and Dover, Delaware picking up 1⅓ inches of rain. All right, we have flood alerts stretching as far back west as central Ohio and all the way up to Boston, as far south as northern Virginia. The rainfall forecast for Sandy, we're looking at anywhere from 5 to 10 inches of rain in New York City, Washington, D.C., 3 to 5 inches Elkins, West Virginia, 5 to 10 in Atlantic City, about 1/10 more in Cape Hatteras, and the rain will continue on into tomorrow. And we're not even talking about the snow back through West Virginia. We're going to get into that in just a little bit. So let's go. Stephanie's down in Battery Park. Steph, what's going on there?
Well, right now, Al, a whole lot of nothing. I see that you have quite the wind and the rain, and that water's coming up. I want to see if the water's coming up in Cape May, New Jersey. That's where NBC's Danielle Lee is joining us now. So, Danielle, has that water really surged on shore just yet?
You know, Stephanie, we are quite a ways back from that water just for our own safety, and I can tell you that already we're starting to see the sea spray as those waves crash on the beach behind me. So, yes, those tides are rising. They're predicting they could rise up to 8 feet. Another thing that's happening, we're getting hit with this downpour, and so because of that, there's a lot of puddling. The rising tide aside, and that's why they're afraid of the record flooding here. A lot of people inside. Not everyone followed those evacuation orders, but I can show you a lot of people hoping preparations like these boarded up windows are going to hold. An emergency official here in Cape May said this is the worst case scenario. Aside from that record flooding, they're predicting power outages that could go up to 2 weeks, and we're already hearing about some early this morning. And as you know, this storm is just getting started, so people here hunkering down, getting ready for the worst. Reporting live in Cape May, New Jersey, I'm Danielle Lee. Back to you.
All right, Danielle, we certainly appreciate that. So, Al, it's just starting here in the Northeast. You guys are getting it, but we have yet to see it, though we are not going to be able to be here in downtown Manhattan. We're in an evacuation zone, so for our shots later, we are going to have to move, I'm guessing maybe towards the Midtown area to make sure that we don't get caught in any water.
Yeah, that's right, because I remember Irene last year, they had flooding in downtown underneath the FDR Drive, and that's the danger, because once you start getting that water into the subway system, there's a lot of electrical underground cabling there. That's where the problems are going to be, so they're going to have to shut things down and make sure that that salt water, which is so corrosive, didn't do any more damage. Here in Point Pleasant Beach, they've done a lot of boarding up, and a lot of folks are ready. They're prepared for the worst here. We're going to be speaking with the mayor of Point Pleasant Beach a little later on in the broadcast, and he's going to tell us what's been going on here, what precautions they've taken. But and we're starting to see these winds now really starting to howl a bit. I'd say at about 25 gusts to about 30 miles per hour, Steph.
Yeah, now I was watching the Weather Channel this morning while I was getting ready. I was watching Kim Cunningham, who's one of our hurricane experts, and the water right now is getting close to where it was for the peak of Irene. So that's something to think about, that this storm hasn't even gotten into us yet. And I know a little bit later we're going to talk about the surge, because some areas in and around Long Island, we're talking a water rise 6 to almost, a foot, which is 6 feet, which is significant. So it's going to be bad here. So we're in the calm before the storm, and what you're getting is headed our way.
That's right. And in fact, coming up, we are going to be taking an in-depth look at the storm surge and what it means, breaking it down region by region. And before we go, we want to let you take a listen to what President Obama had to say about this storm and what people need to heed about it.
My first message is to all people across the eastern seaboard, mid-Atlantic, going north, that you need to take this very seriously.
Hurricane Sandy now moving to the north, expected to make a turn to the west later on today, later this morning. We are forecasting impacts from North Carolina to Rhode Island and inland, believe it or not, to the Great Lakes. It's a huge hurricane. Millions will be affected. Landfall less than 24 hours away. We are covering every element of this storm, from the surge and the rain to the flooding. Even blizzard warnings are in effect. Hurricane Sandy vying to be one for the record books. We are Hurricane Central here on the Weather Channel. Welcome to a special edition of Wake Up with Al. It's Monday, October 29th, 2012. I'm Al Roker, and Stephanie Abrams is live down in Battery Park. Steph.
Good morning to you, Al. Good morning to you at home. Al, as you can see on the Jersey Shores, already getting the wind and the rain. It's the calm before the storm here in New York City. Let's talk about President Obama, though, signing an emergency declaration for New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Washington, D.C., and that's so supplies can get in as fast as possible. But the problem with this storm is that it's so widespread, Al, that even getting the supplies in, they've got to go to so many places.
That's right. It is a monster storm. And not only are we talking about that, we're talking about massive wind around the Great Lakes as well. Blizzard warnings up for parts of West Virginia. This is going to be a monster. So people have to realize this thing is coming whether they're ready or not. Yeah. Sandy continues to churn along the Atlantic coast. Searing winds, a pounding rain, and violent waves already causing problems.
We're really scared and worried.
Fear that has pushed thousands to pack up.
I understand it, but it's not great.
Moving to higher ground or shelters outside of the strike zone as Sandy moves in. Mandatory evacuations are in place in coastal communities across several states. At least 375,000 have been evacuated from their homes in Lower Manhattan. Schools are closed and public transit shut down.
I can't stress enough that this is for your own safety.
President Obama adding his voice to so many, warning millions along the path of the storm to be prepared.
My first message is to all people across the eastern seaboard, mid-Atlantic, going north, that you need to take this very seriously.
But the window of opportunity to board up or gathering up supplies to last for a week or more without power has just about closed.
The combination of the rain for that period of time, the flooding, and the winds are going to make this a very, very difficult event to deal with.
Difficult and dangerous conditions that could continue for days. All right, now, again, the big problem, the big concern, besides the wind and the rain, obviously the storm surge. So down around the Carolinas, we're looking at a storm surge of about 4 to 6 feet, 2 to 4 feet as you make your way to Virginia Beach. And then as we get here into the megalopolis, we're talking about 4 to 8 feet of a storm surge, which could cause big problems. And then you go into Long Island Sound, between Long Island and Connecticut, could be up to 11 feet. And we're at astronomically high tides now, so it's a big problem, this issue, and that's why Mayor Bloomberg ordered the evacuation, Steph, of Lower Manhattan, where you are.
Absolutely. Where you see the orange shading, we're not going to be able to stay where we are a little bit later in the day. That's 375,000 people are in that evacuation zone, and now with the transit system shut down, I'm hoping people got out. Let's talk more about those winds, though, Al, because Ocean City, Maryland, our peak wind gusts so far, 52 miles an hour.
All right, well, let's now bring in Carl Parker, our hurricane expert. Carl, there's been some confusion. Is the storm still moving north, or is it starting to make that turn to the west?
Well, you know, from what I can see, it's still moving along to the north. I think some of the cloud elements are being drawn off to the north and to the west, but the Hurricane Center just made this determination that it was moving north not even a half hour ago. So I think at this point we're still looking at a northward movement, but certainly it's going to begin to turn off to the north and to the west before too long, and that's when we expect it to really start getting worse and worse along the coast. So right now, it has a central pressure of 946. That's an unbelievably low pressure. That is testament to the amount of energy that's available in this storm. Here you see the winds gusting to 46 miles per hour in Tidewater, Virginia, 39 the most recent gust, as Stephanie mentioned, it actually has been as high as 52 there in Ocean City. And take a look at the model forecast here. You see the hurricane force wind gusts getting into Boston and New York City early this afternoon. Notice the direction of wind, too. See, it's going to be out of the north-northeast there in Boston and more out of the northwest towards D.C. It's important to understand the wind direction and figure out where the large trees are around you so you can position yourself in your home and get on the downwind side of your home or your apartment. And then here you see going into the afternoon, winds getting up to hurricane force in the D.C. area, at least gusting to hurricane force. That'll continue right into the evening, New York City and D.C. and down into Norfolk, and then even into early tomorrow morning, still very strong wind gusting to 30 to 50 miles per hour all across that 95 corridor. So this is going to be a very long-lasting event. Guys, back to you.
All right, Carl, thanks so much. In fact, let's talk about Washington, D.C. and the impacts. As Carl mentioned, the winds are going to be increasing, gusts of over 60 miles per hour, and the heavy rain. They shut down the D.C. transit system, MARTA, in suburban Maryland and Virginia as well. By tonight, those wind gusts will be over 60 miles per hour or better, and then during the day, tomorrow, things start to calm down a little bit, but the rain will still be heavy, and we'll still have very, very gusty winds. Steph, what about Boston?
Well, we're going to start off today with our winds gusting to 60 miles an hour, significant water rise into the evening hours. We're talking about moderate coastal flooding, that wind and rain continuing, and then into our Tuesday, the winds will decrease, just like I was mentioning and Carl was mentioning, to 40 miles an hour, but it's going to be a slow process. You can follow us online, weather.com.
40 minutes past the hour. Welcome back to a special edition of Wake Up with Al. We're here at Point Pleasant Beach, New Jersey, and we have been watching over the last 40 minutes the ocean getting closer and closer. High tide coming up at about 6:50, 6:55. But believe it or not, this storm is so massive, almost 1,000 miles in diameter, that it's having interior effects as well. The eastern third of the country really affected. Snow. We are talking, as this thing makes its way east, or makes its way to the west, it's going to be drawing in much colder air. So look at this. We are talking about blizzard warnings throughout parts of West Virginia. We're looking at locally 1 to 2 feet of snow from as far western Virginia all the way up through West Virginia, and then 1 to 3 inches of snow into central and southern Ohio, western Pennsylvania, all the way down into parts of Kentucky. I mean, this is really amazing. And then the Great Lakes. I mean, shipping on the Great Lakes is going to be affected. Look at these winds. We're talking about wind gusts of 70 miles per hour on Lake Erie, which is a very shallow lake, and so waves 18 to 21 feet, 15 to 18 feet Lake Erie, Lake Ontario again being affected. Then as we move to the west, Lake Michigan, 25-foot waves with wind gusts of over 55 miles per hour. Lake Huron, we're talking about waves 20 to 24 feet with flood watches on the leeward side of the lake. So, Steph, this is really unprecedented.
It is. You were talking about the 1,000 miles in diameter of tropical storm force winds. That is remarkable. Now, we're also going to have stronger gusts, within that. We could see gusts 60, 70 miles an hour in places like New York City. So here's a look at one of our wind models to show you those winds increasing. Look at the timestamp at the top of the screen.
What's he seeing? Is it raining?
At 4 o'clock, you're going to see those winds continuing to stay 30 to 50. That's sustained wind. Tuesday they slow down, but looking back towards the Great Lakes, that's where we do see stronger winds. So here's our forecast as we head through the beginning of the week. Our Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, that front brought in that colder air, that trough, and then we're throwing all the moisture on top of that from Sandy, and that's why we're getting all that snow I was mentioning in West Virginia. There it is for you Monday, Tuesday, more snow, and even into Wednesday, we are going to continue to see that snow pour down, which is great news for the ski resorts if we can find any silver lining on this. And Al, I also want people to know that if their TVs go out, we are live streaming weather.com also on YouTube, so people can watch us there as well.
All right, that's great news. Well, of course, as you know, you can see we're getting battered pretty good right here at Point Pleasant Beach in New Jersey. Let's head up the coast to West Hampton Beach. That's where WNBC's Greg Sergel is. And Greg, things a little calmer right now there, right?
It is calmer here, Al, but from time to time we get jolted by a strong wind gust, and I tell you, powerful already, obviously a precursor of what's to come. But for the most part, this quintessential Hamptons Village is ready for Sandy. As you can see here, a lot of the businesses here have boarded up their windows. A number of them have put sandbags in front of the front doors, and some of the folks have even left messages for the storms, like this one here, which says, Sandy, go home. Now, we're just a short distance from the Atlantic Ocean, but this area is under a voluntary evacuation. But low-lying South Shore areas all along Long Island's coast are under mandatory evacuation. A number of shelters have been opened all across Long Island, but so far we're hearing that only a small number of people have come to those shelters. Now, as far as power outages to come, we're told outages here could go between 7 and 10 days. The Long Island Power Authority, the local utility, is already calling in crews from 8 states as far away as California. Those crews are getting in position to try and deal with whatever comes. Even the National Guard has been called in here, 400 National Guard members, to deal with any potential looting in those evacuated areas. We're live in West Hampton Beach this morning. I'm Greg Sergel. Back to you guys.
All right, Greg, thank you so much. And as we continue on Wake Up with Al, of course, our live team coverage includes Carl Parker, our hurricane expert. Carl?
We are watching an unprecedented storm now moving into the northeast coast of the U.S. The pressure has dropped. The winds are up to 85 miles per hour. Conditions will get much worse through the course of the day today in the northeast. We're also expecting very heavy rain with the system. We'll talk about all the impacts coming up in just a minute right here on Wake Up with Al.
Let's talk about the rainfall aspect of this system. And, you know, tropical storms and hurricanes, they have that tropical moisture. So they just look at these rainfall forecasts. We are talking 10 inches in some locations. This is just incredible here. And then as we move up the coast, we are going to see that white shading on the map remain into portions of central Pennsylvania, and then Al, it tapers off as we get towards the Boston area.
That's right. Well, you know, Steph, I got to tell you, you and I have covered a lot of hurricanes. This is about the coldest I've been in a hurricane. It doesn't feel like
wetsuit, Al, wetsuit.
Carl Parker. Yeah, that's right. Carl Parker and Mike Bettis are standing by. We've got them tag teaming this thing. And guys, it's a hybrid storm, becomes a hybrid. Any sign of it making that turn yet?
Not so far. It still seems to be moving to the north, but we do anticipate that it will move off to the northwest before too long. And, you know, we've been talking a lot about this storm, obviously, in-house. Everybody is just really fascinated by it and worried, of course. And the common theme is that no one's ever seen this before. That is the common theme among all the meteorologists here.
And now that the winds have gone up,
yes,
everything that normally happens is not happening with this. It's not going out to sea. It's not weakening. It's not accelerating.
That's never happened.
It's making a left-hand turn, and it's getting stronger.
It's never happened that we've had a tropical system make a left turn into the northeast. And then when you look at the size of this thing, that's the other thing that's incredible. This is the area of strong winds just above the surface. Tomorrow morning, look at this. Every state east of the Mississippi River being influenced by that system. That is absolutely
I think it was
remarkable.
the Weather Channel headquarters in Atlanta, Georgia, and a lot of folks when they came into work early this morning said, "Man, it is windy outside."
Yeah,
it's because of
it's
Sandy.
because of that, and it will be because of that for several days. Actually, the pressure in the storm has dropped now to 946. To give you an idea of what that means, our standard sea level pressure is 1014. By the time you drop 20 millibars, 993, you can have a hurricane at that point. We're almost another 50 millibars lower than that. And that is really a measure of the energy, the power that is in this particular storm. It's incredibly powerful.
One thing that has become increasingly worrisome now is just how much water rise is going to affect the coastline here. There are going to be a lot of people impacted, and not just right at the coast, but even farther away from it.
It could outdo Irene, and by a good bit in a lot of cases. There's a lot of worry about the subway there in New York City. I want to show you the wind forecast. That wind overtaking the 95 corridor this morning, and then through this afternoon, we start to see that hurricane force wind gusting coming into New Jersey and the Delmarva, reaching 95, really coming in tonight. That's when we could see some of the strongest wind from New York down to Baltimore, D.C., Southeast Virginia, continuing even into tomorrow. And all the while, it's going to be piling up that water, especially after the center of the storm passes, piling up the water into New Jersey and Long Island. And then finally, by late Tuesday, it begins to relent somewhat, but we've still got this huge area of tropical storm force.
Just real quick about the water rise in New York. I want to leave that out this morning.
Yeah, well, we're talking about a tremendous area of water level rise. It's going to be on the order of 6 to 11 feet on Long Island Sound.
6 to 11 feet.
6 to 11 feet.
Remarkable, biggest we've seen in a lifetime.
Yes.
So, all right, Carl, thank you very much. More from Carl throughout the morning. Alan, Steph, let's get back to you.
All right, Mike, thanks so much. Carl, thank you. And, you know, we've been talking about all the surface transit that's been shut down. Airlines started canceling flights yesterday in anticipation of this, Steph. Thousands of travelers
they did. So we want to go to CNBC's Phil LeBeau, who's live from the Delta headquarters in Atlanta. Phil, tell us more.
Stephanie, what we're looking at is a storm where they have been preparing for a couple of days, and they've already brought down their system. A quarter of their flights into the New York, the D.C., the Philly markets, they're gone. They're not taking place today. Those aircraft have been pulled out. And as we zoom in here at the Operations Center, essentially what they've decided to do here at Delta is what all the airlines have decided to do, and that's essentially pull their aircraft out so that they are in no way possible being damaged by any wind or water. And that's what we're going to see all day long as the airlines cancel their flights. All of today canceled in those markets, and then as you look over the next couple of days, they'll look at where the storm is and whether or not they can start to bring back flights. But what we're looking at, guys, right now, at least 7,000 flights canceled. As of now, expect that number to go up, and that's for the entire eastern part of the U.S. Guys, back to you.
All right, Phil LeBeau from CNBC. And Steph, it's amazing to think about, because this is going to have a ripple effect all across the country and probably around the world as so many flights funnel through the East Coast.
Right, and it's the fact that they've moved the planes out, which they need to do to keep them safe. They then have to get them back in. We're going to continue our live team coverage of this system. Look at all the reporters we have up and down the East Coast, from North Carolina to West Virginia, all the way into New England.
This morning, Sandy's wrath, more than 900 miles across the Northeast, now squarely in its sight. A monster storm poised to make an unprecedented left-hand turn today, smashing into the coast. More than 50 million people impacted by Sandy.
And with so many people potentially in harm's way, we have every angle covered this morning, from Sandy's path and timing to the surge threat, the rainfall, even the snow, 1 to 2 feet of snow. As we said, this is unprecedented, and we're here to keep you and your loved ones safe.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to a special edition of Wake Up with Al. It is Monday, October 29th, 2012. I am here, Point Pleasant Beach, New Jersey, the Atlantic. Angry and surging high tide a little bit less than an hour away as Sandy continues to churn. A 946 low right now, 85-mile-per-hour winds, and it is about 385 miles south-southeast of New York City, where we find Stephanie Abrams. She is in downtown Manhattan in Battery Park, which has been evacuated. Good morning, Steph.
Al, good morning to you and good morning to everyone at home. We are in an evacuation zone, so we are going to have to leave because the water, that's the Hudson behind us, is going to rise up. By the way, we're getting a north wind because I can see that water being pushed southbound here, which makes sense, seeing where we are in the path of the storm right now. And Al, what I also felt was very interesting, I just retweeted a picture I saw, the tomb of the unknown soldier. You know, Washington, D.C. is shut down, but they are still standing by that tomb of the unknown soldier.
Well, that's good to know. Steph, thanks so much. Let's bring you up to date on other things you'll need to know. President Obama has signed emergency declarations for New York City, New Jersey, Connecticut, for New York State, I should say, New Jersey, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Washington, D.C. As we mentioned, lower evacuations for Manhattan and other parts of New York City. Are the city's mass transit system shut down, as is the system in Philadelphia. They're going to be shutting down Boston later today. Washington, D.C. system shut down. In New York City alone, 8 million people use the trains and buses to get around town. According to FlightAware.com, 7,000 flights canceled due to Sandy, with more on the way. All right, and Steph, let's take a look at these winds. I mean, amazing.
Yeah. I want to talk about the winds and give you an overview of what's going to happen. And just, I know it's early, stick with me this morning. Look at this wind, the high winds. What we should really do is show you how the wind movement and the Sandy movement on the right front quadrant is in the same direction, and that is why Long Island Sound, Long Island could have just a tremendous surge, 6+ foot surge. So there we go. Think about this storm in the right front quadrant. The storm is moving to the north and west, and those winds are also coming around. So you get it double time in that northeast quadrant, and that's why the surge is going to be so bad in that vicinity. And then on the southern side, you get an offshore flow, so the surge isn't as bad. There's a wind alert. We're talking winds gusting to 70 miles an hour here throughout places like New York City and really out up and down the megalopolis. And of course, flooding. We could see over 10 inches of rain. We'll have all of those details. We'll break it down throughout this hour of Wake Up with Al.
All right, thanks so much, Steph. Let's bring in hurricane expert Carl Parker. And Carl, I was just thinking about this. This is such a massive system. The energy it takes to turn this thing to the left must be just unimaginable.
Yeah, there's an incredible dip in the jet stream that is angled back to the north and to the west, and it really is an unusual system. And for that unusual system to also grab a hurricane, that's the part that's just unprecedented. Hey, I want to show you something before we go to the maps. This is our breaking weather alert system behind me here, and the Air Force Recon just reporting an extrapolated surface pressure of 941 millibars. This is an incredibly strong storm, incredibly powerful system. That energy spread out over a huge area. Here's the latest from the Hurricane Center, an 85-mile-per-hour storm. It's moving north at 15 miles per hour. I want to show you the radar picture, and you can see this banding feature that is already coming in to the Chesapeake Bay and the D.C. area. What's happening here is there is convergence, which is to say that there are areas of winds that are coming into each other right in here, and that's why we're seeing this enhancement of the rain in the D.C. area. And here's a closer look at that, and you can see this very heavy rain that is now coming right across Chesapeake Bay into Annapolis, Anne Arundel, PG counties, now working up towards the 95 corridor. 29 will be overspreading Montgomery County and the district, also Baltimore. So very wet weather this morning. Please don't go anywhere if you don't have to. And let's talk a little bit about how much much rain is going to be coming down. This is the GFS, the American Model Rainfall Forecast, and you can see that rain spreading up here. We think the structure of the storm is going to be largely intact even as the center moves on shore, meaning that the heaviest rain is going to continue to be on the left side relative to the center, spreading up through Maryland, Virginia, southern parts of Pennsylvania. Of course, you have the Appalachians here just outside of Harrisburg and extending back into Johnstown and Altoona. So certainly a lot of potential for flooding in those mountainous areas in particular. Very large area of 4 to 8 inches of rain, locally 12 inches plus. And that rain is also going to exacerbate the flooding along the coast. And we'll talk more about surge flooding coming up in just a few minutes. Guys, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Carl Parker. Let's go. We have a webcam at Ocean City, Maryland. Take a look at this thing. I mean, it is shaking from the wind. The rain is coming down, and that is making its way up the coast into this area. Steph?
Al, they've actually gusted there Ocean City to 52 miles an hour. We're going to gust even higher than that in New York City. At least we're forecasting that. We could go over 70 miles an hour through the day into the night. They will decrease as we head into our Tuesday. Reynolds Wolf is standing by with our team coverage in Mystic.
10 minutes past 6 o'clock here on Wake Up with Al. You're watching the Weather Channel as we continue to track Sandy at Hurricane Central. I'm in Point Pleasant Beach, New Jersey, and you can see the Atlantic has been creeping slowly towards this barrier dune, and there are a lot of folks here worried that it eventually is going to wash over these dunes. We're going to keep track of that for you. Let's look at the swath of this system. Right now, 85-mile-per-hour winds, as you heard Carl Parker say. Air Force Recon has dropped the pressure to 941 millibars. Makes a left turn later today, and by later this evening, early tomorrow morning, it comes on shore and then slowly makes its way into the interior sections of the Northeast, continually having effects on the eastern third of this country. Let's head back down to New York, up to New York, lower Manhattan, and Reynolds Wolf, who's in Mystic, Connecticut. Stephanie, I know you guys haven't felt anything yet, but it's coming.
We have a little bit of a drizzle. I just saw in our breaking weather alert system, Boston gusted to 41. But Reynolds, I want to talk to you about surge. We're going to get it here. We're going to have to move. Looking at our surge forecast, the Long Island Sound between Long Island and Connecticut, 6 to 11-foot surge.
My gosh, that's daunting, isn't it? I mean, that's a horrifying prospect. You know, you're right, Stephanie, when you think about that kind of surge, and you take a look at the topography, you see how things are laid out on the map. You've got Long Island Sound, you got the water that's going to be spinning right over the top of it, and then back into a lot of the bays, the harbors, the estuaries, and yeah, that water is really going to pile up in many places, very high, as you mentioned, and that is not only because, of course, the strong winds, but you couple that with a full moon that we've actually seen break through the sky, through the clouds from time to time, and then on top of it, well, you've got high tide, so you got all those components coming together. The wind itself is going to be a mess. We've already had some pretty good gusts this morning. I'd say somewhere in 30 miles per hour or so. Let's go ahead and show you this map that's going to give you an idea of who exactly in the region will be really experiencing these kind of strong winds. Let's just chalk it up and say the entire region. You see everything shaded in purple? You got all of New England. You got it all the way over towards parts of the Great Lakes. In fact, if you follow along parts of the Appalachians, even in the highest elevations, you're going to have wind issues there too. Imagine what that's going to do in terms of your air travel. Anyone in a high-profile vehicle, that's going to be an issue. Flooding, all but a certainty. And one thing we got to throw in too, guys, is when you think about flooding, I know other people around the country may hear flooding. They think it's just a rain-associated event. That's not the case at all. Along the coast, coastal flooding, the primary thing that makes it all happen is the wind. It causes that water to pile up on one bed after another. It all stacks up, and then when it comes in, it has the devastating effect. I can tell you here in Mystic yesterday out by the seaport, they were doing all they possibly could to secure many of the boats, secure those moorings, and then Laura Korinsky, our producer, actually went to the downtown area, and all the buildings are boarded up. A lot of the businesses prepared for this. It's the Northeast. They know that the ocean can give. It can also take away. They respect it. Let me tell you, Stephanie, they are ready as well as they can be as the system gets ever closer.
All right, Reynolds, we appreciate that. Let's look at some of our peak wind gusts. I just mentioned Boston has now gusted to 41 miles an hour. Here in New York City, we have gusted close to that, basically right around 40 miles an hour. I haven't felt any of those gusts just yet, but that is certainly going to change. Look at our forecast here. It's going to get stronger and stronger as this system moves closer. Our winds have been sustained around, you know, that 15 to, say, 17 miles an hour, even 20 in some locations. But, Al, it's going to get even worse, and you have that forecast.
That's right, Stephanie. I mean, look at this area. It's basically all the coastal Northeast from the Carolinas all the way up into Boston. We're talking about wind gusts of 75 miles per hour or more, sustained winds of 40 to 50 miles per hour, and those strong gusts go all the way back to the Great Lakes with gusts of over 50 miles per hour, and in fact, as far south as the southeast and including Atlanta. And power outages, that is going to be the big story going forward in the next week or so. We're talking about likely power outages as far south as Asheville, North Carolina, and then we're looking at as far north as parts of New England and all the way back to Buffalo. I mean, this is really, really amazing stuff. We're talking about some folks could be out of power, Steph, for at least a week. Stephanie, and our winds are really starting to gust now. All right, that's what we've got. Much more coming up. Live team coverage, and of course, we're going to talk to the mayor of Point Pleasant, New Jersey, about preparations being made here. And don't forget, you can get whatever you need 24/7 on weather.com, where we're streaming live. Welcome back to Wake Up with Al. We are live up and down the eastern seaboard as we continue to track Hurricane Sandy. We are in Point Pleasant Beach, New Jersey. Joining me now is the mayor of Point Pleasant Beach. Mr. Mayor, your name?
Vince Varela.
Vince Varela, and we have Detective
Pat Petrozello.
Detective Pat Petrozello. First, Mr. Mayor, do you have mandatory evacuations going on?
East of the tracks.
East of the train
East of the railroad tracks, yeah.
All right, and Detective, have there been any problems so far?
No, the evacuation went very smoothly. We finished up about 7:30 last night with the mandatory evacuation. So,
Mr. Mayor, you've been here for a long time. Have you seen anything like this?
Not like this.
No?
Last year I thought was pretty bad, but this seems to be. You guys keep giving us worse news as we go along.
We are the bearer of bad news, unfortunately. But Detective, as far as this is concerned, what preparations have you taken, in the event of flooding and things like that?
Well, what we've done so far, we've blocked off, barricaded off portions of the inlet where the water's been breaching. We have a contingency of manpower coming in first thing this morning, about 7 a.m. this morning. We anticipate shutting off the eastern part of the town, not allow anybody back this side. All the trucks are up and running. The high water rescue vehicles are in good working order, and from here, we just kind of wait and see approach.
Have you had flooding already?
Very minor, very minor. Nothing, no property damage, nothing substantial. We've had very minor power outages last night, but the flooding has been minimal and with no property damage thus far.
Mr. Mayor, you mentioned Hurricane Irene, Tropical Storm Irene. What did you learn? Are there things that you learned from that you're doing for today to prepare?
Yes, actually, there were a lot of things. Pat is part of our OEM team, and these guys do a great job, and they, we had a little trial by error last year, but we figured out where some of the errors were, and in terms of locking things down
and improving best practices.
And improving the practices. Yeah, we've got a curfew in effect from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Because that was one of the problems we had last year.
All right.
Unfortunately, we had somebody fall off the jetty, a couple of people fall off the jetty.
Well, hopefully that doesn't happen this time.
We've got them pretty much locked down now.
Mr. Mayor, Detective, thank you so much. We appreciate it. No, it's a busy morning for you. Thanks so much for taking time. Steph?
All right, Al's already gotten the weather. We're about to get it here as the day continues. We want to bring now on the phone Con Edison, Chris Oler, who is joining us, and they cover the power for New York City and Westchester County. Mr. Oler, thank you for being with us this morning. What's your biggest concern as the storm approaches?
Good morning. As you've reported, the tidal surges,
Obviously, New York City and Westchester County get rain year-round, but it's salt water that has the potential to really gum up the electrical systems.
And is that because the electrical system, at least in New York City, it's underground? You don't see power lines running through New York City for people who haven't been here before. I just wanted to kind of describe that a little bit.
Surely. All of Manhattan is underground, our electric, gas, and steam systems. We have already disconnected some steam customers in lower Manhattan, and that's the area we're watching for the tidal surges. Obviously, New York City, as you know, and your viewers know, is an island. Is made up of islands, a series of islands, except for the Bronx, which is a peninsula. So there are lots of areas that are at sea level. So we are especially watchful.
So are you concerned, though, because this is unprecedented? You're not going to be able to borrow help from neighboring states because they're going to have to stay in their states as well. So do you think that you guys will be stretched thin? How's that going to work out?
Well, Stephanie, we've already lined up hundreds of out-of-town crews starting to arrive. We cannot make repairs until we assess damages, and we'll be doing that once Sandy gets out of Gotham.
All right, Chris Ohlert, thank you so much for being with us this morning. And of course, Al, you and I have been talking about the last couple of days, not only New York City, Westchester County, this huge area, the northeastern quadrant, has all these trees with the beautiful leaves that are going to fall on power lines. I'm not going to say maybe are going to sort of, they're going to fall on power lines. So you got to get the trees out first, then to restore power. This could take weeks for some people.
That's right, because, Steph, this is, even though Manhattan has a lot of underground power lines, much of the surrounding area, including here in New Jersey, they're above ground, and they are going to be coming down. Well, as we continue on Wake Up with Al, we will continue unprecedented live coverage. Paul Walsh will be taking a look at the weather and your vote, and this time around, it may have epic consequences for the presidential.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
Sandy has continued to move to the north. We are forecasting the impacts from North Carolina to Rhode Island and even inland to the Great Lakes. Blizzard warnings are up for parts of West Virginia. It's a huge hurricane. Over 50 million people affected. Stephanie?
Landfall is less than 24 hours away, and we are covering every element of the storm. The rain, the surge, the flooding, and as Al mentioned, even that snow, 1 to 2 feet of it. Hurricane Sandy could be one for the record books. And Al, I'm not going to say could be. I'm saying Sandy is going to be one for the record books.
Absolutely. Welcome to a special edition of Wake Up with Al. It is Monday, October 29th, 2012, 2 days away from Halloween, but we are getting Mother Nature playing some real tricks. This is no treat. I'm live in Point Pleasant Beach, New Jersey. Sandy right now is churning away in the Atlantic. It is at, according to Carl Parker, latest estimates, 941 millibars, an unbelievably deep storm. It has 85-mile-per-hour winds. It's about 385 miles south-southeast of New York City, where Stephanie Abrams is in lower Manhattan, where the evacuation zone is in effect. Steph?
That's right. 375,000 people are in the evacuation zone here throughout Manhattan. And Al, you were mentioning how big this storm system is. Let's just talk about Sandy. Forget about the trough that's going to join it. The tropical storm force winds stretch over 1,000 miles in diameter across Hurricane Sandy.
All right, Steph, thanks so much. We want to get people caught up on the latest information about Sandy. President Obama signing emergency declarations for New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Washington, D.C. She mentioned, Stephanie just mentioned the mandatory evacuations for lower Manhattan, parts of New York City, all along the East Coast, and here in New Jersey, there are evacuations in effect, especially for barrier islands moving on into Long Island. New York City and the surrounding areas, mass transit has been shut down. Mass transit being shut down in Boston, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C. as well. Here in New York City, 8 million people use the buses and trains to get around. And if you're flying, you are feeling pain as well. FlightAware.com says over 7,000 flights have been canceled. Steph?
Let's talk about why there's been these evacuations. It's because the surge in some locations could get as high as 6 to 11 feet. Now remember, a one-story building is about 10 feet. Here along the Carolinas, 4 to 6, 2 to 4 as we look towards the Delmarva. But as we take you on into the Northeast, we're going to get the forward movement of the storm, and also those winds on the northeast side are also moving the same direction. That's why you're double loaded here, 6 to 11 feet in Long Island Sound, in between Long Island and also into Connecticut. Therefore, evacuation orders have been ordered. Obviously, schools are shut down up and down the East Coast. I don't need to tell you that. Anywhere you see the orange shading is where they want to evacuate and have evacuated. That's 375,000 people. By the way, you see that little grassy area that we just turned from? That is where I am located here in downtown Manhattan. Al, I'm thinking we're going to have to move to Midtown somewhere to broadcast later today.
All right, Steph. Well, be safe. Let's get in, bring Carl Parker in. And Carl, this thing's strengthening. It's gotten over the Gulf Stream waters. Could we see more strengthening?
Yeah, I think we could. And Al, you've also been asking about that northwestward turn. The recon has found now a westward component in the motion, so it does appear that that northwestward turn has begun. And we've been talking about the incredible expanse of the storm. We also have a report now that 1,000 people are without power in western North Carolina because of the wind. Unbelievable. So here's the latest. It's an 85-mile-an-hour storm. It's moving to the north at 15 officially, but again, there's been a little more of a northwestward component to the motion. And here is the wind forecast, those tropical storm force winds overspreading the east coast through the course of the morning, and then the hurricane force wind gusts will be coming in through this afternoon, particularly between Long Island and the Chesapeake Bay, and then they really bodily come in this evening and through the overnight hours into early tomorrow morning. Prolonged period of very strong winds, and that's why we're so concerned about power outages. Al, back to you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Carl. Let's bring in Paul Walsh. He's been doing Weather in Your Vote. And Paul, the power outages, damage, things like that. Some of these folks could be looking at power outages for a week or more. How will that affect voting? Early voting's going on now, but even into Election Day, there could be people, a large number of people without power.
Absolutely, Al. At the end of the day, the final component of getting people in to vote is the weather. And we know that about 35% of independent voters tell us through polling that if the weather's bad, they won't vote. And that was without including this event that we've got going on. So this event is going to be very disruptive, both in terms of the final campaigning, but it could also very materially impact the vote.
Paul, are election officials looking at what they would do? So many of these electronic voting machines need electricity to run. If they don't have electricity, what do they do?
Yeah, they are looking at that. I think it's going to be a case by case, and I think they're going to wait and see how things go. But as we look at the extent of power outages, there could be areas with no power on Election Day, and that will be a real problem.
And have they made, I mean, this is unprecedented. Are there any contingencies for something like this?
There are contingencies to use different types of polling machines, but I think as with all contingencies, we will see how it plays out as the storm plays out. It could be a real problem if we have limited power in major markets like Philadelphia and D.C. Before the election.
All right, well, Paul Walsh, thank you so much. And when we come back, we're going to talk to the director of FEMA, Craig Fugate, live here on Wake Up with Al. You're watching the 40 minutes past the hour. Welcome back to Wake Up with Al. You're watching the Weather Channel. We're live in Point Pleasant Beach, New Jersey, and this is a protective sand dune that's been built. And in fact, it was built after a big storm in 1992. They put it in to protect all the homes and hotels that line this street here. Well, I'm starting to see now, we've seen some of the waves coming up over these dunes. We're still about 40 minutes away from high tide, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens. And even if you have to leave your TV set or you perhaps lose power and you're watching, go to weather.com or Yahoo Yahoo.com. We are streaming our coverage 24/7 live on those two places so that you can get what you need when you need it. We are standing by for the FEMA Administrator Craig Fugate to talk to us about plans for this unprecedented storm. For now, let's go back to Stephanie.
All right, Al, the rain is finally starting to come down. Look at this. And it's only going to get heavier. This is the beginning of Sandy that we're starting to feel. But Sandy is not just a coastal storm, and that's what we've been talking about for so many days. This thing is going to bring tremendous impacts inland. One spot that it's going to unload on is West Virginia. We've had that cold air come in from the west, and then we're just dumping all this tropical moisture right on top of it. So we're going to get 1 to 2 feet of snow in some places. Look at that, just as blowing. This is blowing everyone's mind meteorologically. I don't know if you guys at home are as, geeked out about this, but we are going to see 1 to 2 feet of snow. And we've now gotten Craig Fugate on the phone, so Al is going to talk to him.
All right, thanks so much, Stephanie. Again, we told you that the president signed emergency declarations for a wide swath of states. That opens the door for federal aid and Federal Emergency Management Administration to come on in. Craig Fugate is the director there. Mr. Fugate, thanks for joining us. The president has promised a big, fast, swift response, but over such a wide area, are you prepared for that?
Well, that's why we started moving teams as far as Friday back, getting ready for this out. And again, a lot of stuff happening and can be happening, and we're trying to make sure everything's there, but we need the people to be prepared and make sure they're ready.
And then Mr. Fugate, you talked early on Friday about people evacuating, which would help the response. Are you pleased with what you've seen so far?
Yeah, again, Al, if people need to go to high ground, get there, because the responders need to be focused on recovery, not having to go save people that should have gotten out. This is going to be a very fluid situation, so the safer people are, the better we are at being able to get to recovery.
So what have you done to get ready to move in? Because obviously you can't really do much until this thing passes. What have you done for staging, for getting that information and the supplies needed to people?
We put teams in every state that's going to be experiencing impacts from this storm. We've already moved generators and other supplies into the region, and we are ready to support as soon as the storm passes through and it's safe. This is the important thing. It's going to be, in many places, hours to some cases days of severe weather, so it's going to slow down response getting to some of these areas.
You know, when you're talking about something this widespread and takes over so much of the country, I would think the logistics of coordinating not only your effort, but state and local efforts really has to be something that's really, at this point, unprecedented.
Well, again, we have a structure that allows us to break our country into regions. Those regions are working with the states, the governors, the National Guard, all the volunteer agencies. This is a big team. FEMA's helping that team, but the real story is about those responders and volunteers on the ground right now, helping people get ready for this storm.
You know, if people they're watching right now and they're concerned and they think they're going to need the help of your agency, what do they do?
Stay safe, Al. We're going to provide assistance after the storm for people who've had losses, but I want people to make it through the storm so we can help them. So right now, the focus on is staying safe, getting somewhere safe, and staying there during the storm, not getting out, driving around, or doing other things that can be dangerous.
All right, Director of FEMA, Craig Fugate, thanks so much, sir. We'll check in with you during this, and we will continue our live coverage of Tracking Sandy after your local...
Welcome back into Wake Up with Al. We want to show you the rainfall forecast for this system through the Delmarva and New York. You see that white shading? 5 to 10 inches of rain here, so we could see significant flooding. I'm worried about the rivers. If you live along a river, you need to be aware because this flooding can happen quick. And then a little bit farther into the northeast, deeper into New England, the rainfall won't be as bad. It's 10 till the top of the hour. Let's bring in Carl Parker and Mike Bettis at the expert desk. And Carl and Mike, I was just talking to Sherry, our weather weather producer, about the center of this storm is about almost 400 miles away from New York City, but it's going to be moving in quite quickly, yet it's still going north, hasn't gone west yet.
Well, you know, actually, they just found a little bit of a westward component, the hurricane hunters out there. So sometimes these things are wobbles, and it's hard to tell if it's a persistent thing. But the models have forecasted that it would begin that turnabout now. So it may be that it has started to turn.
Well, let's talk about a couple of things with it then. The turn has started. Winds have picked up.
Yes.
They're up to 85, but you think they could go even higher? Does that mean the wind field will expand?
You know, it is going to expand, and we can show that to you on this model depiction of the winds just above the surface. This is from rightweather.com. This is showing the area of strong winds above the surface right now, and you can see they are largely offshore, just beginning to affect the 95 corridor. We've actually gotten stronger winds in the western part of North and South Carolina. Henderson County, 1,000 people without power already, and watch what happens as we step through in time here. This is going through this evening into Tuesday morning. Watch this area of wind and watch how it expands and then moves westward. This is Tuesday morning. Look at the size of that. I mean, we've just been, you know, amazed by this. This is not something that we typically experience in any tropical system.
Gusty winds will happen from Quebec all the way to South Florida.
Yeah, every state east of the Mississippi is going to get in on this very strong wind. It's unbelievable.
When we talk about, you know, the nuances of this, I want to ask you a couple things specifically. How strong will the winds, do you think, be near the core when it makes a landfall, and when do you expect landfall?
Well, you know, the energy is spread out over a long distance, but we have found that there's very strong wind as you go up in the atmosphere a little ways. In fact, the hurricane hunters did find wind of over 100 miles per hour. And so where we get gusty winds, we'll see some of that transported downward. So there could easily be winds gusting to 80, maybe even 90 miles per hour. And then when you go up in elevation, in high rises, for example, it could get fairly strong.
When would the worst of that be, do you think?
Well, I think that's going to be this afternoon, and then going into the evening hours, and then continuing through the overnight hours. I think that's when it's really going to go, and we'll detail that. An 85-mile-per-hour storm right now, moving north officially, but again, we found just a little bit of a westward component there, so it is perhaps turning at this point. Here's a look at the wind gusts. You notice the vector here. It's important to understand that, know where the wind is coming from relative to the trees that are around your property, all of that, because you want to be on the downwind side. So you've got winds coming out of the north that are moving very, very quickly here early on this afternoon, getting up to gusting to hurricane force in New York City and Boston through the early part of the afternoon. Then that continues down towards D.C. by late afternoon, and then into the evening hours. You can see this entire 95 corridor, very large area, seeing winds gusting to hurricane force, and again, even stronger along the coast and as you get up a little bit in elevation or altitude. And then here you go into Monday this evening at 10 p.m. You see the winds still very, very strong there in New York City. Notice the wind direction changing, coming more out of the east and coming out of the south, driving water up into the coast, Long Island and New Jersey, and then going into the day on Tuesday, early morning Tuesday, the winds begin to come down a little bit, but they're still very, very strong at this point.
And the tide will play a large role in that as well. We've got astronomical high tide, and that happens tomorrow morning, 9-ish, so to speak, and that's going to time up, you know, in the morning to bring another big high water cycle.
Yeah, and there's one of those tonight, and I want to show you the water level rise in Irene. So this is looking back a year ago, 2011, and the water level rise topped out at 2 feet in Ocean City. It never got higher than that with Irene. Right now in Ocean City, it's at 3.3. Right now. So this is well preceding this storm. Already we've got these water level rises. We're looking for 4 to 8 feet from Montauk Point right down through Jersey, down towards the Delmarva, 6 to 11 feet in Long Island Sound. And of course, we've been talking about this convergence that's going on here when you've got water pushing up from the Atlantic into Raritan Bay and then down Long Island Sound, converging on New York City. And then on top of that, you've got these high tide cycles, one of which will occur tonight, one of which occurs tomorrow morning. And so this could supersede what we saw with Irene, and perhaps by a good bit.
Where Stephanie is, you expect that she's going to have to pull back from her location?
I expect so, yes, unfortunately.
Stephanie, you prepared to do that?
Oh, we absolutely are. I mean, Irene, this was underwater, so I'm thinking Midtown would be a good spot to go. That way we're away from the water and high enough ground. Whitecaps are already starting to show up here on the Hudson. That's a development within just the last hour. Live team coverage with 9 meteorologists from West Virginia, North Carolina. This morning, the nightmare begins to unfold across the Northeast. A worst-case scenario is happening. An extraordinary storm named Sandy starts to unleash impact on the most heavily populated part of the United States as it combines with a massive trough from the west. We are talking about surge that could be over 10 feet in some locations, coastal hurricane winds, flooding rains, and up to 2 feet of snow in the Appalachians.
A staggering 50 million people directly in the path of this monster on the East Coast: Boston, New York City, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., and Atlantic City, New Jersey. But the impacts will be felt hundreds of miles inland, as far west as Chicago. We could see 25-foot waves on Lake Michigan. Sandy's an unprecedented storm likely to have unprecedented impacts. Our meteorologists, they're in place to cover all the angles of this historic storm right now on Your Weather Today.
Good morning. Welcome into Your Weather Today. That is a look at Sandy as it moved past the Florida coast, the Carolina coast, and is now combining with a trough from the west. It is massive. Itself alone, the tropical storm force winds extend almost 500 miles from the center of the storm. It is Monday, October 29, 2012, as we track Sandy that's turning into a superstorm. I'm meteorologist Stephanie Abrams live in New York City.
And I'm Mike Bettis at the Weather Channel headquarters in Atlanta. A lot to get to this morning. Want to bring you the very latest. Yeah. President Obama has signed an emergency declaration for New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, as well as Washington, D.C. And this morning, the Coast Guard is responding to a distress call from the HMS Bounty, a tall ship built for the 1962 movie Mutiny on the Bounty. It's taking on water off the coast of North Carolina with 17 people aboard. And not only are schools, businesses, government offices, and mass transit systems shut down, the U.S. markets are closed, both the NYSE and the NASDAQ. Far-reaching impacts from the storm. A lot of people taking precautions already, Steph.
That they are, and once the sun is up, I'm going to take you down to the Hudson and show it to you as we are getting that north wind. It is pushing the water southbound. We've started to see the white caps, and I anticipate that this area in downtown will be underwater. It was with Irene. Let's talk about when this system will be coming in, and we don't need to focus on the center of our swath because we have talked about just how massive this system is. Look at the radar on the left. We could see up to 10 inches of rain in some locations. It's going to be the worst. It looks like late Monday into Tuesday here in the Northeast, and then it will start to slow down. Even though it's going to sit around the Northeast, we won't see the winds as strong. So let's talk about the impacts for New York City. By the way, on my Twitter and Facebook, I have the timing for numerous cities if you need to get them. Today, those winds are going to get up in that 70-mile-per-hour range, heavy rain at times. Tonight, it's going to continue. Then as we head into tomorrow, this system is still going to be unloading with those strong winds and also very heavy wind. Rain, excuse me. Those winds are going to start to pull down, though, as this pulls a little bit inland. We have an army of meteorologists, 9 people in the field in the thick of it. Not only do we have Mike Seidel live for us in New Jersey, we have Reynolds Wolf in Connecticut, also Carl Parker at the expert desk, and Julie Martin will be joining us a little bit later. She has been down in the Carolinas. First, we want to start off with Mike Seidel, that is, in Point Pleasant, New Jersey. And Mike, you were there yesterday and today again. Tell us about the conditions and how they've changed. Or are we going to Carl first?
Yeah, I'll take it, Steph, and we're talking about a storm that is of the likes that we've never seen here in the East Coast. Right now, it's an 85-mile-per-hour storm, and it's moving to the north officially, though there has been a northwestward component that has been detected by the Hurricane Hunter, so it appears that the turn may be underway at this point. An absolutely enormous storm that is going to have a huge impact over the next couple of days, and let's take a look at the latest on the system. The pressure now, 946 millibars. That is a measure of the energy in the storm, which is just tremendous. It's unlike anything that we've seen. There's a look at the winds and the waves. The winds now gusting to 47 miles per hour along the coast of the Carolinas. As you get up farther northward, gusting to 37 in Atlantic City. So this is the beginning of the storm. It's underway now, and now gusting to 40 miles per hour in Providence. So as we watch this area of strong winds move in through the course of the day today, it's going to be tropical storm force wind this morning, and then this afternoon we start seeing those hurricane force gusts as the center of the storm nears the coast, nears the Jersey coast in particular, most likely. Very strong wind coming in from New York, Long Island, down through Jersey, the Delmarva, and then getting into Baltimore and D.C. in the evening hours and late tonight, going and going. Winds gusting to 75 miles per hour, and keep in mind that you can add 10 to 15 miles per hour getting up in elevation, say about 300 feet or so. That includes high rises. And then that wind continues right into Tuesday morning and finally begins to let down somewhat by late Tuesday. We want to go down to Mike Seidel. He's in Point Pleasant, New Jersey. And Mike, this will be one for the ages along the Jersey coast.
It will. Good morning, Carl. High tide coming in the next hour. We've already got the wave action coming up and breaching this dune here. We're starting to get first light. Once we get full daylight, you'll get a sense of how angry this Atlantic is. We've got 10-footers. It's hard to see where they're breaking all the way out, and they're rolling right up into the dune line. By the way, we've already got reports of power outages from Central Jersey Power and Light, Monmouth and Burlington and Ocean counties. 5,000 customers. That includes 4,000 customers down in Toms River. So that's not a good sign because we really haven't had nearly the full brunt of this storm, not even close, as winds out here gusting over 40 miles an hour. The other amazing thing is the total flight cancellations today. Over 6,400 flights have been canceled. More than likely, you're not going to fly anywhere, at least on the eastern third of the nation. Carl and Mike, we'll keep you updated from our perch here from Point Pleasant Beach. It'll only get worse as the day wears on.
It does not look friendly this morning where he is, does it?
You know, and to think of how the water might come up there. I mean, it could be absolutely devastating along the coast. Absolutely, and the waves could be 10 to 20 feet there.
Amazing.
Yeah.
More from Carl yet this morning. Also, we're going to take you back live to our crews in the field. Reynolds Wolf reporting from Mystic, Connecticut, where the coastline expected to be under as much as 11 feet of water. More when we come back.
We want to take you into North Carolina. Highway 12, which runs there throughout portions of the Outer Banks. It gets covered over very easily by water and by sand as well. And look at that. As you can imagine, with Sandy coming by, they have had significant flooding there. We expect significant flooding here in downtown Manhattan. I'm meteorologist Stephanie Abrams live. We are at the southern tip of this island. Behind me is the Hudson, and we've just recently started to see more and more white caps, and we are still getting that northerly flow. It's pushing the Hudson to the south. Over my right shoulder, that would be Lady Liberty. Let's talk about the wave heights and the winds that we are seeing right now. And here they are for you, anywhere from the Delmarva all the way into the northeast. And look at those buoys out there. We've already seen our waves heights to 19 feet. Just offshore, the winds at 45. Again, the winds not as strong here on shore because the center of the storm is still about 400 miles away from us. And then, of course, you get the friction when the wind hits the land, and that slows it down. But if you're out in the ocean, it's just smooth sailing, and that's why the winds are so strong. Now, we do have high tides here at Battery Park, 8:53 this morning and then 9:07 p.m. And I think that's when we are going to be concerned because this does look like later today, overnight into tomorrow morning when we're going to have the biggest problems. And here's one big problem. We were talking about the surge. 6 to 11 feet in Long Island Sound, in between Long Island and Connecticut. And because of all that water coming in, one of the reasons they've shut down the transit system is because of all of that weather. Let's go to the Port Authority spokesperson, Steve Coleman, who's on the phone with us. Steve, thanks for being with us this morning. What is your biggest concern when it comes to the water and the subway system? Do you think that we will actually see them breached with water?
That's to be seen, but obviously we're concerned, and we spent all night long putting sandbags and other blockages in place around our subway system to see if we can prevent water from getting in. You know, another big concern that we have, obviously, is the tunnels that we operate, the Lincoln and Holland tunnels. Obviously, water could get into those two tunnels and cause problems, so we're doing the best we can to use pumps and other means to try to keep water out of the tunnels.
And then, in theory, how long would it take you to get the whole system back up and running? Because it is a big system that you guys run here.
Absolutely. We run airports, we run a mass transit system, we run seaports, we run tunnels and bridges. And I think it's all going to depend on what the weather brings us later this afternoon and this evening. Obviously, as you know, the airports are open, but all carriers have ceased operations until further notice. And typically it takes air carriers a period of time to get their flights back into sync. So it could be a day or two or three, depending on when they can start that process.
Steve, it looks like this is going to be worse than Irene. So do you know, with that said, what is your mindset? What do you think is going to happen?
You know, like I said, I think it's going to take a day or two, if not longer, to get the airports back in operation. Assuming we have to close the tunnels or the bridges, obviously that'll hinge on the wind diminishing, and it'll hinge on tidal surges and flooding diminishing in the tunnels. And on the path system, once again, the path system will determine whether there's any flooding that gets into the system that has to dissipate before we can get the trains running again.
All right, Steve Coleman, thanks so much, and I'm sure we'll be talking with you later. And let's talk more about that surge with Reynolds Wolf, who's in Mystic, Connecticut, because Reynolds, you're right there in that basically bullseye of the highest surge in between Long Island Sound and Connecticut. How concerned are you, and how far away are people evacuating? Are there evacuations?
Well, you know, they have had evacuations for people near the coast, obviously. Getting to higher ground, we were in a hotel just a day or so ago. They evacuated that hotel. That's going to be basically the name of the game for much of the people here in the region. From where I stand right now, I can tell you that just over the last 30 minutes or so, we've seen the water move from beyond this lifeguard stand right up here, which is about some 20 feet or so, and we expect it to continue to march its way up. Steph, again, 4 to 8 feet of flooding possible in some places. Other places maybe as high as 11 feet. And one thing we have to let the people of America know, and certainly the people in the region, if you were to use a sports analogy, this event is going to be more like a marathon. It's not going to be a sprint. There's going to be a long-term event, and we're talking about something that could affect possibly millions of people, power outages that could affect people millions for weeks. Let's send to Maria back in the studio.
All right, Reynolds, thank you so much. There are even more facets to this dynamic storm. Coming up next, the insane impact Sandy's going to have for hundreds of miles inland. From an all-out blizzard in the Appalachians to towering waves that could top 25 feet on all of the Great Lakes. And speaking of waves, let's take you now to Wildwood, New Jersey in Cape May County. A great picture right now for those of you in that area looking for a shelter. The Woodbine Development Center open for you now.
We need you to act prudently. This is nothing to be trifled with.
That was New York Governor Andrew Cuomo advising residents to prepare for Sandy. That's exactly what they're doing. New Yorkers spent Sunday packing up and evacuating. A mandatory evacuation is in order for Zone A in New York City. If you need to know those evacuations, I posted them on my Twitter and Facebook. We're in Zone A. We are in downtown. I want to show you. That's the Hudson right behind me. This area we anticipate to be completely underwater, inundated with water. Jim Cantore, if you remember watching during Hurricane Irene, this is where he was in downtown. So we do expect it to be worse since the water heights are actually already higher off the Delmarva coast right now with Sandy than they were at the max of Irene. But you know what? It is not just the Northeast that's feeling this system. It's 20 past the hour. We're tracking Sandy, but we want to talk about what's happening in the Midwest, Chicago into Cleveland. There are flood warnings for the storm that stretch to Lake Michigan. It is so dynamic. This is something you're not going to see again for a very long time, if ever, in our lifetime. Mike, 1 to 2 feet of snow into West Virginia. All of us meteorologists are like, this is mind-blowing.
Yeah, I think this is the big, for me at least, this is the big wow factor, how far away the impacts will be felt and how significant they will be, Stephanie. I want to take you to the Great Lakes and show you what we think will happen, especially on Lake Erie and Lake Ontario first, and then farther westbound. Waves, we believe, on Ontario, 18 to 21 feet with 70-mile-per-hour gusts, and on Lake Erie, up to 18-foot waves with 65-mile-per-hour gusts. Now, initially, the winds will be coming in this direction and pile up the water on the western shores, but eventually, they'll turn out of the north, and that'll really pile up the water on the south shores, and that's why we have those coastal flood warnings here off of Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. But huge fetch for you, by the way, off of Lake Michigan when the winds turn out of the north, and that's why we think we could have 25-footers on Lake Michigan on the south shores here. So we do have those flood warnings from Chicago back down around Gary over into South Bend, and on Lake Huron up to 24-foot waves. Just remarkable. Winds right now a little gusty for you in Pittsburgh, about 15. In Detroit, 20, gusting to 26. And in Cincinnati, your winds right now 13. These winds are only going to get worse as we go through the day. It's cold. It's uncomfortable. 38 in Columbus, 42 in Detroit, 37 in Chicago. We've already had some spits of snow here across the Ohio Valley. A place like Findlay, you've had a couple of hours of light snow. It feels like, though, 31 in Charleston. Feels like 30 in Chicago. There's going to be a wind chill factor with this. And how much snow are we talking? You go up into the mountains. Oh, my goodness. Blizzard warnings in effect here across West Virginia. Significant snow down through the Carolinas and all the way down, I think, into eastern Tennessee as well. Notice how much snow will pick up. Snow here across the I-70 corridor, but this large swath right here through the mountains of West Virginia, down the spine of the Appalachians, down toward the Tri-Cities, 6 inches to a foot. The highest peaks could see up to 2 feet of snow and winds that will gust over 50 miles an hour, a full-fledged blizzard. Charleston right now, it's rain and 37, but the snow is on its way. Be ready for it. Now let's get over to our satellite center and Maria.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. On a perfect day, down the shore is close to heaven, but on a day like today, it is downright nasty. Meteorologist Al Roker is on Point Pleasant Beach in New Jersey and filed this report.
Steph, here in Point Pleasant Beach, we are really feeling the effects of Sandy. As you look behind me, this is basically a barrier dune that was built back in 1992 after another big storm caused massive flooding in this town. And as this water gets higher, this dune is in danger of being breached. And it runs about a good 2 or 3 miles along the beach here. So this is the last defense between the Atlantic Ocean and Point Pleasant Beach. So again, we're going to be watching this with high tide getting ready to come in. We are going to be dealing probably with some major flooding here. And again, this is going to be repeated as we move, as Sandy makes its way up the coast. And again, more than 300 miles away, this thing is going to be slowly racing up the coast and pounding these areas, not only with this surf and storm surge, but again, the high winds, which will lead to power outages. It will be miserable. And this is a cold rain, too. This isn't a tropical storm or hurricane. This is a storm that's like a nor'easter, that it's just going to be miserable, and the misery is going to continue for at least another 24 hours. Steph?
All right, and because of that, Al, I actually have my wetsuit on in order to stay warm with our 56-degree temperatures and rain. It's going to continue through the day, overnight, into tomorrow, and for the next several days. Let's take it to Maryland, the Chesapeake Bay Bridge. Now, typically these bridges shut down with our winds are sustained at 45 miles an hour. So watch out for that in the coming hours.
I thought it wasn't that big of a deal until I got up here and I saw everything boarded up and feeling this kind of wind already. I think it's going to be bigger than some of us are realizing.
And I hope that everyone realizes that this is the real deal. We are going to see very strong winds all along the coast. I know people are prepared. I know boards are up anywhere from the mid-Atlantic all the way up the eastern seaboard. And we're already starting to feel the effects here in New York City, where I'm located. Welcome back into Your Weather Today. I'm meteorologist Stephanie Abrams. We want to show you the very latest of what it looks like right now. There is Sandy, and it is very strong. It is very large. The tropical storm force winds extend out 500 miles from the center, and this is combining with a trough from the west, so it is unloading. Look at all that tropical moisture just being pushed on shore there. It's very impressive. And then we are going to talk about the feet of snow, because our cold front brought in the cold air, and then we throw the moisture on top of that. Voila, you get snow in the inland areas. It is Monday, October 29, 2012. Good morning to you. I'm Stephanie Abrams, live in New York City.
And Steph, good to see you. I'm Maria LaRosa at the Weather Channel headquarters in Atlanta. Sandy continues to awe us with its strength, its reach, and powerful impacts. Here's the latest on Hurricane Sandy. The Port Authority of New York and New Jersey says all of its airports are open, but flights are grounded. Nearly 7,500 flights have been canceled due to Sandy, even impacting flights in other countries. And New York City's mass transit system is shut down. More than 8 million people use the trains and buses to get around. Also, more than 5,000 homes and businesses in New Jersey are without power this morning, mainly in Ocean and Cumberland counties. Steph?
Let's give you the very latest on Hurricane Sandy, the winds and where it's going to. First, we're going to start off with how strong this is. Currently, it is a Category 1 hurricane, and there you go. What's so impressive about this meteorologically is the pressure. The pressure down to 946 millibars. The lower the pressure, typically the stronger the wind. Sometimes the pressure drops and it takes the winds a minute to catch up with that pressure. Where's it going to? Now, I want to show you the swath because I want to show you where it's going, but I don't want you to pay attention to the center of this because, again, this thing has tropical storm force winds extending out 500 miles in any direction. So it is going to affect us all from the Atlantic coast all the way into the Great Lakes. Let's show you some impact frames and what exactly is going to happen. Now, we do have high wind. Sandy is going to end up moving northwest. We've already started to see a little bit of a westward jog, sometimes a wobble. So on the northeast side, you have the storm moving in, plus the winds on that side moving in the same direction. So you have huge surge, Long Island Sound towards Connecticut, Long Island, storm surge over 10 feet perhaps. On the back side of it, on the south side, you have the winds going offshore, but the storm going onshore, so the surge not as bad. We have an army of meteorologists, team coverage in the thick of it here, from the Global Forecasting Center back in Atlanta to crews out in the field 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We want to go to Mike Seidel, and he is in New Jersey, Point Pleasant, New Jersey. And Mike, you've been there. What has changed over the last 24 hours?
Yeah, we're getting certainly the edges of the brunt of this monster hybrid right now, with winds gusting over 40, 45 miles an hour, and some of the waves now coming over into this dune. This is a fairly wide dune. That's a good thing, but we still have to get through tonight's high tide. Tide now approaching the highest point this morning, but tonight's high tide between about 8 and 8:30 on the Jersey Shore is going to be the one that is going to do the worst as far as the higher surge, the erosion, the damage of any of these structures that aren't protected. Meanwhile, wave height south of Breezy Point in Queens now up to 13 feet, and I checked the buoy southeast of Cape May by about 30 miles. They've got 23-foot waves. Take a look at some of the video from the beaches across the Jersey Shore yesterday, and everybody rushing to completion, their final preps, boarding up, packing up. A lot of folks here have weekend homes, and they were not planning to stay here beyond last night anyway, but they wanted to make sure everything was okay, so we don't have that video. Let's go to the impacts down the coast there, the Maryland, Delaware coast and inland towards D.C. and Baltimore across the eastern shore. Again, severe coastal flooding as the Hurricane Sandy makes its closest approach later on this evening. Now, again, it's going to go in north of Rehoboth and Ocean City. That's a good thing because once it gets past your latitude, the winds are going to turn around and blow offshore, and that's going to help blow that water out of the back bays, out of the Indian River, out of the areas around Fenwick and Route 54, back down to the ocean. Tonight, still rainy, windy, and tomorrow, even some more gusts tomorrow. But again, Maria and Carl, tomorrow's winds will be offshore, and that will cut down a lot on the coastal flooding. Today is the day that's going to do the damage there down on the Maryland, Delaware beaches. Back to you.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. Chatting here with Carl Parker, our hurricane specialist, and again, we try and wrap our mind around how massive the storm is, and the cloud picture really tells the story.
Yeah, and the clouds are being drawn well off here to the north by the upper level system, and that's also indicative of what's happening with the motion. We are now seeing a little more of a westward component in the motion, even though officially it's at north at 15. We think that turn has begun, and you can see how the clouds are being drawn off to the north and to the west. That's a good indication of what's going on with the upper level wind flow, showing you that the storm is also going to be drawn in that direction. Now, take a look at the area of strong wind. If you were to get in a commercial jetliner and fly from one end of the storm to the other, it would take you 2.5 hours to do that. That's how big this thing is. And you can see that huge area of wind coming in this afternoon. So today is the day for a lot of the northeast coast, and we'll focus in on some of these wind impacts. Notice here the winds getting up to hurricane force in Boston and New York City by 11 a.m. That's the clock in the upper left-hand corner there. Going through early afternoon, really starts to pick up farther southward, mid-Atlantic region, D.C. and into Norfolk. Then that strong wind continues right through 5 p.m., continues right into this evening. So it's going to go and go and go. It's not just the intensity, it's the duration of this event that matters so much.
You are back at 50 past for sure with more on that in the tropical update. Also coming up when we come right back, we have all our crews spread across the East Coast, including Reynolds Wolf. We'll see him in Mystic, Connecticut. Right now, let's take you live to New York City, where the storm's still several hundred miles away.
And we want to take you now to Wilmington, North Carolina, where a tree fell on a house. A mother and an 8-year-old girl jumped out of bed just in time, and they are safe. But unfortunately, that we're already seeing these trees being toppled by Sandy, and we anticipate more of that as we head throughout the next couple of days. Let's have a look at our radar picture and how far the center of Sandy is from land. And there you go. It is about 300 miles to 360 miles away from land, but it is pumping in the moisture to the D.C. area, the Delmarva larva, and it's just starting to get into places like New York City, and eventually it will continue to climb north and east. Now, as it takes that westward jog, we're starting to see that little wobble westward, we could see massive power outages, and it's hard because you can't really borrow from other states because everybody needs their crews in order to get back online. Here in New York City, of course, we do have the wires that are underground, and this area is under an evacuation zone. Behind me is the Hudson. We're already starting to see those white caps. We anticipate this water to rise up and just inundate downtown New York. But people are getting prepared, not only here in New York City, but the rest of the Northeast. Sandy churns along the Atlantic coast. Searing winds, a pounding rain, and violent waves are already causing problems.
We're really scared and worried.
Fear that has pushed thousands to pack up.
I understand it, but it's not great.
Moving to higher ground or shelters outside of the strike zone as Sandy moves in. Mandatory evacuations are in place in coastal communities across several states. At least 375,000 have been evacuated from their homes in lower Manhattan. Schools are closed and public transit is shut down.
I can't stress enough that this is for your own safety.
President Obama adding his voice to so many, warning millions along the path of the storm to be prepared.
My first message is to all people across the eastern seaboard, mid-Atlantic, going north, that you need to take this very seriously.
But the window of opportunity to board up or gather up supplies to last for a week or more without power has just about passed.
The combination of the rain for that period of time, the flooding, and the winds are going to make this a very, very difficult event to deal with.
Difficult and dangerous conditions that could continue for days. And let's look at some of the high-rise buildings here in New York City. And, of course, a big concern, I think, will be the debris flying around. Mike and Maria, I don't anticipate, windows being blown out and that sort of thing, but I am worried about if something gets picked up and tossed into some of these windows.
Yeah, I mean, it's a concern for sure. I mean, it's certainly considering it could be going on for a whole day event of wind. So, Steph, thank you. More from Steph coming up as we monitor from New York.
All right, let's head up to Mystic, Connecticut, where Reynolds Wolf is standing by with more from there. Hi, Reynolds.
Hi, guys. We've seen a lot of changes, especially over the last 24 hours in this part of the world. Yesterday morning, we were right over there, beyond the water, over the land. You have like a little harbor back there. That's the seaport where we were yesterday. But right between those spaces, you'll see a few houses, actually 2 of them. And you'll also notice something else about those houses. You'll notice a lot of plywood up. Just testimony to the preparations people have. There's even a few houses way over on the other side. Don't bother getting those on camera. It's all right. I'm just going to tell you about them that you can see boarded up this time for the time being. A couple other things we've seen this morning, the water beginning to move. Sure, we've had some raindrops, but this morning from the time we got out here, the water was way beyond that lifeguard's chair. Now it's been coming up some 20, 30 feet, and still it's going to keep coming. And as the wind intensifies, we do expect the water to pile up in many places along the coast. In fact, we've got video of what it's been doing in Fairfield Beach. Let's take that video full if we can. And as you see Fairfield Beach, how can you help but not notice those waves? They are mammoth coming in. Yesterday, Mike Seidel was along the coast, and you saw those huge waves coming in. We're going to see that up and down throughout much of the region, including places like Massachusetts. In fact, let's go ahead and talk about our friends up to the north, up in Boston, what they can expect. And as we show you these graphics, it's going to give you a timeline of what they can expect today, what they can expect tonight, and what they can expect tomorrow. Let's begin with today first. Increasing winds, that's a given. Wind gusts approaching 60 miles per hour. Might have some even stronger than that. Now let's go very quickly if we can to tonight. Rain heavy at times. We're going to see that too. Moderate coastal flooding, and of course we're going to see the wind. And then as we get to Tuesday, wind still strong. Let's toss it back to you guys. Guys, notice that wind strong, only around 40 miles per hour, but if you have roughly 24 hours or so of wind battering some trees, they'll be in a weakened state. So it's really not going to take a whole lot more to knock them over, and of course that could mean more power outages. Back to you.
All right, Reynolds, thank you so much.
All right, a lot more to come for you this morning following our breaking weather alert system. President Obama returning to Washington to monitor the storm response. More from Carl Parker, hurricane specialist, next. Eyewitness video yesterday near Asbury Park, New Jersey. Heavy surf pounding the beach there this morning. Wind and rain starting to batter the coast of the Garden State as Hurricane Sandy ramps up the assaults on the East Coast. Don't forget, if you can do it safely, and we stress, do this safely, you can send us your pictures and your videos at weather.com/eyewitness or directly through email at eyewitness@weather.com. It is 50 past the hour here now with Carl Parker getting the very latest 8 o'clock advisory from the Hurricane Center.
Yeah, that's right, and right now we've got an 85-mile-per-hour storm. It is moving north-northwest now, so we've got a definitive northwest
turn. We've made the turn now.
We've made the turn, and you can see that. If you notice the clouds here, see how they're being drawn off to the north and to the west? That indicates the upper-level flow. So that's the flow that is going to take this thing in. The pressure, 946, still incredibly low, and we've seen some amazing hurricanes in the past with the pressure that low. But unlike some hurricanes, or many hurricanes, that have their power concentrated at the center, this storm has taken that power and spread it out over a vast distance.
We are now to the point of no return.
I
mean, it's made the turn now. It's a foregone conclusion.
Yes.
It's going to make a landfall.
It's happening, and we've got the timeline of the impacts here. We've been talking about this incredibly large area of strong wind, and here it is moving in through this morning. Tropical storm force wind coming in to the 95 corridor. Hurricane force gusts just off shore. They start to move in by this afternoon and this evening, coming into Long Island, New Jersey, the Delmarva, Baltimore, D.C., Philly, in solidly by late tonight, and then continuing through the overnight hours, and then finally by late tomorrow they begin to relent somewhat, but we've still got very strong wind all across the area. Now, another thing I want to show you is the direction of the wind. This is courtesy rightweather.com. This is a model forecast. This is 11 a.m. today. You can see the motion here driving down from the north, so it's a good idea to figure out exactly where you are relative to the wind direction, where the big trees are around your house. For example, if you've got a north wind that's getting very strong, you've got a big tree north of your house, you want to get on the south side of the house.
It may not actually be a bad idea for some people to maybe camp out with the family in a basement even.
Yeah.
If the flooding is not a big threat and your basement doesn't flood.
That's exactly right. You could treat this like a tornado. Now, I think it's going to get tiring after a while because it's going to be such a long duration event. And I want to show you how the wind switches around. We'll step through this model here and we'll go into the afternoon. We've still got primarily north winds, the north component there. Those red colors indicate where we have tropical storm force winds. Then we get into the purples. That's coming in this afternoon. See there around New York City and Philly, and also moving towards D.C. That's where we're getting into sort of mid to high range tropical storm force winds, and then by late afternoon and through the evening you see that really coming in into south central Pennsylvania, into the Baltimore and D.C. areas, solidly into New York along Long Island, and coming up into southern parts of New England. Continues to be very strong through the overnight hours. Here we're looking at 11 p.m. and then this is going into 2 a.m. and then finally early tomorrow beginning to let up somewhat, but still really, really strong here, especially south central Pennsylvania. And notice how the winds have switched around by this time. They'll be coming, excuse me, out of the east here in parts of New England, be coming out of the south, and that's the push that's going to bring all that water up into Long Island. We'll start that as the center begins to move over, but it's really going to continue even after the storm moves in.
So even after the center makes a landfall and comes inland, it should begin to weaken, but we're still going to have a very strong surge even after it comes in.
Tremendous push of water, and take a look at these surge numbers. This is incredible. If you look at Irene's maximum surge values, so here we are right now. This was last year. 4.4 feet was the maximum surge from Irene at the battery, which came very close to causing major problems with the subway. 4.5 was the maximum surge during Irene. And now here is what's happening as we speak. We've already gotten to 4 feet at Kings Point. This is way ahead of the storm.
And the storm is more than 300 miles away.
This is incredibly far from the center of the storm. And we've got such a long way to go. This is going to be coming in through this afternoon, and then even after the storm moves in, we're going to continue to push the water up in here. So, you know, it's just going to be unlike anything that we've seen, I think.
How much higher does it go from these numbers?
Well, here's a look at the storm surge forecast, and right now the Hurricane Center is forecasting 6 to 11 feet. What they were forecasting in Irene, by the way, was 4 to 8. So this is considerably higher than that. 6 to 11 Long Island Sound, also here in the Raritan Bay, and around New York City. You've got a confluence that goes on here where water is pushing up from the south and then also coming down Long Island Sound, and there could be heavy rain that's adding to that and making it even higher. So, you know, there are 8 million people that travel by the subway in New York City, and the subway could be severely disabled.
People are just going to stay home.
Oh,
they really may not have any other choice.
Well, yes, that could be the case. This could be an enormous disruption. You know, I don't know that there's going to be a tremendous amount of loss of life, but the disruption that the storm causes is going to be something.
All right, a lot more coming up for you. We're going to head back to our crews out in the field, and we'll talk with FEMA Administrator Craig Fugate when we come back.
Severe weather brought to you by State Farm. for auto, home, life, and banking.
And this morning, the nightmare begins to unfold as Sandy is nearing the coast, only about 300 miles offshore at this time. The Mid-Atlantic is just getting annihilated right now with heavy rain. That's going to move north. Right now, we have just been seeing a sprinkle, but we've got rain, wind, surge, and feet of snow to talk about.
And for you this morning, staggering 50 million of you are directly in the path of this monster, which has just made its turn toward the coast. Boston, New York, Philly, D.C., and Atlantic City, all of you being hit, but the impacts will be felt hundreds of miles inland. As far as Chicago, where we could see 25-foot waves on Lake Michigan. Sandy is an unprecedented storm likely to have unprecedented impacts. Our meteorologists in place to cover all the angles of this historic storm right now on Your Weather Today.
A look at Sandy as it is passing the Florida coast up to the Carolinas. Right now, the tropical storm force winds extend out almost 500 miles from the center of this system. It is going to get even bigger as it's starting to take that turn towards the west and combine with a trough. Good morning. Welcome into Your Weather Today on this Monday, October 29th. As we track Hurricane Sandy, I'm meteorologist Stephanie Abrams live in New York City.
And I'm meteorologist Mike Bettis at the Weather Channel headquarters in Atlanta. A lot going on today, Stephanie, that's for sure. We're going to begin with the very latest. Coast Guard distress call off North Carolina's Outer Banks overnight. 17-member crew abandoned their tall ship, which was taking on water and had no propulsion. They are on two 25-foot lifeboats with canopies, wearing survival suits and life jackets. The Coast Guard is trying to determine whether to use cutters or helicopters to rescue the crew based on the current ocean conditions. The New York Governor's office just announced it will deploy the state's National Guard at 1 o'clock this afternoon to inspect surge response resources and give an update on Hurricane Sandy. And all the way into London, Heathrow Airport officials announcing they are canceling several flights to and from U.S. airports along the East Coast, and the disruption to air travel tremendous. Stephanie?
All right, we want to give you the very latest on Sandy as it started to take that turn to the west. We did get an update here at 8 o'clock with the latest on Sandy, and it has taken that westerly track. That pressure still very low, still a Category 1 hurricane. We anticipate it to come inland as we head overnight into tomorrow. But again, we don't care about the center of the cone and where it makes landfall because it is going to be so massive. And right now, we are getting a northerly wind. I want to show you the Hudson really quick here as we walk over. Look at the white caps on the Hudson. This is not something that you typically see. This is not the Atlantic Ocean. This is the Hudson River with white caps. We have a northerly flow, and that means that everything's going south, but that's going to change, and this water is going to come up where we are here in the Battery Park area. Now we want to go to the head of FEMA. Craig Fugate is so kind to join us this morning. I know he is very busy. Craig, thanks for being with us. When you've been talking to all the different agencies in the different states, does everyone feel like they're ready to go, or is it just spread so thin because so many are going to be impacted?
I think the biggest question is just really how bad is it going to be where, and trying to make sure we have stuff ready to go depending upon those impacts. But as you're pointing out, our real focus right now is on those evacuation zones due to the storm surge.
So, Craig, what are all the different agencies doing? Do they have trucks that are based far out, or where's everyone, I guess, basing everything?
We've got stuff going in different places. Like we have, working with the military, we're using Lakehurst, New Jersey. We've had supplies going in there earlier this weekend. We have supplies going over into Pennsylvania, throughout the region. So we weren't sure exactly who would get hit the hardest, so we moved a lot of stuff throughout the New England to the Mid-Atlantic states to have stuff ready to go.
And do you actually have even more supplies farther out that they can then bring in case there is one area that really gets it good?
Yeah, we've been moving stuff and have stuff ready to follow in. Again, we're doing this in conjunction with all of our state and local partners as well as the private sector. Again, the response is going to be determined how quickly conditions improve after this storm moves through.
Craig, real quick, where can they get information on everything we've been talking about?
Go to ready.gov to get ready. Go to FEMA.gov to see what we're doing to prepare for the storm.
All right, Craig Fugate, we really appreciate it. We know you're super busy. By the way, you can actually follow Craig on Twitter as well. The wind is just starting to pick up here in New York City. We want to go to Mike Seidel, who has actually had it for a while now. Mike, 24 hours or so, you guys have been getting good wind?
Yeah, pretty good wind now. It's obviously much windier now than it was yesterday morning and even last night when we shut down around 8 o'clock. Look at the surf out here. You can just stand here in awe of the power of the wind and the energy from the wind being transferred down to the water. And these wave heights got to be 10 to 12 footers. We already know the buoy off Cape May, New Jersey has 23, 24 footers. And every now and then a wave will come almost halfway up to this wide dune. Now this dune is about 25 yards wide. It's got a pretty good height. But again, the test comes this evening at high tide between about 8 and 8:30 on this coast. Storm goes in south of here. That's a given. That's going to pile the water up for a long period of time. So as the tide tries to go out here in the next 6 hours, it's not going to have much of a chance to. Let's check in now with Carl Parker, Mike Bettis. Carl, you mentioned earlier the pressure extrapolated 941, but they kept it at 946. I don't know if that really matters as far as impacts go later on today and tonight here on this beach.
Well, you know, it's an incredibly deep storm. I mean, that's the bottom line. It's just an enormous storm, and it's got this energy that's spread out over a huge area. And we can take a look very quickly at the area of strong wind coming into Boston, New York City through the middle of the day today. Winds gusting to hurricane force. That then reaches into D.C. and Baltimore and Philly through the early afternoon, continues into late afternoon, up and down at 95, continues into late this evening in those same areas, maybe relenting somewhat in New England, and then still very strong wind just coming down a bit into early tomorrow morning.
We're going to go to Connecticut when we come back. We're going to talk about what the coastal impacts could be there with meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, and then the snow impacts inland.
And here's a look at Virginia. Again, all up and down the East Coast from the Carolinas, Virginia, the Delmarva. We're getting flooding video in. That rain is coming down, and we are going to continue to see conditions like this move up the coast as we head throughout the day today. Let's have a quick look at the waves and the winds, and then I'll show you what we're dealing with right here. Now, notice, I want you to notice in the Northeast, we are seeing a northerly wind because around the storm system, you have a counterclockwise flow. We are on the northwest side, so we're getting a northerly wind. Our high tide actually is at about the bottom of the hour here, and then our next high tide will be tonight, and that's when it could get problematic with the surge. Look at that in between Long Island and Connecticut. Our surge could be 6 to 11 feet. Now, right now, the surge is not necessarily an issue, but on the Hudson, we're seeing whitecaps. Let me show you what we are dealing with on the Hudson. This is not something you typically see. This is getting higher and higher and higher, and I actually want to give you a lay of the land here in downtown in New York. We are at Battery Park, and this was flooded during Irene. Do you remember Jim Cantore in his live shots? He was right here. We're going to take a quick walk. The cameramen love when you do this and you just go rogue on them, because I want to show you Freedom Tower 1, and everything is sealed up there for them, so we don't anticipate any problems here. But it's right around the corner from where we are. This is downtown. I don't know if he can get it real quick to just show you guys. There's Freedom Tower 1 under construction, but everything, of course, is sealed down. All right, let's now go to Reynolds Wharf, where they're also concerned about the surge. Reynolds, he's in Mystic, Connecticut. We have to wait until we get that more southerly push, which we're not getting quite yet, Reynolds, here in the Northeast when we see that huge surge.
No doubt, and when it comes, it's going to be massive. We're looking at anywhere from 4 to 8 feet, and again, some places possibly as high as 11. And you know, Stephanie, when you look at these tropical systems, you can't help but compare them with other ones in the past. I mean, I think of something like Hurricane Charlie back in 2004. It was making its way up the west coast of Florida, and then made that quick right turn at Punta Gorda and right up the I-4 corridor, and then it faded off into history. This system is going to be very different. This thing is so massive. It is just a monstrosity, and as it makes its way on shore, it's something we're going to be dealing with for days and days, and then once it dies out, again, we're going to be left with the power outages and widespread damage that could take possibly weeks for things to get back to normal, if ever. Now, let's show you something. Let's pan over, if we can, and show you across the water, and you'll notice a couple of things. Namely, you'll notice, of course, the trees, but you'll also see a few houses that have been boarded up. I can guarantee you a lot of those people were at some hardware stores here in Mystic. In fact, let's show you the video of what they were doing yesterday and show you some of the hardware stores themselves. If you take a look at the hardware stores, A lot of the shelves right now are empty. A lot of people went in there, not only in the hardware stores, but a lot of your local grocery stores. They went to the fast food markets. They cleaned out the aisles. A lot of people have been heading off to the gas stations, going to the ATMs, getting the cash out because they know that not only is this area going to be dealing with some flooding, they could be dealing with some strong winds and with that some power outages. In fact, let's go right to the graphics and show you step by step what you can expect today, what you can expect tonight, and what you can anticipate tomorrow. Let's begin first with our forecast for today. Wind gusts. That doesn't mean it's going to top out at 70. That means those gusts will exceed 70 miles an hour. Getting a good one right now. Significant water rise. Talked about that. Rain heavy at times. That's all but a given. And then into the evening, the wind's still strong. That's when Steph was talking about the water really picking up, southerly push. That's when it's going to come in later on tonight. Now let's jump ahead as we get into Tuesday. Winds will be decreasing, but we're talking about sustained winds that'll be strong for hours and hours on end. Even though the winds will be subsiding, Mike Bettis, I can tell you, it may be still enough to topple more trees, hitting more wires, more power outages, an issue for millions of people here in the Northeast. Listen to you, Mike, in the studio.
All right, Reynolds, thank you very much. I think it's pretty much the last thing that they want to hear there, that they could be going for a long time without power. I want to show you some of the front page headlines this morning out of some of the newspapers because they are impressive. How about the New Haven Register here? Governor warns of possible deaths by drowning Malloy. This is not a joke. That's a quote from Governor Dan Malloy. Take a look at some of the other ones here. And this one out of the Boston Globe. Call sounds to stay put as Sandy bears down. Some folks boarding up here in Scituate. Herald News out of New Jersey. New Jersey closes up shop for Sandy as here in Belmar they're boarding up. And Rhode Island hunkers down as massive storm nears. That's the Providence Journal, the front headline there. And again, more boarding up and sandbagging as everyone yesterday anticipating what was going to be Sandy making landfall today. So let's talk about some more of the impacts that we're going to have from this system. And obviously, we've got a huge storm system getting closer and closer to shore. We've got a ton of rain hitting us in the D.C. and Baltimore area this morning. Flooding is going to be very likely. We're talking 5 to 10 inches. Flood alerts all here from basically Hampton Roads all the way through Maine. There are going to be significant areas where we take on water. We'll be back right after this.
My first message is to all people across the eastern seaboard, mid-Atlantic, going north, that you need to take this very seriously.
All right, so President Obama obviously advising people to take this seriously. Shelters are open. People are stocking up. The whole 9 yards is going on. Back here live in New York, you can hear the wind being accelerated between the buildings. Literally hear it right now. I'm sure the camera's not picking it up. We have white caps on the Hudson. There's a look at New Jersey. Just to give you a lay of the land of where we are, that's Jersey. We have Ellis Island also that you can barely see. Usually you can see it very easily. And then the Statue of Liberty is just being enshrouded in clouds right now. It's going to be a rain event here throughout New York into Cleveland and Chicago. We're going to see quite a different story. And Mike, I think people are saying, what? Flooding in Chicago? White caps on all the Great Lakes? This storm is so dynamic.
It really is, and I think the thing about it is it's going to really wreak havoc on cargo across the Great Lakes, and anyone that's got a recreational boat out there, you've got to, I think, get it out of the water and get it out of the water today, because when you see the forecast, you're going to be impressed by it. Let's show you what happens far away from the coastline and back across the Midwest, because this forecast is, I'm pretty sure for many of you, going to make you scratch your head. Take a look at the current winds right now, and they're currently gusting to 17 in Cincinnati, sustained at 14. Winds are picking up in Detroit right now. They're at 20, gusting to 25, and here in Asheville, North Carolina, 27, gusting to 44, and we have had some sporadic power outages in western North Carolina already. It is a cold morning, and just 38 in Columbus, 37 for you in Chicago, and a 40 in Louisville. So you've got a bit of a wind chill out there. Feels like a 28 in Chicago, feels like 27 in Nashville, and 29 in Columbus. An uncomfortable morning. Plenty of snow will fall out of this as cold air is pulled in on the backside of Sandy. And what's that mean? Blizzard warnings here through the mountains of West Virginia down through eastern Kentucky. Snow will fall all the way to East Tennessee and the mountains of western North Carolina. The highest peaks will see the most snow, but look for accumulation here of, say, Columbus over towards Pittsburgh, Wheeling, West Virginia, and Parkersburg, 6 to 12 inches highlighted in pink. In the purple, that's where we're going to see 1 to 2 feet of snow fall for us here. There's a look at the radar. Impressive to say the least. Take a look at a place like Richlands. We've got snow for you. In Hot Springs, we have snow falling. Elkins, West Virginia, it's just rain, but your temperature is 37 degrees. It's very, very close to getting down to some snow. So for a lot of you, what you're going to end up looking at here is some significant snow over the course of about 24 hours or so. So please be aware of just how impactful this is going to be for you. And I think for those of you that are right along the lakes, we're going to see some significant waves here. What does that mean for Lake Erie and Lake Ontario? Waves up to 22 feet. And here on Lake Huron, 22 feet. And southern shores of Lake Michigan, 25-foot waves, the upper echelon of a storm system we've ever seen across the Great Lakes. Keep that in mind. It's going to compete with some of the biggest nor'easters there have ever been. Maria?
All right, Mike. Of course, one of those areas right in the crosshairs of Sandy's path is Atlantic County in New Jersey. And joining us live via Skype is Todd James with the Red Cross in Atlantic City, New Jersey. And Todd, thank you so much for joining us. First, give us the nuts and bolts of what's open for residents if they haven't sought some of those shelters just yet.
Well, the Red Cross has been opening shelters throughout the evening. Actually started yesterday, getting some shelters open and even more areas ready to open. I know there are several that are very close, just across the bridge here from Atlantic City and Pleasantville, over at, I believe, Rutgers College and Monmouth. The best way to find where the nearest Red Cross shelter is to download our Hurricane app. It's for Android and iPhones. It's a free app. Has hurricane preparedness tips, a list of all the shelters in your area, along with other great tools. We also have that list online at redcross.org, and we constantly update it with where the nearest shelters are. And if you take a look at it, you're going to see a lot of red markers all along the East Coast indicating Red Cross shelters ready to give people a safe place to stay and feed them and take care of them.
And Todd, real quickly, obviously a different situation than if you're primetime hurricane summer season with tourists. If tourists are here watching and they're a little hesitant to leave, what should you tell them?
The number one rule is be safe. You know, here in Atlantic City, there is a mandatory evacuation order as of 4 o'clock yesterday, and I saw a lot of people leaving from the convention center across the street here. For those that have stayed, we have been giving all the information we can along with local emergency officials to let them know to prepare, to make sure they've got water laid in, flashlights, radios with the Weather Service band, plenty of batteries, food that's ready to eat, doesn't need a can opener, or if you need a can opener,
Todd
make sure.
James with the Atlantic City Red Cross, thank you so much for your time. We'll be right back.
Severe weather brought to you by State Farm. For auto, home, life, and banking, get to a better state.
The combination of the rain for that period of time, the flooding, and the winds are going to make this a very, very difficult event to deal with.
That's New Jersey Governor Chris Christie advising residents on how serious this storm is. New Jersey residents have been sandbagging, boarding up, preparing. President Obama has spoken to Governor Christie to offer any support that he can to New Jersey. Welcome back into your weather today on this Monday, October 29, 2012. I'm meteorologist Stephanie Abrams, live in New York City.
To you, Stephanie, following everything that Sandy has to offer from right here at the Weather Channel headquarters in Atlanta.
And obviously, Sandy continuing with its powerful impacts, and you have a look at the latest.
Yeah, we do, and I want to show you where we are. We're actually downtown, and that's Freedom Tower 1 behind me. As you can see, they're still doing construction, but everything is locked down. We are down here in downtown New York, and this area was actually underwater during Irene, and we're going to have to evacuate. We are in an evacuation zone. That's the city, and then there's the water for you, white caps on the Hudson. This is not something that you see typically. That's Jersey right across the way from us. And again, that high tide tonight around 8:53 is going to be problematic as we get that onshore flow. Right now, we are seeing the water go from the north to the south. But once this nears, that's going to switch around. and that wind's going to come from the south to the north, and that's why we're going to get inundated here into downtown New York. So let's show you what's happening with this system right now. The latest information, the satellite tropical storm force winds extending out almost 500 miles from the center of it, and the pressure is just remarkably low, 946. It's a Category 1 hurricane coming in. It looks like overnight tonight into early tomorrow is when we will see the worst of it. So let's talk about some of the impacts that we have here. Now, I've posted these impact frames on my Twitter and Facebook if you want to go there to share them with anyone or send them to anyone. Here we go, high winds. Now, this is what I'm talking about. As it gets closer towards us, we are in the northeast quadrant. That means you have the forward motion of the storm and the winds moving in the same direction. So that's why we're going to get such a high surge there on Long Island Sound between Long Island and Connecticut, anywhere from 6 to maybe 10 feet. On the southern end, you have the storm system going in one direction and the winds going in another, and so the surge won't be as bad, but flooding is going to be a problem as well. We have an army of meteorologists back at the Weather Channel headquarters and also in the field here 24 hours a day. Mike Seidel's been covering this storm since the beginning. Let's go to Point Pleasant, New Jersey. And Mike, we've just gotten a little bit of rain here. No winds just yet.
Yeah, I've seen your shot, Stephanie. It looks like a, walk in the park for you down there at Battery City. You don't get the sense out here like you do on the beach with the wind and the surf. And look at this surf now coming up through the fence into this nice wide dune, which is great because these dunes really protect the beachfront property. Everything west of here is boarded up, basically, as you can see, or as I can see, and I'm telling you, wind and rain. Now, it's not raining particularly hard, but it is raining. We didn't have hardly any rain yesterday, so it wasn't a bad day out here, although the winds increases. And, about every hour or so, you can feel the gust increasing a little bit each time. We've had gusts out here about 45 miles an hour, but remember, we're expecting gusts here this evening, later this afternoon, this evening, and overnight, as high as 75 hurricane-force wind gusts. Let's go down the coast, Atlantic Beach, and you can see the surf yesterday as it was riled up by the wind, even though the storm was more than 550 miles away at this point. The swell and just the fact that we've had this long fetch from the Atlantic for several days as the storm has come out of the tropics. And it's still amazing to me that we have a blizzard warning associated with the backside of a hurricane. Let's talk about Washington and Baltimore, because there it's all about the wind. And you went through the derecho back on the last day of June. Well, these winds will gust at times today and tonight as high as 60 miles an hour. We'll have the heavy rain. That's been backing in across the bay. Yesterday wasn't bad for flying into Dulles or Reagan, but today we've had thousands of flight cancellations, over 6,000. More than likely your flight into D.C. has been canceled. And then by tomorrow, the wind's still occasionally gusty, 45 to 50. That'll be an offshore, well, I should say a west to southwest wind. So Carl and Mike, out here on the beach, it's pretty bad now, but again, the high tide tonight between 8 and 8:30 is going to be the one that really eats away at the beach and some of this property. Plus, the winds could cause some damage.
Yeah, it's not going to look like it looks now, tomorrow. No. It's going to be a completely different story because it's already pretty violent behind him.
Yeah, and you've got this tremendous fetch. You've got wind blowing over a huge area of water, piling it up. On top of that, we've got a full moon, and on top of that, this is going to go through multiple high tide cycles. Right. So where a lot of hurricanes would come through once, and so depending on
2 or 3, maybe?
Yeah, possibly, yeah, at least 2 and 3 in some cases, depending on the wind flow. The wind's already very strong right now across the D.C. area down into the Delmarva there. Wallops Island gusting to 40 miles an hour. It's gusting to 20 now in Baltimore, 32 in Hagerstown. That is north and west of D.C. And then up into New York, we've got 41-mile-per-hour gusts. We got a report of wind gusting to 51 at JFK. And when you think about people that live in high-rises, as you get up to the top of a high-rise, you can add 10 to 15 miles per hour to that.
You may actually be able to feel your building sway.
I'm sure it's not going to be pleasant. The winds may gust to 70 or 75, so we could be talking about 80, maybe 90-mile-per-hour gusts there.
51-mile-an-hour gust at JFK, rightfully so. They're not going to have any air traffic in or out of there today.
No, it's going to be, and in fact, the interesting thing is that LaGuardia is very vulnerable to surge, and it wasn't flooded last time in Irene, but it could be this time.
Well, the runway sits right on the water.
Exactly. That's going to be a huge worry. Here's a look at the size of the of the storm. You can see that huge area of wind. It would take you 2.5 hours to fly from one end of this storm to another. And here's a look at the timing. We'll time out the impact of the storm coming in this afternoon. We start to see those very strong winds through Connecticut, Long Island, Jersey, down into Delaware, into Maryland through this afternoon. Really coming in late this afternoon, and then into the evening hours. It will linger. Very, very strong wind continuing right through early tomorrow morning, especially along the 95 corridor. And I very quickly want to show you the heavy rain that's been coming down here. We've gotten more than 8 inches already Cape Hatteras, and we're looking for easily a lot more than that.
All right, a place like Connecticut, very susceptible to the surge. We'll take you back there live and show you exactly what's going to happen along the Connecticut.
And the governor of Connecticut is giving a press conference. We're going to dip into it real quick to see what he is saying.
We hit the wind numbers, and we are most certainly going to hit those wind numbers throughout the state.
Is there anything that can be done along the water? I know you had several hearings over the summer since the last storm to try to reinforce or build up so that we wouldn't be so vulnerable to high tide. What kind of reinforcement of things that can be done along the shoreline to prevent?
Well, on a temporary measure, those things are being done. Both utilities are doing the best they can to build systems to guard those substations that are within reach of the kinds of tides that we're talking about. And I think an extraordinary effort is underway in Stamford in the south end to protect that particular one, because it is particularly vulnerable. But we also have substations in New Haven and Bridgeport that are vulnerable as well. So both utilities are involved in that. On a long-term basis, you know, I have the feeling that in Connecticut no one thought 38 would ever happen again. To put it in perspective, we're talking about twice as much water being in Long Island Sound than was in the Sound in Irene. Okay? That's what we're talking about.
And speaking of that water is already higher off the mid-Atlantic coast than it was with Irene. We're here in New York, and I want to give you a lay of the land real quick. Behind me is Freedom Tower 1. They have that locked down. Of course, the construction has stopped on that. We're down here in the Battery Park. All the parks are closed. Central Park is closed. This area was underwater with Irene. Let me take you to the Hudson River because we have white caps. That's New Jersey on the other side, not something that you see every day in the Hudson River. And do you remember when Jim Cantore was down here for Irene, this area was underwater? Well, right now, we're getting a northerly flow. That means it's pushing the Hudson south. Wait until this thing gets closer to us, and not only is it headed towards us, the winds on the northeast quadrant will also be coming towards us, so we're going to get the winds and also that forward movement. That means that we are going to get a surge, and Mike and Maria, we aren't going to be able to stay here. I have a feeling we're going to have to make our way towards the Midtown area or elsewhere because this is going to be underwater.
Yeah, it would not be wise to stay there under any circumstances, really, and they do have evacuation orders there for Zone A. Stephanie, thank you. We now want to turn to the Weather Channel's Vice President of Weather Analytics, Paul Walsh, this morning.
Obviously concerned about the financial impact this is going to have across, of course, the eastern half of the country, but obviously we're talking about the stock exchange closed.
Right.
Obviously, lots of businesses closed. Atlantic City has shut down. The last time Atlantic City had shut down for 3 days, they lost about $50 million in revenue.
It could have a significant impact to the economy. So, Paul, tell us exactly what the impacts you think could be, if there is any real legitimate impact for both the New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ closing shop today.
I think the jury's out in terms of what the impact will be on the actual exchanges closing. It is, like the rest of the storm, unprecedented. They haven't done this since Hurricane Gloria in 1985. And so the jury's out in terms of what that will mean. In terms of the storm itself, there will be significant impacts, economic impacts as well as insurance losses. I've been hearing numbers like $15 to $20 billion in terms of insured losses being thrown out there by some agencies here while I'm here at CNBC. So it's, you know, as we've been talking about for the last few days, the effect of this unprecedented storm may very well be unprecedented.
All right, Paul, obviously this is not going to be a storm that's in and out today. What about tomorrow?
Sure. So we're looking at, of course, the risk of loss of power, the risk of all of us in the Northeast not having power, not being able to get out and spend money is going to be very, very disruptive. likely through the end of this week, maybe into next week, perhaps even impacting the election, which will be a whole nother story unto of itself.
Well, you've done some research on this about weather on Election Day itself, but any precedent set for weather running up to the election?
No, this will be something that I don't think we've experienced before historically. So it's something that we'll be watching very, very closely, obviously.
All right, Paul Walsh, thank you so much for your input. It's kind of amazing to think about some of the implications we just haven't even had to even think about dealing with next week.
Electronic ballots, and if they don't have power, it'll be very interesting. By the way, we have our breaking weather alert system. Portion of Atlantic City Boardwalk floating in flooded waters, the latest storm report that we're getting. We're going to try to bring you some pictures of that. Don't forget, you can always follow our Twitter feeds and our Facebook pages for the very latest updates online.
I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf coming to you from Mystic, Connecticut, where the rain is coming down and the water is starting to come on shore. We do expect more of both. More rainfall, the water expecting to be anywhere from 4 to 8 feet later on. Some isolated places possibly up to 11 feet of flooding. The wind is going to be intense, gusts approaching 70 miles an hour, possibly surpassing that over tonight and tomorrow. With that, widespread power outages all but a certainty. That's the latest we have from Mystic. Let's send it over to the Hurricane Expert Desk with Mike and Carl.
All right, thank you very much, Reynolds, here with our hurricane specialist Carl Parker. In a place like where he is in Mystic, Connecticut, they're going to get this perfect fetch of wind that's going to be angled perfectly into their shoreline, which is just going to pile up the water exponentially.
It's going to drive up the water there, and that's going to go on for many hours because this storm is such a large storm. And we're going to take a look at where the wind is going to be coming in here in a second. Right now, it's an 85-mile-per-hour storm. We'll get a new advisory coming up in a couple of hours. The pressure incredibly low, 946. That's a testament to the power of this thing. And it's now moving north-northwest at 20, so that long-anticipated northwest direction of movement has finally begun. So the tropical storm force wind coming in this morning, it's going to be tropical storm force with winds gusting to hurricane force from New York and down through Jersey and the Delmarva, Delaware, and across the Chesapeake Bay by this evening. That continuing to come in through the late evening hours and overnight in those same areas, and then still moving in as we move through early tomorrow morning, then finally beginning to wind down on Tuesday. And we want to talk a little bit about the direction of the wind, too.
It's so important to know exactly potentially how you're oriented, because you're anticipating a lot of trees to come down and potentially onto homes.
And especially on the west side of the system where there's going to be a lot of rain, the soil is going to be wet to begin with, so trees will be more likely to be toppled, and they've still got a lot of leaves on them. So let's take a look at what we call the surface wind vectors. And this is from Right Weather. And what you're looking at in here, you see the streamlines, that's the direction of the wind. And the timing here, this is late this morning, like 11. So winds coming out of the northeast in New England, coming out of the north in Pennsylvania, more towards the northwest as you get down into the southern part of the bay. These red colors correspond to winds of 30 miles per hour. Now we'll step forward and we'll go into 2 o'clock this afternoon, starting to get into some purple areas here. That's showing wind of 50 miles per hour, 40 to 50 miles per hour, gusting certainly higher. That coming into the Jersey Shore, into Long Island. Still very strong wind here over into D.C. The wind vectors not changing very much. Then by late afternoon, this is 5 p.m., we've still got a northeast wind in New England, a north wind down there through Pennsylvania, northwest becoming west in Maryland and Virginia. But look at the blue colors here. That's where we're getting into 50, 60 mile per hour winds gusting to 70, perhaps 80 miles per hour. That's going to be crashing into Long Island and also into the Jersey Shore, and then continues to pull in through this evening a very large area of strong wind, 50 miles per hour here, Harrisburg down through Baltimore and D.C., and not letting up at all along the coast. Notice the onshore flow that's piling up the water there in Long Island and along the Jersey Shore, and then the offshore flow in here. So again, it's really good to be aware of. Even if you can't look at maps like this, it's good to be aware of where the strongest wind is coming from and where the big trees are around you.
Let me ask you specifically about a place like Baltimore or D.C. Already getting heavy rain there this morning. We're forecasting 5 to 10 inches, and you're talking 50-mile-per-hour winds that could be shifting.
Yeah.
Is that going to uproot trees?
Yeah, and fully leave trees on top of that in a lot of cases. I heard that there were a lot of leaves on the trees trees all the way up into Massachusetts.
Right.
So, yeah, that's going to be a huge problem because that increases the surface area and makes the tree more likely to go down.
Okay.
Now, I want to show you some things about surge here, and we can actually look back to last year.
Okay. This was from Irene last year and probably kind of the benchmark for what people remember.
Exactly. And we came very, very close to having major problems with the subway system with a 4.4-foot surge at the Battery. It was 4.5. That was the maximum surge from Irene. Look where we are right now. We're already at nearly 4 feet at Kings Point and 3.1 at the Battery, and the storm is still 250 miles away, at least the center of the storm, so it's going to be hours and hours and hours of this water piling up and moving in. And there's the storm surge forecast, 4 to 8 feet from Ocean City up through the Delaware coast, up through Jersey here and along Long Island. There is the area of concern, 6 to 11 feet, and that getting into New York City. And then you've got very high wave heights on top of that, easily 10 to 20 feet along the shore there. So this really could be catastrophic in some areas along the coast, not so much farther inland. It's going to be really disruptive inland, but catastrophic in some parts of the coast.
Right. You're going to have updates for us continuously throughout the morning. We're going to have more from Carl in just a second, but Steph, back to you at the Battery.
Okay, so Mike, I want to show you behind me is the Statue of Liberty. That's the Hudson River. We got the white caps on the Hudson River. So this is what it looks like from my vantage point. And now we want to take you up in the sky and show you what it's looking like here throughout New York City. We have lots of rain. And of course, the airports never really shut down. All the airlines just stop flying. And they actually ahead of time move planes out so that they don't get in trouble. We're going to show you that there are really no planes in the sky. You know the graphic we usually show with... This morning, the nightmare is starting to unfold. Sandy is wreaking havoc up and down the East Coast. We're going to talk travel. We're going to talk surge, wind, rain. We're not really getting it here in New York City yet. I'm going to let you know exactly when it's coming in. The water's already pouring over the wall. Did you see that coming in? Big waves here on the Hudson. Mike.
Well, a staggering 50 million people directly in the path of this monster storm, which has just made its turn toward the coast. Boston, New York, Philadelphia, D.C., and Atlantic City, you're all in line. But the impacts will be felt hundreds of miles away, as far away as Chicago. We could have 25-foot waves on Lake Michigan. Sandy is an unprecedented storm with unprecedented impacts. Our meteorologists in place to cover it for you right now on Your Weather Today.
Welcome into Your Weather Today. I'm meteorologist Stephanie Abrams live in New York City. And Mike, I don't know if you saw the water. It's not that we're getting a surge. It's the waves are getting bigger on the Hudson here because everything's being pushed to the south, not yet pushed up towards us.
Oh, and it's only going to get worse, Stephanie, when the high tide cycles come through and you've got that perfect trajectory of wind just pushing all that water right onto land. We're talking more about that for you this morning, but first, here is the latest. Several governors in affected states have declared emergencies. In Connecticut, urging residents now to get out. The governor there says several highways will be shut down likely in the next 3 to 4 hours. New Hampshire's Guard soldiers are now on active duty. The governor there ordering the soldiers to be ready ahead of this storm this morning with another 100 soldiers on standby. And the American Red Cross reporting more than 250 people at 9 shelters in Pennsylvania. More were to open in eastern and central Pennsylvania by midday. Steph?
All right, Mike, look at this. The waves, we're following them on the Hudson. They've been getting bigger and bigger, the amplitude in between each of these. The water's starting to pour over here in Battery Park, and it's not necessarily, again, that surge, that push of water. It's just that our waves are getting bigger where we are located. Obviously, the transit system is shut down here. White caps, we've been following those all morning long, getting bigger and bigger. All right, let's focus in on transportation now. One plane flying out of JFK, and that's it. Usually in the morning, we show you the flights coming in and out, and there's sometimes when they're in holding patterns, it looks like there's spaghetti on the map. One flight out of JFK. It is a Virgin Atlantic headed to London. It's an international flight, and that's probably the only reason that it was taking off, because it was an international flight, maybe to get it out of there. So let's talk about what we are seeing with this system and what type of impacts we are going to see with Sandy. Heavy rain is moving up the coast, already getting it into the Delmarva. New York, our winds could gust as high as 70 miles an hour. Obviously, significant water rise. Once we get that push, because we're going to get the system coming towards us, and we are going to get the winds also coming towards us. So we're going to get double time here in the northeastern quadrant. It continues overnight, and as we head into our Tuesday, things will start to calm down here as it continues to move inland. Let's go to Mike Seidel, who is along the coast. We have him, Reynolds Wolf, we have Carl Parker, our hurricane specialist, we have Julie Martin. We have 9 people in the field, and also in West Virginia where we could see feet of snow. But Mike Seidel's been holding it down along the Jersey coast.
Sandy's winds are ramping up out here at Point Pleasant Beach, blowing northeasterly inland. Now, as the tide tries to go out here this morning, it's having a tough time because the wind is pushing the water in. Another little wave here, I shouldn't say little, big wave, breaching the dune and the fence. This is a nice wide dune, about 25 yards, but more than likely this is going to be overwatched tonight. Next tide coming in between about 8 and 8:30 tonight up and down this coast. And also the timing of the storm making landfall south of here, generally in the same time frame, mid to late evening, plus we have the full moon. So we're going to get the full brunt of the surge, the astronomical high tide. And remember, the waves are added to the top of the water, to the top of the surge, which is forecast to be as high as 8 feet. Right now, winds gusting about 40 to 45 miles an hour. It's a stinging rain, but it's rained harder. I've been through harder rain through tropical systems, but it's 57 degrees, so there is a bit of a nip in the air this morning here on the Jersey Shore. Back to you.
Yeah, and Mike, with being in the 50s in the rain, I got a wetsuit on. It's the only way that I'm actually staying dry and actually quite comfortable out here. We want to talk more about the waves. And Carl and Mike, I know that you're joining us on the expert desk. As you look at these waves, why have they gotten bigger? Our winds don't seem to have gotten stronger. Is Sandy getting closer to us? This isn't necessarily, or are we getting surge from the north?
Well, you know, I think there's a lot of energy in the ocean right now, and that energy can well precede the strong wind, and I think that's probably part of what we're seeing, and those wave heights are going to continue to come up because of the size of this thing.
A couple of things with that. The water level itself as a whole is going to come up with the tide and the surge, and then you'll have the waves on top of that could do damage.
And that's the destructive power of the surge, certainly, and that's something we're going to see more and more of through the afternoon. And I want to show you, we've looked at this occasionally, and, you know, we've all been just amazed by the system. This is a representation of the winds, and this is tomorrow morning just above the surface, and you can see the United States here. There is Canada, there's Mexico. Look at the size of that storm. Look at that. I mean, that is it's unbelievable. It's we've just never seen anything like this.
Carl, that goes from the Canadian Maritimes all the way down to South Florida.
Yes, it does. It does.
Some of the biggest hurricanes we've ever seen Katrina wasn't that big.
No, not by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, and that's what we mean by the power of the storm. Even though the pressure is very, very low, it's not concentrated right at the center. All that energy is spread out over an enormous area, and it's the duration that's going to cause the damage.
So even like right at the center, I mean, we're not talking 100-mile-an-hour wind. We're not talking what we would typically think of a decent landfalling hurricane. It's just a spread out.
Although winds may gust to 100 miles per hour. Yeah, in parts of Jersey and say around Long Island, that's entirely possible. The wind is very strong aloft. I want to take a quick look at the winds right now. You can see the winds now gusting to 38 Wallops Island. We've got a report of winds gusting to 51 at JFK and 52 at Newark already. So the wind's definitely coming up. Winds gusting to hurricane force through early afternoon in New York City and D.C., and that continues into the afternoon.
We're taking back to Connecticut still to come this morning, and then the impacts around the Great Lakes. That's when we come back.